till you know where things are located, or you're gonna be playing a 1-game match, and you're just like, all
Mhm.
right, I gotta play best of 1, and that's how we're gonna do. I'm gonna play 8 rounds of best of 1 recovery girl. That could be a tough one.
Yeah, I mean, speaking of,
Absolutely.
so, when it comes to playing those 1-game matches, right? There's the other side of that table, where it's playing the fastest 2 or 3-game matches that you can possibly imagine, and we're seeing a lot of that with some of these, as you kind of said earlier, Jesse, the 5-handers coming in droves. So I gotta point the mic over to my man Kyle. Tell me about some of these 5-handers that we got. My 5-hander expert right here, because I'm seeing a lot of Ochako 2s and I'm seeing a lot of Nomus in this little pie chart.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. Obviously the Ochako twos coming out strong. That deck has always been particularly strong. Um, from what I can tell, a pretty okay symbol spread on them. Lots of different looking builds on those decks. And on the other side, Nomu. I'm not surprised to see Nomu, given how good Jiro and the True Form deck have been in the most recent events. And Nomo being able to come out there and just have a hard counter to both of those decks on his face is just so strong. On top of that, him just being an inherently aggressive deck to play, it just fits a lot of people who like to play more aggressive characters. So Nomu, I think, very good anti-meta aggro pick for this format. And of course, there's always the random extra characters that are around. I see a couple of Minettas out there, and oddly enough, it looks like Fourth Kind is our most represented deck.
He is, yeah. I mean,
Which
again,
is,
like Florida, right? After she won Florida, everyone pulled their Ochako 2 deck that they had lying in the closet somewhere out. I think we're gonna see the same thing with Fourth Kind, especially with a webcam regional like this. People want to play their couple games real quick, and then they want to tab out of Discord, pull up their favorite video game, and get to playing, or they
yeah.
want to go into the kitchen and make a snack, right? The kind of very, very small sub psychological influences of what you play on webcam, and playing like those long technical decks on webcam, it can be taxing, trying to see rep support all the time. There's like a lot of little nuances here and there. So I definitely think that a lot of those real beefy fast decks are going to influence. But we have some kind of I want to say more mid-range picks as well in our little top 10 roster here. I'm looking at a bunch of Midnights and a bunch of Satos. And if there's anyone that I'm going to talk to you about, Rikido Sato 1, Jesse, tell me about that deck and the interesting spot it kind of holds.
So here's where Sato is on every symbol. The order build is the big line here, where you're just like boom, 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 boom. You can play a bunch of cycle attacks to draw more cards, put more damage. You're just gonna see so many cards possible. There's the all builds, which could be a heavy weapon build. You could be a final smash deck and play a ton of control. And then there's and on top of it, there's the Earth build where you're just playing Earth good stuff, and you just stun your opponent out on. You can be like, this has stun 3, this has stun 3, and what do you have left after that?
Because it's hard to go wrong with the Earth build, right?
No, it's true, and that's the one thing. Sato's becoming a very diverse character with every symbol being represented today, even in our field, which is a great sight. One deck that I am very surprised. And I kind of understand it why nobody would jump on it immediately. Tim Keefe's Abara deck from last weekend.
Yeah.
He came in second with the event, and we're only seeing one Abara this weekend. And we're seeing it's almost a 1-for-1. There seems to be some adjustments, but like I know who's playing it already from discussions on it with people. But hey, I think that deck is very undervalued. People have to. And it just has it has so many answers because, it's a Tim Keefe deck. Tim likes to say, if I'm going to play a deck, I'm going to have every answer I can think of in my deck.
It is a Tim Keefe deck. It is a water deck. It is a 7-hander. It's got a lot of those elements for sure. I wonder if Tim had won the event instead, if we'd be seeing a flip-flop of that, or if it would still just be a ton of Fourth Kinds. I think people are much more attracted to the style of the Fourth Kind deck.
Agreed. Like Fourth Kind is kind of
Absolutely agree.
it's very XYZ. I feel like currently the order build is very XYZ of like, okay, I play all these attacks. If I draw them, I just put my hand on the table and we see what happens. That Abara deck is like we saw Tim last weekend. He did a lot of. He thought he had to. You like do the math, and you're like, okay, I can't. Even if you block 2 of these attacks, I don't kill you, and you'll just go build 2 pass and do it, and then block, and then recover and see what the next hand brings him. And some
It's
people
definitely
don't want to play
it's
that
a lot
format.
more. Yeah, it's a lot more patience, I think,
Yes.
than a lot of the other deck types and a lot of the players. As you said, it is a very Tim Keefe deck. Not everyone is here for a Tim Keefe deck. Tim Keefe is here for a Tim Keefe deck. I think it's so interesting how like personal player playstyle can really influence deck builds and decisions and the playmakings of this game. It's all very interesting and very in depth. But speaking of patience, that's what I don't have right now, guys, because round 1 is live. So me and my lovely casters are going to bounce on over, find a fantastic round 1 for you guys, and get a nice start to this lovely day and this lovely weekend of RLE commentary. We'll be back very soon, heroes. All right, welcome back, all you heroes out there. We have something really exciting lined up for this first round. Jesse and I have decided on this lovely afternoon to kick it off where it almost always ends when it comes to these webcam events. We've got Mr. Jose Norono, your webcam king of Unfun Stuff fame, going up against Jaired Furrow in an interesting catfight, I should say, of characters. What are we looking at deck-wise here, Jesse?
All right, so we are looking at the Himiko Toga 1 against Midnight. We are seeing the Midnight off of the traditional Chaos build, and Toga off of the traditional Life build. But I think we got some spicy action going to come out of this matchup.
There's some spicy things going on in both of these decks. Jose is looking to kind of bring back the gamer Toga builds, as they were called. The whole alleyway ambush style. For those of you, we're going to get a little deep dive into the history lesson here. Back in our set 2 formats, later into the set 2 formats, when Momo was kind of the deck to beat, and she was really good at walling up. Unfun Stuff kind of put their heads together and really tried to craft a deck that could consistently break the walls of Momo. And that was really done with these Toga life decks that went really wide and then utilized things like alleyway ambush to make these 5, 6, 7 attack strings. There's like a famous clip out there from the finals of one of the webcam events with Jose fighting against Momo, and he's playing like his 8th attack in the card pool. And it's like the 3rd alleyway ambush or something crazy like that. When this deck pops off, it's absolutely insane. And while it sounds like a very Christmas land type scenario, when your character is a 7 hand size character that gets to draw, discard, and go through her deck more and more on every single attack, and gets to play things like Excited for Blood and Passing the Torch and all these crazy things, you can see an upwards of 15 cards per turn once you go through your whole sequence of events here. And so it makes making those insane strings surprisingly consistent. But you told me there's kind of some spice going on in this Midnight build, so let's get into that deck a little bit, Jesse. Yeah, we're going very heavy on the charge package. We're running full charges here. We've got the 4 home run comets. There's some double jab pummels in here. This Midnight's just kind of going for the real consistent, stable charges. But we've also got some really, I think this is where the spice comes in. We're looking at pillar swings in this Midnight deck. And this is going to be a really sick card, especially in a matchup like this. Because it's going to work so well with things like our first day of classes, all these cards that just let us go really tall, I should say, right? We get to play these massive 5, 6 difficulty dunks, and Pillar Swing being a card that interacts so well with our character, because Midnight just says put 1,000,000 speed on your moves. Committing a foundation to put a speed for each of your keywords is really strong. Once you have an upwards of 3 or more, Pillar Swing's got 4 of those bad boys. Charge, Slam, Weapon as our traits, and a powerful stun too. This move begins as essentially it's a 7 diff, right? Because we're going to commit 1 foundation. It's a 7 diff, 7 mid for 8 with stun 2, which is crazy powerful. And the reason it's gonna be so pivotal in this matchup as well is because that's how you pressure out these life decks that build these really wide foundation bases and want to really wall up. They're completely reliant on their stage for defense. And in fact, that's kind of why very early on in set 2, before Momo was the deck to beat and we were just playing good stuff life decks, a real big thing early on in those formats was everyone was playing Toga as this generic good stuff life character. And then as people realized that you were really reliant on building the good defensive pieces, the rescue completeds and the releases. Building those early on was super crucial to keep your live characters alive. Toga didn't have those things on face, so when you didn't build those things on turn 2, your 20 health went bye-bye very, very quickly. So that's why people shifted heavily towards Momo in that meta, because you got that rescue completed / release on your face. Now we're kind of, that's how we shifted into the Momo meta, and then we've seen tons and tons of shifts from there. But just kind of a little bit of a another history lesson there, right? When it comes to the life symbol and how it wants to interact and doesn't like getting their board stunned down.
So we're going into turn 2 here with the Midnight, and we just saw Zero Grad Lift played the Midnight, threw some damage on it, activated your ability, got the 2 speed, and Jose took the deep commit out to block with a face shield, to both take no damage, flip the 0 gravity lift, and then and now we're seeing what we like to refer as the gamer the gamer build, where it's like, okay, I'm going to destroy a foundation to ready something, activate both my precious lessons, I'm going to build 2. So pretty much Jose went from I'm going to tap out for this face shield to I'm going to re-ready my board.
Yeah, it made it a very, very safe defensive play. I mean, you can't not take that defensive play there, right? You got to face shield the 7 damage 0 gravity lift. You've just got to do it. And when you have that extra defense to fall back on there, with the whole somewhat style double precious lesson to go +3 in ready foundations play, you 100% take that, because you still get to keep yourself safe from something like a big scary 1.3 million coming down. Everyone's pretty privy to what these Midnight decks are doing. She did win a little thing called the HLC, the Hero League Championship, so it's pretty hard to catch people off guard, I should say, when it comes to these chaos Midnight decks and their big dunks.
That is definitely something with the Chaos decks right now, is Chaos has so many strong dunks, because it has the attacks that are just gonna finish the game. It has the home run comments. It has the indiscriminate shocks, and then I don't know, the addition of Pillar Swing into this deck is another thing where we could see that a lead Pillar Swing. You're just like, all right, take 8 with all my speed pumps on it, and good luck.
Yeah, it's pretty unattractive to take 8, but it's also pretty unattractive to block a 7 mid that then clears itself from the pool and snaps momentum. Pillar Swing is a very scary card when it can be utilized efficiently. The hard part is mastering that 6 difficulty attack and figuring out how to play with that 3 speed. Midnight on face does get to play with that 3 speed. That is never a number that we're worried about being too low. It's the 6 difficulty that you then want to turn into a 7 difficulty, because you're committing 1 foundation for your speed. That's the hard part to figure out how to work around, which is, of course, where the Chaos symbol gets to shine so much. No one is better at buffing up their check bonuses and being able to play a lot of cards really efficiently for free than Chaos.
That's true. We got Jose leading off with the Heroic Strike. Now, this Toga deck is what it's playing it's playing a punch package, but not the usual punch package we're seeing, because obviously we're on the life symbol.
Right.
So we're seeing Future Charge, which is an amazing cycler. I'm going to play this attack, I get to draw a card. If I play a second one, I draw 2 cards. What does David Toga want to do? See as many cards as possible. Heroic Strike is a stun 1 if it's the first punch, a stun 2 if you have 2 punches, and then gets to the special stun 3. The commit out of those, you have to commit per punch. Those add up. And I think an aggressive lead here of hey, I'm gonna play this, I'm gonna put this Furrow punch, I'm gonna pressure you with speed, I'm gonna pressure you with Toga speed, pressure with the damage, and I'm gonna see some cards here. Because you're either gonna block this, I'm gonna do my ability, or it's gonna come in and maybe I've got a line here to go from.
Yeah, I think that's 100% what this was, right? Is we're just looking to see some cards, leading with a heroic strike. It says two things, right? It either says, I have a million more heroic strikes and then all my alleyways, and you're super dead, no matter how awkward this string starts off. Or it says, this is literally all I've got, and I'm just trying to see some cards and get my response off a little bit, which the latter is what we saw right there. And then we see Jose building super wide, not super deep in a deadlock. I think we're at 12 now.
He's enough
12.
where a deadlock enhance can fire. Like that's like he's the +1 speed from basic training is gonna be live for at least an attack. He's got release. He has style to get out of it. So those are two. Someone's style is a really strong card to get out of deadlock along with release. It lets you go just a little deeper and then come back out of it, like just like to get back down to 10.
Right.
So you're like, I don't expect Chaos to have Chaos deadlock threats, or if you know the card pool, they're not the greatest. They're
No,
like
100%. It's
they're
really
all
like
on
double
making
jab.
big checks. They're all I like to refer to as the big check deadlocks, like Pummel.
Yeah, it is really funny that double jab pummel and extendo hair both have the same deadlock enhance. They just really like that sentence.
They +5 to my check. What does that do? Well, I get to play another attack is usually what it means. But Jose's also playing another card to help get out deadlock, full on attack mode. This card is starting to really see some play on the. We saw some play on it last weekend. Tam Carwell was playing a Dabi 2 all throw deck. It was very mid range and was playing 4 of those. And it was just a way to trigger life gains for carbo loading, and it just did that little extra points of damage on every attack that will finish games out. He gave it 17 with that. It was a great deck, and I hope maybe we'll see it featured at some point this weekend.
Full on attack mode is very, very sick when interacting with throws. In this deck, it's going to be a little bit more of just like an alternate type of self-sacrifice, right? Just as an option to kind of weaponize your stage for a +1 damage, quote unquote. So this is really interesting. We're finally seeing the big ability of Midnight come in, right? Which is that really powerful committing herself to go ahead and essentially get an extra mulligan to whatever extent that you so desire. So discarding 3 non-attack cards to pick up 3 new ones. We also very interesting enough discarded a concentrate. That's a really, you were talking about that in the pre-show, right? On how you couldn't deal with, cards like that in the true form deck. That's a really, really, really big key player right now in the format. Not surprised to see people maining concentrates at all. Being able to cancel actions is really, really relevant these days.
Here comes the pummel. Like, there we go. Now it's like, all right, you pull the trigger. You could this pretty much just saying his deck is if this Midnight has another attack, it passes. That's what this
we sure are gonna have +7 to our next check.
Plus it's definitely, Jose is down to looks like 9 here.
We did take that jolt on the face. It was like very, very 8 speed.
Yes. So we took the jolt on the face. So we're just kind of trying to we're just trying to pressure now of the thing is Pummel has printed 3 keywords. There definitely could have, I was kind of hoping we're going to get some speed bonuses here. And then
with how much check buffing we have, I'm not surprised to see us just like fully committing out and putting the speed on these moves. Double jab is like colloquially known as the one that you never block, right? But at the same time, I don't want to take 5 damage right now. I'm not trying to go to 4 health.
Yeah. All right,
trying to go to 4 health and then just like die to a 0 gravity lift. No, thank you.
Yeah, we got the deadlock on the board. We really are full on gamer Toga here with alleyway ambush.
Oh yeah, no. I meant it when I said it, Jesse. This is gamer Toga Redux. We're bringing it back, as we began and as it ends. We're gonna try and bring it all the way back with the alleyway ambush Toga builds. They've been cooking up this 2.0 build for quite a while now. There's some really, really cool stuff going on with it. We saw it checked really early on, but Alleyway Ambush Toga with the Future Is Now is pretty crazy because the Future Is Now sure does sit there as a card in your card pool, which is a buff for this deck because you're trying to achieve those 5 in the pool.
I think this Zero Gravity Lift passes.
On a 7?
On a 7,
Hang on.
I think it's
Hang
good.
on. We checked a 12.
Just a 12.
Do we pass it?
Yep.
Okay, just making sure. Thank you. Yeah, this is on a 7 with +7 to our check is the funniest thing in the world. But this is gonna hurt if Jose is not sitting on another Faith Shield in his hand. This is going to, if we want a 1 with nature, we could essentially make this, a guaranteed 4 damage on the half. Does not feel great.
I think we're going to be activating the release here. Jose's really holding off on not a release.
Oh. So this is now going to be. Are we going to double the damage? I presume. Yeah. Okay, doubling damage.
I think we're just doubling damage.
Yep, this is now for 12, so it's going to be what? 6 on the half block at the moment.
Yep, there's the release.
Yep. Are we going for? I mean, you can one with naturing it. This is I need another plus ultra. Holy cow! Wow. This is crazy.
All right, so we're putting the damage out here. We're just like, all right, I'm activating all my buttons. What do you got? Oof.
Okay, so we've all protected you for -3 speed. So this thing is we have 1 with nature online, but it is definitely like the slowest grav lift in the world.
Yeah. Like the grav lift went +1, activate got +3, or it's a +3. They traded their 3 speed bonus because he gave it taunt with it here, but we're gonna get the block in. I think we're all right. Check the 5. That's we're passing the buttons here.
Yep, we've checked a 7 as of the release, so we're only going to have to commit 2 cards there. Going down to 2 here. I don't know if that last card in hand is going to be doing anything here.
I mean, that was a good line for the midnight. We did not expect the plus ultra of my lift to try to finish the game out.
That was pretty insane. Definitely saw definitely saw the very, very heads up play there. Jose trying to minimize that amount of damage taken, got just shy of not dying to the super double damage throw. That was a very, very, very all in play there. And to have not closed the game out with it does not feel too great. Jaired is looking in a pretty vulnerable position right now. If Gamer Toga has found her gamer fuel, this might be lights out. So
the biggest thing here is he really needs to get the Excited for Blood to trigger. I think that's the first thing we're trying to do here. Is we're gonna lose. When do we start? When we pay that 1 life to get something to or when's the time to do it? Because eventually something has to be hit or blocked, and we're gonna gain 4 so that we're okay, we have ability here.
Yep. And unfortunately, that's not going to happen because Jolt's going to come in and snap commit that Excited for Blood before anything crazy. But thankfully, we have a lot of ways to weaponize our stage here. We're pushing a lot of buttons. Let's backtrack a few steps. We saw the Excited for Blood get committed. We then saw Tight-Lipped flip it for a damage. We then saw full-on attack mode pop it for essentially +1 damage, right? And a heal. The heal is really big here as well because it allows us to start going up and making sure that we can use Toga more and more and more and more. And then we also saw the Someone with Style come in, destroyed our other committed foundation to ready 1. And then we saw the EX2 come in, all for a big 6 damage, and then the lose 1, gain 1.
Yep. The lose 1, gain 1, I think is going to start, this is where we're going to start seeing the math here. It's okay, all right, I'm doing the 1, lose 1, gain 1.
Yep, we're going to see all of that math come in. So many buttons to press. Anyone who plays Toga with a notepad is the strongest human in the world.
I think we're now on the line of I'm looking at there's one thing I have not seen from this list that we saw in the previous design is babies. I don't see any. I'm not seeing a float checked yet. That's kind of was like usually was like wow. It's like usually you get one on the board and it just helped. It was like it was that extra damage, and it looks like that has been traded in for this full on attack mode.
Yeah, I mean, we've got them in the deck for sure. We just haven't found them yet. Interestingly enough, though, rather than building one with the back alley, we opted to draw the card instead. So it's possible that we know that there's just like some attacks left in our deck and we're trying to dig for them. We might see one get built in right now. However, in just one more attack, possibly, depending on how the Togas come in, we might not have a discard pile for much longer. Right. So maybe building in the floating for essentially just like 2 damage wasn't exactly the most profitable play.
True. But plus he's almost out of a deck.
Exactly. So we should know, right, at this point, what's left inside of our card count.
I do. Yeah, you're right. He is playing babies. I think he's playing the Nats promo ones, I believe. That's why I'm looking for regular old baby R. He's like, nope, he's playing the spicy oily ones.
You're looking for those regular old babies, Jesse. Come on, get with it.
Ooh.
The future is now. So here we finally have our big fancy class reunion card coming in. So this card really, really, really turns things up. It's going to be a action that you have to play as a 3-diff on a 5 here, counting some progressive, and we are going to have to pay out a little bit for this, but it's going to get to say that our next one is going to come in ignoring progressive difficulty as well as sporting +2 speed and +2 damage. Not negligible stat pumps by any means whatsoever. And I think that once that 2 speed and 2 damage comes in tandem with the things that we have on our board, any attack here is going to find lethal, and it's time. We're seeing it. Boom. Tongue Whip on a 4 after playing the Tight Lipped. This is also the 5th card in our pool now, meaning that from here on out, our alleyway ambushes are not going to count towards progressive. These are the lines that Future is now has enabled inside of this deck even further.
We're just like, yep, let's put stats on this, and we're going to push a card into the pool. We're going to get the lose 1, gain 1 active. Yep, there. I was like...
This is
there we go. This is
the alleyway ambushes from here. I don't think we're gonna need them because this is going to be a very, very lethal tongue whip once all of these button presses come in. We've got the full-on attack mode. We've got the tight-lipped. We've got the damage from the pool. Everything coming in together. That +3 low block is not doing anything for us anytime soon. And Jose is gonna wrap up game 1 with that scrumptious backswing.
Yeah. Oof. Good game 1 here out of like I said, we saw Jose made a lot of decisions that people would sometimes question their line on, like taking the full jolt. It's like, well, I'm just gonna eat that jolt, or I'm gonna eat this. Like he took a jolt that could not the one from the previous turn, but before that, the other jolt that was played. He just took it and he was like, I'll just take it. It's like I'm not gonna waste a card in my hand that I need to try to kill you. Because that's the one thing about this deck is the Toga deck is it wants to sculpt as much as possible. Like, and it needs sometimes it's gonna find cards where it's like, okay, how many attacks can I take before I have to start blocking these cards?
Yeah, there's a lot to think about, right? When it comes to a deck like this, as you said, just the sculpt is so important, and it's also really important to know how to leverage that 20 life, right? Jose has been playing this deck for a very, very long time. Toga is this 7 hand size, 20 health character with no speed hate on face. That character does not help you block at all on her face. You're completely reliant on your stage, building the right ones, and knowing when to leave yourself open and when to not. And I think we just really, really see Jose being very respectful because, he knows, right? He knows what the chaos aggro can do. He knows that at some point in time with the stage that Midnight had, Jaired could send out with One with Nature online, essentially a 7-8 speed 1.3 million out of nowhere. And when you're a 7-hander, those are the kind of moves that just one-shot you. They just take you out of the game, no questions asked. And it's important to never leave yourself open to those things. So I think, like you said, it seemed it seemed like he was aggressively taking moves sometimes. But what we really saw was just Jose being very respectful and very knowledgeable of his aggro. This is one of our top 32 HLC players. He's in his domain right now. The running gag is Jose is invincible when it comes to the webcam events. He's in the zone. He's in round one. He's thinking so clearly, so fluidly, and so vividly right now. He's absolutely in his element. And Jaired's going to have to fight very, very hard to take this victory from him, especially going into game 2.
Agreed. So we're getting to game 2 here. We saw this. It looks like I think the Midnight brought in 2 cards. If I was following right, Jose had piles everywhere. I think I saw 2 cards from Jose coming in, but I couldn't tell you for the life of me. It was like
looking at Jose's sideboard here. We're certainly bringing in the rest of those Faith Shields. Amusingly enough, we've got one in the main deck, and we found it for the Gravlift in game 1. That was pretty spicy. But now I'm sure the other 3 have found their way in here, because we do not want to get touched by Gravlift and Electric Jolt. We don't want those cards anywhere near our precious life total. As far as what Jaired could be sighting in, it's pretty tough to say. We've got some extra plus ultras in here. We've got a bunch of different attacks. We are doing the traditional midnight thing that's kind of been popularized ever since Pippa's top 32 build from in-person nationals, where you sideboard the somnambulisms rather than main decking them. I don't think we're going to see those come in. We're not particularly interested in committing Toga offensively.
I could see the third. I could see indiscriminates coming in here. I could see pummels, because Jose has to block. It's like eating pummels is like, especially if you could find any source of damage to get on them. Like those are like that's one of the attacks that, like, hey, I'm gonna activate all my basic trainings on to pressure with. And you're like, okay, I'm sending this 6 bid for 8 is kind of like the average I've usually see with that number. You're like, all right, 6 bid 8. Like, do you want to block this? Yes or no?
And it's like you kind of have to, right? You kind of just have to. And we're seeing, oh my goodness, a beautiful build. Oh, almost the most beautiful build in the world. But 5 to my rivals 3 is very good. I will take those odds all day, every day. However, we kind of underestimate Midnight on 3 foundations. If you flash back to the HLC a little bit with me, we were talking about it earlier. We saw Kevin Broberg do horrendous things with this character on small foundation counts. So we can never truly underestimate what a couple 1.3 millions can do.
Ooh, gonna see that nice RLE zero gravity lift come out here.
Yeah, changing up the game on us, right? We had the normal ones game 1. Now the RLE one has reared its head. We love to see it.
Yeah, so we're seeing a nice line here. We're getting the spirited referee in for the speed and damage. Pretty much, we're getting +2. It's like spirited referee is just +2/+2 here, and that's, you know what, that's sometimes what you want where your lifts. You're like, all right,
Yeah, that's pretty darn good, man. And when Jose is not packing a Faith Shield, that free 4 damage is going to feel fantastic for us to probably build out from here and just kind of posture some defense.
Yeah, we did see the Midnight pitch and draw. So when you don't, I think when a Midnight chooses like to not do that, we're in the situation of like, okay, I think they're either have a strong hand, or they know they got to make a line here. This is
pretty rough. I mean, it's hard, right? As players, we're very used to, do we have Jolt in hand? We play Jolt, but sometimes that 3 check does come down to punish you. Opting to fail it, that's crazy. Oh, that's insane. If I wasn't ready to commit 2 for that, I don't think I would have played it, Jesse.
No, that was a tough one. That's a tough call to make, but sometimes that's the right call. Like the thing is, looking at the board for Jose,
so like Jose doesn't have a very aggressive board, right?
Yeah.
But 5 foundations in a gamer Toga deck that's actually all I need to be told to know I should be afraid. And so I understand opting to fail that there, but at the same time, now we didn't get to put any extra foundations on our board, and whether or not it takes a form of serious damage or a serious build out, Jose's going to get very, very ahead of Jaired through this turn.
I could see, yeah, there. That's what I was expecting. Like, I could see the would seal the tongue, would seal the tight lip. Tight lip is just once again one of those +1s that could just go. You leave it you leave it unchecked. It's like it'll just start tapping damage. You can't make blocks. Guess what? You just
This
might
is
die.
this is very true. And so we're opting just to take the future charge here. So Toga thinks you're going to happen no matter what happens here. We do have a spirited referee in hand. I feel like I would have gone for that nice breaker block there and really make Jose think about if he wants to continue or not.
Mm.
At the same
You're
time, though,
the Yep.
that probably would have required us to use our midnight enhances just to make sure we don't fail the block. And is this really the one you want to commit to blocking?
Yeah, we definitely did the. Ooh,
Well, we're gonna
because we
get another
did the
chance.
yeah, because we did an excited for blood, the full press buttons. Like I'm gonna gain 2, I'm gonna lose 2 to draw a card, and I'm gonna flip and go back to 18. And then we played a second charge, and now we get to see what does this tech do now? Well, I draw 2 now.
Yeah, so this is kind of what we were saying at the beginning of the game, right? The Christmas land scenarios really become less like that as you get to go all these cards. Think about it with me here this turn, Jesse. We started the turn and drew up to 7 cards, right?
Yep.
Then we played a future charge and drew 1. That's 8 cards. We togaed and excited for blood. That's 9, 10. And now we've drawn 2 on this future charge. We're at 12 cards now. We've gone through 12 cards in what I believe is our 52 card deck.
Yep.
That's a large portion of our deck.
All right, we got the block off with the good old league interview. So we mitigated some damage here. He has it like now it's down to midnight character phase here. So
Yeah,
I think we're saving that for like one more block if something has a lot of keywords. The thing is,
and that's the issue, right?
Jose has one attack with a lot of keywords, and then he has an attack with no keywords.
Alleyway Ambush sure does have 0 keywords.
Yep.
Yeah, unfortunately for Jaired here, Jose is not playing an attack lineup that's very like defense positive into midnight. Tongue Whip, 1 keyword. Heroic Strike, 1 keyword. Future Charge, only 2 keywords. Ambush, no keywords. Ambush, no keywords. Now, Haymaker, 4 keywords. Don't get me wrong. We love to stop that one. But if we had a Haymaker, we were going to open with it.
It feels like we're just getting cards out of our hand. Like I'm gonna play 3 foundations, and I'm just gonna play this, and we're just gonna.
I mean, it's also just like free damage, right? We
Yeah.
might even have another alleyway ambush here. So seeing the alleyway ambush finally come down here, this is kind of what we've been talking about the whole time. This is yep.
One.
It's just free damage. It's just free damage. So many alleyways. So this is our pretty an oldie but a goodie, honestly, at this point. Our set 2 pre-release card, only usable by set 2 characters, a awesome attack that says you get to ignore progressive difficulty if there are at least 5 cards in your pool. So this is where things like the Future Is Now come in. This is where all of those foundations we played first come in. You know, if anyone new to the game is watching this, they might think, what in the world is going on right now? Why is this man playing backwards, right? We went attacks, foundations, attacks. This is the power of Alleyway Ambush, and this is the Toga deck that enables it. This is the deck that we've seen Jose have so much success with in so many events, unfun stuff as a whole, seen so much success with, and now we're bringing it all the way back. We are chugging the gamer fuel once again, as Jose puts it.
Yeah, like this is so now we're that's not what you want to see on the fight back here. It's like, all right, I gotta build. With Midnight's in the I have to build situations. Like you don't even have like a poke with like a jolt to like have any to give you some defense here.
Yeah, just a little bit of interaction would have been really great there. But at the same time, man, we're so behind on foundation count that all of our cards need to be used either to buff up our stage or to actually keep in hand for blocking. That's basically what we said last turn, right? Jose is going to he's going to get super ahead in the form of either big damage or a big build. And with the 2 alleyways and all of that card draw that we got, we actually saw him do both. We saw him do both of those things very, very effectively.
All right. Good old tongue whip.
Yeah.
That's the best way to describe this card. This card, tongue whip, is a DLC 1 card that, let me tell you, if you don't have a playset of these and you play one of these symbols, you may want to think about getting a playset of these at some point.
Yeah, tongue whip has been pretty much like the cornerstone of aggression for
Yep.
all three of those symbols. Pretty much no matter what your deck is doing, whether you're playing the ranged moves or not, just no matter what you're doing, this card's just too good for it. And you know, the age old prophecy is you open with a tongue whip and then you close with a tongue whip, right? That is what everyone out there says. And this right here, opening with a tongue whip, very, very spooky. Pretty much says that I have the lethal line in hand, and it's up to you to try and navigate your way through it. Which, with only 4 ready foundations and character in Midnight, normally that would be a whole lot of blocking power. But most of these attacks are not even worth using our Midnight Enhance on, because committing 1 foundation for -1 speed. You know, I'm no math expert, Jesse, but that doesn't quite check out.
those sound like zero-sum games here. It's like,
Yeah.
that doesn't help.
No, it certainly does not check out. Oh, this is a rough block here. On an 8, we can flip our league interview to make it a 6. Beautiful. Beautiful. There it is. And then commit that and the one with nature, probably.
Yeah, I think that's.
You want to leave up your first day of class. In the event that something comes in and tries to stun you out, you have that emergency ready by flipping it. And the spirited referee can also come in for a little bit of damage reduction if we use Midnight defensively.
All right.
Ooh, this might be where that first day of class is going to come in.
Yep, we're gonna trade one. We're gonna trade 1 to get that first day committed. But also, once again, like another attack that Midnight does like not want to. You're just 1-for-1ing with her ability. Like this is everything we talked about. It's like, yeah, that heroic strike is not doing much here.
We could also see Jaired go for I'll commit the spirited referee and then I'll -1 damage you and then I'll just take this on the face.
That's true. I mean, use it while you can.
Yeah, but it looks like we committed the first day of class, but actually did not flip to ready it. So that's going to be a little rough going on that global -1 foundation might be what does us in. And then we're going to commit to give it did we commit 1 foundation to give it -1 speed?
I think we did.
I mean, hey, why not? I mean, it's the same math, so it's not a detriment by any means. But as all of our abilities come together between Toga's passing speed and the speed on her own enhance, this is gonna end up being probably too fast to block. And man, it's rough looking at the tight-lipped and the double full on attack mode. It's really rough looking at those because that just means that any move could kill.
I think we're down to 7. There's the
Yep, this is going to be on a big 7. Committing 4 here is so fine because we're going to flip one of them and then destroy 2 others for our 3 abilities. And then with our stun 2 coming in for absolutely nothing, but our EX coming in for a very relevant 4 speed, we're going to have Toga pump it up. We can build in another 0 to do even more things. Like he could be attacking more. I hate to say it, Jesse, but I think this might be it for our friend Jaired here. Toga is cycling through her entire deck, finding all the pieces she needs. I mean, look at that deck size. There are less than 10 cards in that thing?
Yeah. Like we're throwing the -4 speed on. We're like, hey, okay. I'm gonna mount in defense. That's all I can do here.
Yep. Now we've got this tight-lipped coming in. So this is -4 speed. We can EX to bring 4 more back onto it. Effectively bringing it back to its printed, and then even in the best case scenario, perfect world where we have like a +1 block here, it would be on a 4, 5, 6, 7. We don't have a single ready card in our entire stage, Jesse. Once again, I'm no math expert, but I don't think that it checks out for us to survive.
I think that EX is the EX. All the on hits are going to trigger here, and that's going to be it. I think.
Yep.
It looks like it is. That's it.
The classic. Look.
Look at that. Look at the show. Wow. It's like, I'm gonna play 2 foundations and then come back.
I was coming in with self sack on a 4, babies on a 4, and then alleyway. There are so many attacks. There are so many alleys. So just a lot of classico on this, right? We saw the tongue whips and we saw the back alley haymakers. I feel like I've time traveled all the way back to set 2 because that's where this gamer your Toga deck is taking you guys. What a rush. What a rush. Feels like I'm all the way back in the day, Mr. Jesse.
Yeah, that was a solid game one here, round one here. We got to see Jose doing Jose things, and I feel like after that first round, this maybe not be the last we might see of Jose for this event, but he's got a long way to go. We have 8 rounds of play today.
Holy cow!
Cutting to a top 16. It's gonna be. We're not in like we just barely got into the 8th round. We are pretty deep into it at the 170, roughly 170 mark. So that's gonna be showing some like really strong like X2 finishes are gonna be needed here for Kenny have a shot at day 2.
Yeah, this is, the lovely nature of webcam. It's so easy to get into these events. You just sit your butt in your chair at your desk on your computer and whip your cards out. It's super, super easy to get in on the action. So seeing this massive player count, not surprising in the slightest. Just as it was not surprising to see, as you said, not the last of Jose. Jose taking wins on a webcam event. I mean, what more is there to say? History does repeat itself sometimes. And I also personally am hoping that it's not the last we've seen of him, because that is such an entertaining deck to watch and an entertaining matchup as a whole. I love seeing Midnight get some love. Big shout outs to Jaired for piloting that deck with a lot of really, really, really cool tech. Certainly gave us a thrilling round one to start.
Sure did.
Round one of, you said it best yourself, Jesse, round one of 8. That being said, guys, it's going to be a very, very long, awesome day of MHA action. So Jesse and I are going to pop out of here for a bit, and we'll see you guys in round 2 with hopefully something equally as awesome to follow up with. Don't go anywhere, heroes. All right, so welcome back, heroes. I've got Mr. Kyle right with me, and this time we're going to be looking at a matchup of opposites, constants, and variables. We've got a little family feud here, don't we, Kyle?
Oh yeah. A little family feud. Well, not really a little family feud. This is Endeavor versus Shoto. Endeavor 2 versus Shoto 1, to be specific.
Very interesting. Definitely a Shoto I haven't seen a lot of in a pretty long time. I mean, we did see him make the top cuts, right? We saw a fantastic performance with him in the Florida RLE, but otherwise, certainly not been a character that I think was on a lot of people's radar as of late.
Absolutely, and I think this character has only gotten better since the set 1 days. Being able to cancel and enhance on face is just absolutely incredible for a character. Lots of different important key pieces that you're just able to stop with your face. On top of that, the amount of damage that this character can push is quite a lot. So there are he's very much able to kill people as a 7-hander, which is really good.
Yeah, I've always felt very positively about this character. He's just, again, kind of he's like a turn 5, turn 6 character in what's been a very turn 2 world for quite a long time now. Especially, so this is what's really interesting here is we're actually seeing him on the fire symbol. This is definitely his least talked about symbol. So when you say that he does have the means to kill people, I definitely think that's what we're going to be seeing a lot of here. This is going to be a very aggressive Shoto deck. On the other side of the table, Endeavor 2 is a character that we've seen a ton of lately, right? He blew up the UK RLE and then has been making really, really solid numbers from there on out, especially just on the back of the very, very solid, stable, consistent Earth package. This is, everyone and their mother's Earth deck, right? And he's just a very stable character to put that on. Those two things in tandem with each other make for a fantastic contender of a deck.
Absolutely. I would have to agree there. Endeavor is probably one of the top 2 or 3 characters that's in the running for the best Earth character to take up the mantle from Ojiro, right? He is but the difference between him and a lot of the other characters that I think sets him apart specifically is that he's got both aggressive abilities on his face and control abilities on his face. He's very much able to play the game in any way he wants to, and that is very, very cool about Endeavor.
Yeah, he's got nice defensive things on face, which is a pretty rare commodity these days.
Mhm.
So this is really interesting. We got Shoto going for another build turn here. Carlos putting down some really interesting pieces. The top pro heroes. This is of the three UR assets in set 4. This is easily the one that I see the least of, but I think it's an incredibly underrated card. Being able to just remove your rival's keywords is really, really strong.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Taking away keywords is crazy powerful. Being able to mess up their abilities if they have very keyword locked abilities, or being able to take away keyword abilities that are causing you problems is just incredible.
And it looks like we're going to see the Shoto response pop off right away, disabling the ability on Ignited Arrow. We do not want our rival retrieving a new attack. Absolutely not.
Yeah.
Just the power of having that one thing every turn that you just don't want to deal with, you don't have to deal with, feels fantastic.
Yeah. Super strong in this format.
You know, it turns a lot of like no-brainer attacks that you always play, you know, stuff like Ignited Arrow, stuff like Electric Jolt, any throw in the game, basically, once you get like the asset in there as well, it's so good. You know, we were talking about Endeavor's controlling aspects, but even we're going to see just as much hard control come in from Shoto's side with all of these things stacking up. It looks like we got a shuffle going on here. I think they misplaced a card somewhere. We saw something we weren't supposed to.
Yeah.
But past the arrow, we're just going to see some really nice build out coming from Connor here, trying to kind of catch up with his son as far as how healthy our stages are looking.
Absolutely. Endeavor always trying to catch up to Shoto here.
Endeavor always trying to catch up to someone, right?
Mm-hmm.
That is that man's entire existence, is trying to catch up to someone.
Always number 2, never number 1.
all in due time. Jet burn, baby. Jet burn. but think about the now and not the very far future. We're finally seeing Shoto come on the aggressive here. Carlos throwing out this really pretty XR Frigid Heat Wave.
Oh yeah, it's gorgeous.
Unfortunately sporting a not very pretty check, but you know, your 80 card deck is your 80 card deck.
Uh-huh.
Gonna
get 2 damage off that
here. Yeah, no, this is I think we're definitely gonna draw 2 cards.
Mm-hmm.
So I think this top pro heroes here is going to be the unsung hero of this matchup, because the moment that we realize that Connor's deck is trying to do prominence burn things, we're going to start removing Fury off of the first attack every time.
Absolutely. Absolutely. The one of coming out early in this matchup is unexpectedly brutal for this Endeavor.
Yeah, you know, this card just like randomly really puts down so many decks, especially decks that are really reliant on like throws for chip damage. Holy cow, flipping a foundation to remove throw is such an insane response, man.
Absolutely.
It's so crazy good. And I mean, if we go into, you know, the late game that Shoto is very used to going into here, that enhance is going to be devastating.
Agreed. Agreed.
Yeah, Shoto's going to be very good at just turboing through his deck. You know, we're going to be presumably, you know, milling 3 every turn cycle for all of those cancels. And so it looks like we're stacking up the manly friendships here. Endeavor probably just going to be looking to take this one on the chin by the looks of it, not trying to deal with this 5-speed Frigid Heat Wave.
Yeah, that is probably the right play here, especially given that this looks like it's going to be a poke.
Yeah, I mean, you know, we got our damage in, right? We've got our damage in, and we have these really awesome defensive pieces that we want to put on our board. You're so happy to just build out from here, especially as these rolling 3s come in.
Absolutely.
Very glad
as a 7-hander, even if he goes for a little bit of a greedy build, he's still going to be able to defend very well with the cards left in their hand. And on top of that, the cancel on face is probably gonna come in and just like ruin someone's day at some point. So
yeah. And thanks to Heatwave being a beast of a card, we're sitting here now with 5 cards in our hand, an insane number.
Mhm.
We had to commit a few to get through that turn on top of a lot of 3 checks, but we built so many that it's not as relevant. Although what is relevant potentially is that we have built ourselves right into deadlock. Now, we're
Mhm.
not really showing any super crazy deadlock on our board as we are the earth symbol. That's not exactly our strong suit. But
Yeah.
it's certainly something to keep in mind, in case certain pieces come down. Looking through this endeavor list, it doesn't actually look like we have any pressure outside of snack time. However, a single snack time, once your rival isn't able to get out of deadlock, can change the world.
Absolutely. Snack time being able to come in there now whenever it does end up hitting the board and basically increase Endeavor's hand size is possibly going to be the almighty equalizer. Endeavor is kind of the king of stats right now. He's able to control both his and his opponent's stats very, very well. And him just getting more cards to be able to go in harder as he's so difficult to deal with because of his stat control is just going to be incredibly powerful for him.
We're gonna see so much stat manipulation throughout this round. We're also seeing some of that back and forth control coming in here.
Mm-hmm.
So we saw the apathetic come down and try to flip our self-assured, and we realized that we were not very interested in getting our self-assured flipped. So Shoto came in and canceled that, and now we're going to have Desperate Struggle come in as we receive that speed bonus to come in and reset ourselves to printed speed, making for a very, very slow Hellflame Stomp here.
Yep. And there comes the breaker block.
So this is interesting. This is really interesting. I think our block zones must be real bad here because we used the cancel, right, to keep our self assured up, but then we didn't change it to a mid to get this breaker block off. So it's
Yeah.
possible that we just don't have any more highs and lows in our hand, and we're wanting to save that self assured for something that gets a little bit scarier. Maybe we're not holding a high block and we don't want to get hard punished by a prominence burn or something.
That is possible. Okay.
Yep, so we're gonna get a nice little build out here coming from Endeavor. Another apathetic coming down. Gonna try and reach our way into that self assured once more. The determination to flip is very, very live. But Shoto's stage here is just super healthy. Carlos has put down so many amazing defensive pieces, so many foundations already on the board. We've got what looks like double ice gliding. We've still got a drowning and resentment on the board as well. We've got a fast as flame, a self-assured, what looks like a second drowning and resentment. We just have both different arts on our board. Yeah, we've got a lot of really, really, really good pieces here, and our discard pile, more importantly, is getting very, very filled up. Shoto's signature style, right? He's got this scaling damage pump for every 2 range attacks in your discard pile. You're gonna be able to commit your foundations for damage. So slowly but surely, over the course of the game, you're gonna start racking things up till eventually you have such a big stage and such a big discard pile that you'll be free to put 6, 7, 8 plus damage on all of your attacks. And once you reach like that critical of a game state, it's just going to be, no matter how much Endeavor stat manipulation you have as an Endeavor deck on the Earth symbol, you're not going to be able to stop an onslaught like that.
Oh yeah. Eventually, Shoto will just reach this critical mass where he's just impossible to deal with. So this Endeavor is definitely going to have to close out the game pretty quickly here before that point does get reached.
He's got 2 interesting lines, right? We can look to close out the game soon, or we can look to just survive until Carlos has to cycle, and then his character's not a threat anymore.
Also true. Also very, very true.
So we're gonna plunge head first deep into deadlock here. Says, you know what? It's an Endeavor 2 deck on the Earth symbol. What are you gonna do? Build pull no punches? I'll figure out that world when we get there. Aside from that, there's not a lot to be afraid of. Snack time's still not on the board. There's just not anything going on here that doesn't tell Carlos not to just build a million foundations. So Carlos is going to come in here, not responding to anything. We're not afraid of a prominence burn because you can keep Fury on that bad boy. What's mindful though, as the things we put on our board is we got the apathetic coming down here to flip our new desperate struggle we built in. We said, look, I'm Endeavor 2. I manipulate my stats. I do not want you to manipulate my stats. Get that piece out of here. But the good news is now we get to leave our self-assured on board. So are we going to see the cancel come in here? Yep, there it is. We've got the ignited arrow enhance coming in, and we're going to be Shoto responding. Yeah, I mean, that's the one that you really don't want to deal with right now. There's definitely scarier ones that could come in, but if there's not scarier ones coming in, you really don't want to allow your rival to just get that free value, right? If you don't cancel it, he blocks it, picks up one, and then builds after. Feels bad to have gone the turn without canceling, especially because it means we're not skilling that discard pile, right?
Absolutely. That's kind of where a lot of the skill of Shoto shines through, is knowing when to use your cancel and when not to use your cancel. In the same vein as how a lot of the skill of Toru 2 would be knowing when to use the bounce and when not to use the bounce. They're both just such powerful abilities, and wasting it on something small when you could have used it on something big, or not using it at the wrong points, it can just sometimes lose you games.
And so, 100%. It's a very there's a lot of very, very cutthroat decision making, and so we're gonna see Endeavor now plunging into deadlock. I believe we have 11, 3, 6, 9. No, we have 13. Oh yeah, he's got a bunch of little face downs under there. We got 3 face downs, so we're very well into deadlock now. As far as the relevant things on Carlos's board, I'm not sure that we have anything on board. By the looks of it, their foundations are very close together, but I don't think that we've got anything sitting there pressuring us. Worst thing there could be is maybe like a fire starter somewhere in there, but I don't think that I see one. Attack wise though, I mean, the ice storms can always come down. The ice storms can always come down. As well as massive flash freezes are something that we've seen Carlos check a little bit here. We were making such a fuss in round 1 about all of these chaos cards with the deadlock enhance for +5 to the check. Flash freeze just says your next one passes.
Yeah, absolutely. Man, twisting Azure coming in hot here.
Yeah, this is we get the privilege here of being one of those characters that just gets to turn Twisting Azure on face online all day every day. Granted that we've got a few ranged attacks in our discard pile, right, which we definitely have at this point. We are well in, and is this frozen? Oh, this is frozen.
We're going for the kill this turn.
So we're either going for the kill or we're just trying to get out of deadlock because our rival finally built snack time. Or it could be a combination of both depending how this turn goes. We've been able to sculpt for a while now. Oh, and we're latent skilling.
Absolutely going for the kill.
I mean, we're certainly going to try, right? We're going to start trying to amass the things that make it happen. I mean, we've got such a wide stage. We've got these fastest, we got fastest flame as well. The ice guidance can be used aggressively if we so desire. There's a lot of really, really good things that Carlos can use to aggress into Connor right now. Even with a solid chunk of 20 health remaining. So the scary part about opening with this move here is it does leave us very vulnerable to like an Ice Storm Breaker 2 block. Thankfully, it's not what's come in from Endeavor's side. Connor's just going to be stopping us with an arrogant smirk. And now we've got 2 cards in hand. And so, with this big of a stage, Carlos just kind of gets to play the game now of, I'll put 1,000,000 damage on everything. You have to block everything. And if I have like 4 cards, then that's just it, right? You've only got 2 blocks for sure. Holy
Season
cow.
coming in. Oh no. Oh man. All right.
So this is going to check a 4, thankfully, because of Twisting Azure Inferno. So not nearly as punishing. The season's going to build itself down. So going to be a completely refunded play here. And this is like an actual speed ignited arrow now, which is kind of funny. Flipping learning the standards here feels correct. Yeah, that feels 100% correct.
Yeah,
really the only thing that's going to stop us in our tracks.
Yeah, learning the standards is definitely the only card that's truly going to punish this Shoto for going in. So that is certainly the correct play if we are indeed going for the kill, which at this point I think it's pretty safe to say that that is certainly what this player wants.
It definitely depends on, like, what we have for the rest of the turn. Like, our checks have +1. We have 1,000,000 foundations. There's also a world where if this ignited arrow pops off, we might go deep enough into our deck to, like, actually turn on the top pro heroes enhance.
Which would be cool.
That would be pretty devastating. Okay, so it looks like we're going for... Yeah, we're going for this. This is rough. We went for the lose 2 for -4 damage from Endeavor's face. But now Carlos can just commit a foundation for 7 damage, meaning we're going to get to bring it pretty much all the way back up and then some. We've got a manly friendship coming in for another -1. Like you said, Kyle, this guy should be playing around with stats like crazy.
Absolutely. Just a bounce back and forth. So cool seeing two stat manipulation characters just going back and forth like this.
So we're
and the Shoto player deciding we're going to draw 40.
Yeah, drawing 3 cards is going to be pretty massive here, especially if this ignited arrow picks us up another attack. We're going to have another frozen usage come in here to keep coming down our rival's board. The fact that we didn't use that until we saw what we drew tells me that we found some gas in the tank, man.
Absolutely.
Oh
no.
I mean, this makes sense, right? Endeavor has pushed every button. Connor has pushed every button on Endeavor and his stage to say, I really don't want to block this, man. I really don't want to block this. I'm trying to take as little. I've put like -6 damage onto this thing at this point. I'm here to take it no matter what it is. Now, if you want to take it, it's going to be for half of your life total instead.
Yep, very, very strong Sugar Rush play right there. It's really going to make the Endeavor player have to truly debate blocking this now, despite all of the efforts they made to not do it.
Oh my God, this is brutal. We're flipping press conference to show off a heat wave.
Oh man. This Shoto player is going to get so deep into this deck. I think we may actually, regardless of whether this card gets blocked, get to see that asset go off with its enhance.
Top pro heroes, man, coming in. Shoto aspiring to claim the title of a top pro from his father, man. This heat wave is going to be, so we're going to take this on the chin, go down to 9. We have to block everything now. Okay, we got a double male bonding usage coming in here. Scoring an extra 2 foundations here is going to be pretty crazy. Now, what I don't think that Connor has realized he can do yet, and this is going to be absolutely massive here, is we haven't been snack timing to draw cards.
That is true.
We have not been defensively snack timing to draw a bunch of cards here. Oh my God, this is so brutal.
Oh no.
We see excuse me. We see the learning the standards come in here to circumvent your next attack, and then we get the ultimate punish with the second season the advantage coming down to bypass that learning the standards and still going into our frigid heat wave, which is now going to start at a massive 7 speed. This is such a
there goes the snack time. Didn't matter.
The snack time is gone now. We didn't catch flipping it on the first one. That was definitely a little bit of a misplay, but we got it this time. Snack time is out of business. It's out of business. Come on. They just told us earlier, Kyle. Lunch break is after round 3, not during round 2.
Shoto drawing another 2 cards to add to his 45 card hand.
Yeah, this is pretty brutal. This is pretty brutal, pretty brutal and beautiful. Brutal, love it.
It's
We've got our
beautiful.
checks on the +1 right now. Press conference made this heat wave so easy to play, so we've still got a ton of foundations to commit here. It's impossible. It's impossible that we just don't have the lethality in our hand now, right? We've drawn
yeah,
so many
absolutely.
cards.
The amount of cards that this player just drew, no way. No way.
Yeah.
They could probably kill this endeavor from full twice.
Yeah, and I mean, despite the fact that we have, a hefty stage, these blocks are not going to be easy to pass either, right? This is a 9-speed heat wave.
It is indeed a 9-speed. Wow. Man, these cards are coming in so hot right now.
Yeah, and this is going to be what looks like +8 damage.
Mm-hmm.
And now we've got a little ice gliding come in. This is now a 10-speed frigid heat wave. Our best block could be on a 12. Oh, okay. The top pro hero is coming in now. This is a 13-speed frigid heat wave.
It is indeed. Man, can this endeavor even pass that?
So let's do some math. Our best block could be on a 15, right? We've got 4, 8, 10 things to commit. So if we check a 5, we commit 10. Oh, no, okay. It looks like we don't have that +1 block mod for that 15. So we're going to go ahead and pick up the cards because a 13-speed frigid heat wave was just a little too much to deal with. What was the damage on that thing, man? It was like...
Man, it had to have been like 17 or something crazy like that. It was big.
Yeah, I think it had to be like 15 upwards, right? Because we had like 7 from Shoto, then we had 3 from the actual asset itself. Holy cow! What a I mean, that was exactly what you prospered, right, Kyle? Just the critical mass point of Shoto has too many attacks. You don't have enough blocks. It didn't even come down to not snack timing to draw cards because we just ran out of stage because, we said, well, here's a season. Here's an ice gliding. Here's a top pro heroes. This is just too fast to handle. This heat wave is just too fast to handle.
Absolutely. That Shoto player, for as controlly as this character is, showing us how aggressive his 80 card Shoto deck can be, which is absolutely wild.
I mean, it's the fire symbol, right? It's the fire symbol, man. Fire is so well known in this format for these massive damage moves. The thing that fire was always lacking in the past has just been ways to cheat progressive and ways to find that speed pump to supplement that damage. Now that we've got things like Season the Advantage, pieces like press conference, it's a lot easier to do a lot more of that rule breaking that a lot of the really good decks have always been famous for. Not to mention, when you put all of that on the back of a character like Shoto 1, it lets you actually survive to that late game state because you have this on face cancel to stop anything that threatens you too hard. It lets you very easily survive to that late game state and build a million foundations where you can just start going, heat wave on an 8 and all this stuff. Twisting Azure, also a massive piece of that, effectively being like a crow and frog takedown replacement in a lot of ways that also puts effectively 1 speed onto all your moves, right? It's just, we've seen Fire slowly but surely pick up so many pieces that have really patched a lot of those holes they faced in the past.
Absolutely agreed. A Fire is certainly under the wire, one of the symbols that has had the biggest glow up, I think, over the last set or two.
Yeah, it's just been a matter of, we haven't really seen a lot of players on it, right? It feels like all of those cards we've been talking about have just seen more usage in other deck types, right?
Absolutely.
No one's really been
Chaos and Earth kind of taking the spotlight a little bit. But Fire still has a lot of those pieces that Chaos and Earth are taking advantage of. It's just probably a little bit less versatile of a symbol, right? But it's I would say it's probably better at getting the kill than Chaos and Earth are, actually.
it's all just dependent on the deck type, right? You know, I
Mhm.
think you nailed it with the versatility comment there. Fire is very much the make thing big symbol.
Yeah.
And
Make
if
thing
your
big, go
rival,
burr.
yeah, and if your rival can consistently deal with make thing big, then you have to think a little bit outside the box, which I can certainly see how like Shoto as a character once again props up a lot of those holes because you just get to cancel stat resets on your face when you're going in
Mhm.
for the kill. That's amazing. That's so strong and so versatile and so consistent. Presents a whole new level of stability to a deck type like this, especially as a seven-hander as well.
Absolutely, absolutely agreed. Shoto certainly fills that out, and that's just kind of the nice part, you know, that you'll see certain characters that are defensive or aggressively leaning, and they'll lean even harder into that, and then you'll see other characters in this game like Shoto, who is obviously kind of a defensive leaning character, for the most part, playing an aggressive deck, and he fills out those holes. You know, it's just kind of the beauty of the choices you get to make in the deck building of this game.
Yeah, and so going into this turn two here, we're going to do the same dance here. I'll open ignited arrow. I'll use ignited arrows enhanced to commit your character. We'll say
Yep.
okay. But thankfully we finally found the second ignited arrow, which is really
Yeah.
what we've been lacking in this previous turns here is finding a way to like go past the Shoto response, right? Because if you're just playing one ignited arrow a turn into this character, you're not actually achieving anything, right? All you're
Yeah.
doing is feeding an ignited arrow once per turn to his response, and that doesn't feel good. That doesn't progress your game state. However, when you have the second one, you do want to feed one to Shoto. That way, you can allow yourself to play your second one.
Absolutely. It's very similar to playing one copy of an attack you want to get off into Toru 1, right? You're just not going to be able to get off the abilities that you want to get off unless you have two.
Right. You're better off just not playing the singular copy because you're not actually
Absolutely.
doing it. In fact, it's even worse into Shoto because when you let him cancel, you let him fill that discard pile up even more and
Mhm.
accelerate his game state. It's like actually beneficial for him for you to be throwing one attack there. But the second
Absolutely.
ignited arrow, he said, look, no matter what happens, Carlos is determined not to allow these ignited arrows to pop off because we took that
Mhm.
one on the chin and went all the way down to a measly little 13 health. That's very scary. That's very, very, very scary to go into the rest of this game with.
It is definitely super scary. Opening with a
So
frigid, never bad.
yeah, never bad, especially when you're able to bink that check. Looking at Carlos's board here, it's much more aggressive than it was last game. We've got Revellatus
Mhm.
Masterpiece for some stat buffs. We've got Fastest Flame for some stat buffs. We've got Ice Gliding for some stat buffs. We've got
Mhm.
Drowning in Resentment for some stat buffs.
Yeah, this this Shoto deck definitely wants to hurt you right now. It wants to hurt people.
Yeah, and you know, when you have an 80 card deck, there's going to be some variants here and there with the kind of stages you end up with.
Mhm.
But pivoting over to Connor stage a little bit, I do really like Connor stage right now. We've got some really fantastic stun hate on board. We've got learning the
Mhm.
standards, which is going to save us from taking too much damage. We've got You're So Obvious, which is just going to be a fantastic, fantastic card in this matchup to help us deal with some of that stat manipulation. You know, kind of like Connor's very own desperate struggle in a manner of speaking.
Yeah, absolutely. I would totally
Speaking
agree.
of, speaking of the desperate struggle, um, seeing this card, I love seeing this card see play because when you compare it to a lot of the other stat resets in the game, this card's pretty overcosted compared to a lot of them. But what's really relevant for the desperate struggle is that symbol spread. Death and fire really don't get things like that. As much as the other symbols get them for a lot cheaper, so it can feel a little bad sometimes. The fact that fire can get something like that at all is a massive commodity, meaning you're so down to shove this three diff with this awful +4 mid block. You're jamming it at 4 copies all day because you're a fire deck that needs to survive.
Yeah, absolutely. That card is so nice for those symbols. Obviously, water did not need that, but death and fire specifically. Uh, this card helps out so much. And flip for a reset is just very powerful. Most resets in MHA format have been destroy, right? To be able to reset. So being able to just flip and then have it still to be able to use aggressively to commit to play attacks, or defensively to commit to play blocks, is just really, really strong.
100%. So we're going to see Blazing Fury as our opener here. This is an interesting one. I feel like we might see Carlos cancel this. I don't know. I don't want to lose 2 health. Maybe I'm just too much of a baby, but losing 2 health at 13 does not feel great. Even though we don't have the momentum to discard, I don't think it would be a bad cancel by any means.
Yeah, I don't know. Me personally, I would be waiting on that prominence burn. I would be saving it for the prominence burn.
We've seen them checked so many times, but we've yet to see one thrown down. And man, as one of my favorite attacks on the Fury package, on those symbols in general, I really want to see some Providence Burn action, Kyle. I'm itching to see some Providence Burns get thrown down.
Agreed. Prominence Burn is such a cool card.
Yeah, I just want to hear on a 7. I want to hear it. We also saw Chivalrous come down this turn, which makes sense. Our rivals already got 5 cards in hand. We can just give them the 6th. It's not a big deal.
Blocking with the seizing. All right.
And okay, so we're gonna follow up the Hellflame Stomp now. And once again, checking really well. We've got some really efficient aggro going on here. I mean, at this point, we're just gonna kind of try and see if we can tax through Carlos's stage a little bit, because his hand is so massive. Really hard to imagine that we don't have our zones covered in our 6 cards, now 5 cards.
Absolutely. But I mean, if this Endeavor player can just keep continuing to check well as they go through their aggro turn, they could eventually just tax this Shoto player enough that they could get one really big attack through and end the game right there. Right.
That's really all it takes, right?
Yeah.
Being
a 7-hander does give you, like, while it gives you those extra cards, it does make you squishier, and that is the downside to being a 7-hander, is that you really can't tank very many attacks to the face like a 6-hander or a 5-hander can.
Yeah, you got to be real airtight on your defense, which is just what we saw Carlos exhibit to that turn. 2 really nice, efficient blocks. Passing into going into his next turn with 4 in hand and not reviewing, that's pretty scary.
Oh yeah.
I would not be surprised to see some pretty serious aggro come down. Seizing also going to be a massive card here, especially into Twisting Azure Inferno. This is going to come down and probably just flip Chivalrous, because Chivalrous is going to respond. But in the event that my rival would let me flip what I want, I'd probably hit Learning the Standards or You're So Obvious. I think Learning the Standards makes more sense, because if we really don't want to deal with You're So Obvious, we can cancel it, right?
Yep. But learning the Standards would be the one that I would want to go for.
Yeah, and then we didn't see Chivalrous come in to intercept the flip, because I'm okay with losing Learning. I'd like to keep my Chivalrous on board. And so now this Twisting Azure is going to start getting real pumped up. It looks like we got a Revel at his Masterpiece damage coming in here. We've also got, scary enough, double Latent Skill on board.
Oh man, we do. This could be a great setup to filter for a ton of orange cards.
Yeah, so we're going to see these guys fight over this Twisting Azure right here quite a lot. We're going to see the Revel come in for 1 damage, Endeavor come in for -4 damage. I believe we can use Shoto to give it 4 damage, which would bring it back up to 5. And then can we find 2 more some other way? I don't believe that we can.
I don't think so.
We're committing 1 for 4. Oh, yeah, and there it
that.
is.
Yeah,
And
that certainly gets you there.
How else do you look when you need a little bit of damage pump in a pinch? This Sugar Rush power up is going to come in big time. And now if we want to use the "you're so obvious" here, we're gonna be destroying it for nothing because we have that Shoto cancel line in the wait, because we got to get this Twisting Azure Inferno online. We just got to.
Yeah, we do. If we're using the Twisting Azure, we really want to get the +1 to checks, -1 to opponents' checks to go off. Otherwise, it was a giant waste of an ultra rare.
Yep. And so now we have the "you're so obvious" coming in, and we're debating the Shoto response here. Although we do have a lot of stats to still keep track of, as our Sugar Rush has brought this up to an 8 mid for 11.
Yeah, a little bit of a scary scary attack to deal with. You definitely got to respect this one.
Yeah, this thing is pretty massive, pretty massive. And he says, okay, so the "you're so obvious" is going to bring it down. We've decided it's not worth Shoto responding. So I guess he just says, I'm actually not going to go much further this turn. I'm content to have just gotten the resources out of you. And he goes to take the 4, which is, I think, also totally what Carlos wants. This has now turned into a get rid of your resources and poke turn. And we got rid of the resources, right? We got a "you're so obvious" flipped. We also like kind of did more damage because Connor lost 2 health to give the -4 damage. And now we actually got the real damage and the momentum in as well. It's a super duper fine turn if Carlos just opts to pull the brakes here.
That is true. And looks like we are only build 1. Okay.
Yeah. Well, we did commit a card from our hand for Sugar Rush, right? And
That
for
is
seizing,
true.
right? We did actually play 4 cards that turn. And we are going to take that momentum. We do have the Ice Storms in our deck. We've got those momentum outs here and there. We also got Connor to activate Learning the Standards after taking that Twisting Azure as well. Just, again, posturing even more value out of I'm going to stop attacking. I think that turn was actually really fantastic for Carlos. A lot of really hidden value in that turn. No, our momentum. No.
Oh, no.
These
sad days.
These Blazing Furies just will not stop coming in, man.
Yeah. Man, as someone who does have to face Endeavor somewhat regularly and plays characters that, shall we say, rely on their momentum, this card is really annoying.
No. Blazing Fury is very good. It's just a very like it's a very on-demand card, right? Like if this is what you're trying to do, if you just really hate your rival having momentum, just play this thing. Just slam it on a 5 and just get rid of their momentum all day, every day. And we're gonna lose 2 health.
Solid opener.
Those lose 2 healths are really stacking up on our 20 health character.
Oh yeah, if Endeavor can just set up a couple of burns, maybe a prominence burn. Come on, come on, baby.
Please, on a 7, man. On a
Give
7.
me a prominence burn. Come on.
Oh, but this ice storm block is gonna be really massive. I don't know if we get to go on a 7 anymore, Kyle.
Yeah, we might get to go on a 9. Come on, be greedy once.
That's effectively what it would be, right? That's effectively what it would be, is on a 9. Really debating. We're holding this one card like our life depends on it. Okay, we're gonna go for the safe option here. Throw out a hardened jab. Checking a 1 though does not feel good. We're gonna have to commit 4 resources to this.
All right.
I mean, yeah, like, right, we've embarked upon this path. We've got to go for it. We're gonna get to refund one of them with the jab, so it doesn't feel that bad. But we're just throwing a lot of very slow mid attacks right now. And this is rough. The cancel coming in for the hardened jab. We are not going to get to refund this.
And that is definitely the right play from the Shoto. I'd cancel that jab 100 out of 100 times.
Yeah, it effectively reads discard a card from your rival's hand and commit one of their foundations. Yeah, all damn canceling. We're going to put a little bit of speed on this, but we're going to see Carlos really utilize the bits of defense that he has across the fire symbol. Ice Gutting come in for a...
Oh, no, another breaker block.
Another breaker block. That does not feel good. We're going to take half and go to 6, but Man, all of this breaker is committing Connor out so hard. It's not looking good for the backswing, Kyle. I think his backswing is going to be something fierce,
but if he finds the right 4-diff, he is still Endeavor. He could just kill him.
It's not impossible. It's not impossible. At the same time, though, we got that desperate struggles lying in wait.
Very true.
they got a little mix up. He was going to commit a foundation there, and Carlos is now clarifying that this is actually Ice Wall, not Ice Storm. You don't have to commit anything. It's Breaker 1, not Breaker 2. Yep. You know, if you were a brand new player, what?
What is happening? What?
He's going sicko mode?
Oh no. Oh no.
This might be game.
This might be game right here.
This is now a 5-speed move.
Uh-huh.
I think we have to flip Desperate Struggle to cancel that speed bonus. Otherwise, because that makes it unblockable.
Yeah.
I mean, it might already be unblockable depending on what the block in our hand is. It looks like we're doing the math here, because at a 5 speed, our best block could be on an 8, and he says I can't pass it anyway because the best thing I've got is a +2 block. Wow, that was crazy.
That was out of nowhere. But I mean, the Shoto was at 6 health, right? If you find if you just happen to find that right attack, you really got to go for it in a situation like what they were in. And that's exactly what happened, and Endeavor got rewarded for taking the leap.
Yeah. And so really interesting too, right? Is like we played our 2-diff foundation to circumvent the Breaker 1. But it was only a Breaker 1, right? So like there was actually no need to go that way.
Well, I think the idea in that player's head was I can circumvent the Breaker 1, and then if I check bad, I can still commit a couple cards and then have that foundation on the board and then just not go in. Whereas if I check good, I get the foundation and then I get to go in still.
Right, because that way, you're 100% right, Kyle. Because then if we check bad on the Blazing Fury, and we have to fail it, right? If we check bad, we have to fail that attack. Now we have learning the standards on board, which could be like our only lifeline. Man, what a super duper tight aggro line there. I mean, I also can't fault Connor for going for it though, right? Because he's in a position where, like, I mean, at 20 health, I think we had +5 damage to the moves via Shoto, and there just wasn't a world anymore where we were just more than likely not surviving that backswing.
Absolutely. After that brutal game 1 swing that Endeavor went through, I would not want to be taking chances. I would be trying to hurt this Shoto at 6 health.
Yeah, you kind of just enter sometimes you just enter a world where, a lot of people have very different perspectives on this, right? They're like, okay, if you're in game 2 and you're down a game, you don't get to take risks like that. But sometimes the scenario is the exact opposite. Sometimes those risks those risks that are open to you are the only way to actually make sure you can win the round. It's a matter of are you trying to play to lose or not? And with 15 minutes on the clock, like realistically, Connor needed to end that game right then, right there, right now, in order to have any hopes of actually winning this round with 2 victories on the clock.
Absolutely, I totally agree.
And a beautiful, beautiful build coming in. Oh
yeah, Endeavor looking to be in a fantastic position.
He's got another one. Oh my god, he was considering playing another 0.
Oh, should have gone for it. He only had 3. It wasn't going to hurt you.
Yeah, I would have gone. I would have so gone for it.
I would have absolutely gone for it.
Yeah, with 15 minutes on the clock, we get to really take advantage of Shoto's early game weakness, where you can just disrespect his aggro so hardcore. So
absolutely,
hardcore.
You can just
really can't do anything.
Beat the crap out of the Shoto if you want to.
Yeah, it's not necessarily like he's just not going to be in a position so early on where he's able to really punish you with any kind of like real aggression. So we're
Mhm.
going to see a very, very aggressive build 5 pass here, holding 2 cards. Definitely not a wide array of blocks here. Very possible we take some damage this turn. But if Carlos
Absolutely.
wants to have any hope of actually, closing this out, not in a tie, he's going to have to build really aggressively, really wide, and make sure that he has a big enough stage to try and close the game. Alternatively, a big enough stage just to survive and tie, because tying is better than losing.
Absolutely. If you can't get the win, you at least want to go for that tie. But I get the feeling that these two players are definitely going to be trying to bum rush each other and go for that win.
I mean, we're right back into our classic dance, Kyle.
Yep.
We've
Here-
opened with
here it
Ignited
comes.
Arrow. How do you feel about that?
Yep.
How do you feel about that?
Hopefully this Endeavor player has that second ignited arrow, so that the Shoto player kind of gets to get punished if they use the cancel on it.
That would be the make or break, right? So we're gonna see Connor invest 3 damage into this Ignited Arrow now,
Mhm.
and it looks like we didn't cancel.
We did not.
We didn't cancel, and we blocked it, which is pretty
Okay.
spicy. However, we sure did block it with a big fat breaker too, meaning that if Connor wants to, Hellflame Stomp coming in right off the top. I mean, if Connor wants
Okay.
to aggress here, he's going to have to at least commit a couple Foundations best case scenario.
Absolutely. But I think you maybe just take the poke here and pass and then try and go in really hard the next turn.
Yeah, I don't know if that half block was worth it. It's really hard to say. Breaker 2 is always so attractive, especially
Yeah.
if you feel threatened in a lot of ways. And we've got another
All right,
low
we're
attack
just going
now.
in. Okay.
And we've
Check a
we've
3.
Yep, we're going to be checking a 3 after that breaker. So again, best case scenario here, only having to commit a couple Foundations is going to feel really good. And man, if Carlos held on to a mid block and a high block here, we're about to get extremely beat up by this rapid punches and the Hellflame Stomp that could follow it.
Yep, this rapid punch is not going to feel good if there's no low blocks in that Shoto's hand.
Yeah, it's going to be a little rough. We're going to see the investment into the speed here. Okay, we've got some kind of a block here because we're going to see I'll Protect You come in for that nice -3 speed. This is super duper blockable now, and if we get the full block on this, I definitely don't think that we can count to 16. However, there's a very, very solid chance that some more damage comes on the board. Simply because, like we were saying earlier, like Connor can just really, really disrespect the aggression here.
Absolutely.
Like, Carlos is not going to be able to mount that much of a backswing. Anything that we mount is going to be off of the back of 5-8 Foundations, which for this Shoto deck is not a very massive stage. I mean, we do have some damage pump on board, and like we are just playing the fire attacks. So there's a world where we can find damage, but finding damage into 2 learning the standards is going to be really tough.
Yeah, it's going to be tough, especially after we just gave up one of our frigids. That hurts.
Yeah, that's another thing. We just blocked with 2 attacks. We've destroyed our sculpt, so we've just got to hope to find some more good ones, or just get another build turn in to try and survive this game and bring it to a tie. But we finally have our very own Ignited Arrow. Interesting.
There we go.
Yeah, the check is not beautiful, but as always, seizing the advantage is going to come in and help us out a little bit. Are we going to see, once again, we're not going to see the chivalrous intercept the flip here. We're going to allow one of our learnings to get flipped. Just, hey, I've still got one. It's not a big deal. I want to maintain that draw power on my stage.
Absolutely.
Which I don't disagree with. Like it definitely feels like Connor has the pressure when it comes to the damage being threatened and the life totals being a whole 13 points ahead just because of who these characters are up against each other. But Carlos has got the stage, man. And if we can speed through these turns fast enough to where the clock isn't what takes us out, there's most certainly a world where that on stage Foundation resource battle was what's going to bring Carlos ahead in the long run.
Totally agree.
So we got some little damage pumps coming in here. We got a Revelators Masterpiece coming in. It looks like we've used Endeavor to minus that damage up.
It does indeed.
Ooh, we sure do have 2 Frozens on board.
We do.
Really very aggressive here.
Going for the kill on the low foundation count. I mean, this Shoto could very easily clear up this game if he wants to.
We could just check 5s, take lives here. You know, we could just Uno reverse our friend Connor here.
It is 2 fire symbol characters playing Ignited Arrow.
This is very, very true. Despite playing on the Earth symbol right now, there's still a lot of fire from both sides of the table. Successive ignited arrows is going to feel very, very good here. Ooh, this is interesting. He says, you know what? I know the Frozens are going to commit my whole board anyway, so I'll just commit this Masked Menace now for a little bit of damage reduction on the board.
Yeah, why wouldn't you?
Interesting. Yeah, no, why wouldn't you? Especially when you do still have Endeavor's -4 speed on face to fall back on. If you really, there's still a world where if we get fully committed out, we can find a block still.
Mm-hmm.
Wow, opting just to take this once again on the chin. Getting a lot of free damage through. Says, look, you're posturing that you're trying to check 5s, take lives right now. All I can do is try and deny you having the attacks in hand.
Absolutely.
With 4 cards in hand, though, and the -4 speed on face, I think we're really posturing the ability to block something throughout this turn, where I just don't know that if we find 15.
Yep. And it looks like the Shoto couldn't or decided that it was not the best idea to continue that aggro turn, opening up this Endeavor player to possibly take the game, depending on what their hand ended up looking like.
It's not impossible.
No review is horrifying. Review is horrifying for this Shoto player.
4 in hand, right?
Oh man. Oh no.
Well, we know that the Hellflame
is gonna hurt him.
We know that the Hellflame Stomp is in there, right? So we know that that's sitting there. It's rough. We do have an Ice Gliding and we do have a Heroic Lineage on board. So we do.
I just really hope we see the 7 diff. I just hope we see it.
A Prominence Burn would be really, really sick. However, at the same time, running a Prominence Burn into Shoto 1 might not feel as good. That is the biggest. Yeah, that's my cancel. I'm canceling the remove from the card pool burn 3 all day, every day.
Absolutely. But if you can manage to bait that Shoto's cancel early, that Prominence Burn is going to come in and hurt them.
It most certainly will. So we might see the dance circumvent once more. Last game, we've seen Carlos hold off that Shoto response for more critical moments throughout this round. And we might be able to get some free ignited arrows in out of the respect that Carlos has to give to the Prominence Burn play.
Absolutely.
So we're gonna see these guys dancing a lot here. A big thing right now is that both of Connor's quick to acts are online. That's actually massive. That's so huge. Putting 2 speed on every move right now is going to be very, 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 very pivotal. And we're going to be really, really fighting for a speed battle on this ignited arrow. He says, I do really want to block this. I think if there's any saving grace this turn, it's going to be that Connor's only got 6 foundations, 5 ready foundations. If he does want to find lethal this turn, it is going to be a very check 5s, take lives scenario.
Absolutely. Absolutely. But that is just the situation that we're in. We only got a few minutes left in the round and then maybe a turn or 2 of overtime and that'll be it. Right. So you're definitely in a situation where you just have to go for it. And here comes the Prominence Burn.
We're checking the 5s, but are we taking the lives? That is the big question here. So you have to Shoto cancel this remove, right?
Yeah, you can't let the remove happen because if you let the remove happen, it's over. It's just over.
As much as I'd love to,
very clearly has a lot of attacks in hand.
Yeah, as much as I'd love to cancel the remove for speeds, because that That's a lot of speed to stop. I don't think you're allowed to let your rival clear the card pool here, especially not burn you for 3. I mean, 6 high is definitely not unblockable here. Oh, for 2 speed, okay. 8 high is a little more stressful now.
Yep, it's quite stressful here.
It's a little stressful. I could see a world where we just have to take this on the chin, especially because the quick to axe haven't come in yet. We've got our heroic lineage still, but we need our rival to increase their damage before that minus speed can come in.
And there's the Shoto cancel coming in.
Yep. Shoto's gonna be coming in here. Oh, but the remove is a cost.
Oh, so you're right. It totally is. Oh my god, this card is so much better.
Kyle, this is a little shaky now. That might not be the correct cancel anymore.
Remove is a cost. Wow.
Ooh. Okay, so we just used our manly friendship to pump the damage, but we've opted not to respond with the heroic lineage. He says this is not worth blocking. I'm going to 4, and then we're gonna full block from there on out. Which with the next one coming with 2 speed is really scary.
Yeah, it's gonna be very scary. This Shoto is really praying that some bad checks happen right now.
Yeah, we've been rolling them so far throughout this turn, but we have to see if Connor can continue the hot streak. There goes that Hellflame Stomp coming in once again, checking beautifully. The commits are not coming in, and now this is really scary because it's coming in with 2 speed. It's gonna put 2 speed from its own enhance, and Endeavor can put 2 speed on it. And I don't think, and we never have to give our rival a window to heroic lineage. Oh, this is scary. And the quick to axe are going to come in. Oh my god, I totally forgot about the quick to axe, Kyle.
Man, this attack is so fast.
Oh my goodness.
So fast.
And the important part is it's lethal. Because we ate that prominence burn, it's super lethal now. And he shows, oh, real rough on the zone.
There it is. Daddy giving son a spank.
Giving him a little spanking with just a couple minutes left on the clock. Endeavor barely squeaking by and showing Shoto why he's still not quite ready to ascend into the world of the top pro heroes. But he certainly gave him a run for his money in that very, very fiery match. That was so cutthroat, so holds barred, man. Those guys were going for the throat nonstop. It was really
family business. You always have to go for the throat. There's a lot of passion involved. So
all's fair in family, man. All's fair in family business. We saw game 1. We saw Carlos execute his game plan perfectly. We survived. We tanked. We made every perfect cancel. We put all of the stat resets on board, all the speed reduction on board, and then we just got 20 ranged attacks in our discard pile and called it a day. That happened game 1, and then Connor said, absolutely not. We're going for the throat from here on out. We are not giving you a chance to breathe at any point in time. We are taking the aggressive lines. We are jumping the fences. We are taking the risks, and we are taking the lines that we need to find victory and cleanly turn that out from a first game loss into a clean 2 victory match. What a sick set between those 2 players.
Absolutely. Very, very, very solid game play from both players, and very cool thematic games.
Absolutely. We love to see the in-lore battles. It seems that Shoto has a few character cards to go until he's finally ready to take his old man's place. But for now, we've got Connor moving on into round 3 with this Endeavor 2 deck. Very cool stuff to see, and a whole lot of back and forth. I think that was my favorite part about that matchup, is so much back and forth. The stat battles, oh my god, the stat battles, Kyle.
Oh yeah. It's always great when you have 2 stat controlling characters playing the game against each other, because there's so much back and forth, so many small little decisions that need to be made that are super impactful toward the game.
Yep, makes it a pure delight to both commentate and to watch. But we've got so much more MHA left in store for you guys, and the clock is a ticking. So Mr. Kyle and I are going to bounce out for a bit, and we're going to line up something hopefully as awesome for round 3 for you guys. Don't go anywhere, heroes.
All right, players, competitors, fans of the game, we are back for round 3, and we have a great matchup here for this round. We got Death Bakugo 1 against a Order Sato 1. This is gonna be a fun match. All I can say.
Absolutely, I'm super excited for this.
I'll go check out the
Or
stream.
obviously Sato being one of the better
they're
Earth decks in this format. It's nice seeing this character under another symbol. So I'm excited to see how this Order Kicks Sato deck plays out. And then Death Bakugo being just a very cool deck in general, and a deck that I personally truly enjoy. I have a local who plays it very regularly, and plays specifically a very similar build to this, and it's always very fun sitting across the table from that deck. So I imagine we are in for quite the games.
Yeah, this is good. This is gonna be a good matchup. River made top cuts at the Kansas City RLE last weekend with a very similar list. It looks like they've gone back to the tank a little bit, made some adjustments. I can definitely tell their sideboard they've made adjustments from the sideboard. But this deck is, it's a tight deck. It's a 51 card Sato deck. They're gonna go through that deck really quick with Sato's ability.
Absolutely, it does indeed seem like this Sato deck wants to hurt people a little more than other Sato decks.
Mm-hmm.
And this Bakugo, both players getting like a really solid opening build with multiple good foundations for both of their strategies. We're seeing sticky balls and heroic lineage over here, and two copies of Let's Fight Bad Guys over here.
Ooh, that's a great start.
And the Shoto card that gives 2 speed, gross.
Oh yeah, the Shigaraki, yeah, the in control.
Or Shoto,
yeah.
Shigaraki.
Shigaraki, yeah, that in control. I saw a lot of people playing that last weekend on all 3 of those symbols, and while it's really good for the speed, I've seen that hit the throws hit like, oh, you're trying to play a throw? We're not letting that happen here.
Absolutely. That it is a super versatile piece. I find myself throwing it in a lot of my own personal decks as a 4-of, just because it has so many different ways that you get to use this card. Again, hitting the game from all aspects that it can, right? Plus, it's a low block. Like, card is very much worth its 4-check.
We're just seeing like another build out. We're playing a friendly game here. We're like, I'm gonna build. All right, I don't like my hand. Let's just build another 4. Let's get our.
We're just playing a fair game of UFS here.
So we got a good build out. We do see on the board. We've got a sticky balls. I mean, Order got like the sticky balls. It's got a heroic lineage built out now with those lines. Like, those are good cards. This is gonna be you have enough defense where, like, oh, are we getting the? I don't like my hand says build out as well. We're gonna get some assets on this board.
Yeah, getting these 2 very powerful assets ready to go. The Bakugo player kind of setting up for a much stronger long chain because they're getting that extra foundation, and specifically those 2 cards. Man, this generating momentum off of this terrain is going to be huge for this Bakugo, I think.
Oh yeah, battle arena, both directions can do a lot here. Like the going in, like this goes both ways. It's like, while this card is in your stage at the start of the end phase, if the player who dealt damage this turn get to gain a momentum. Like, it's just like, all right, I doesn't matter if like you just get like an extra momentum, and with the Fury attack lineup, you got Howitzer Impact Cyclone is a big one for this. Having the momentum to play for a Blast Rush Turbo, which we've seen checked already. Those are strong cards that have that extra momentum. in the
Absolutely.
game, right?
Not to mention the commit for +2 to your check just basically makes this card a foundation, which is a better foundation, which is just so valuable. And the card in general is uber powerful. It's the one card that when I sit down and I'm brewing for my Moneta lists, it makes me consider playing the other two symbols, right? That's how powerful this card is to me.
All right, so we're seeing River lead with the reciprocal send, like possibly it's possibly one of the best lead attacks on order, in my opinion. I play a lot of orders, and I'm like, just the idea of like, I'm gonna just put a little damage on this. I'm gonna draw a card. I'm gonna Sato, and I'm just be like, okay, do you want to block this? And usually there's like 4 mid-6s commonly in Sato, and that's what we're seeing here. And like 4 mid-6s, it's damage. It's something nobody wants to block because they know if they have another kick, it's just the next kick is going to be painful.
Absolutely. It is certainly a formidable opener, to say the least. Especially coming from a character like Sato, because they're able to give it a little bit extra damage, stun a card, filter on top of the extra draw. It's just very, very powerful. And when you're at a lower foundation count, which 5 is not exactly a huge amount, right? Sato being able to stun out your board in the early attack phases is going to hurt defense wise.
All right, so we're seeing the +2 to a kick. The +2/+2 to a kick is still floating here because obviously they didn't play a kick as their second attack. They led with the electric jolt, which is kind of like order bread and butter. Like, I can't think of a lot of order decks that don't play this card somewhere between their main and side.
Absolutely.
And it's just a guaranteed damage. This is it's a mini. It's essentially what one of my newer locals calls it. Oh, it's a mini throw, and I'm like, that's a good descriptor. I'm like,
yep.
You full walk it, you get that one in, and that one in this matchup can get you a face up for a target commit. It gets you in this situation an extra momentum off the battle arena. So it's a lot of stats get added in here.
Absolutely,
plus,
it's crazy powerful.
Yeah, then obviously with the making a stand on the board, like, hey, it's an attack I don't have to give stun, so it just has an auto +1 damage. So you're like, all right, I'm just gonna +1. Ooh, that's a ball there. The good old showdown.
Yep.
Oh, we are. This is gonna
classic
be okay.
cards. I'm having flashbacks from back in the day. I don't know about you.
I am too. Good targets on those commits. Taking the requesting assistance and the heroic lineage. Those are definitely 2 cards I would not want to. I want to have ready for my opponent's deck for coming back for when I'm trying to come back in after this. But River is being aggressive here. They check the 3 on this electric jolt.
Going for those
pressure.
jolts is going to be very powerful, despite the how greedy that play may have been.
Yep. So we're gonna give it an extra stun here. We're gonna get an extra stun on the board to pretty much commit out, and we're gonna get in there for a nice 5 damage, which is respectable at this point. That having the 2 jolts when your opponent going back to the Bakugo turn, they're going to ready up with 5 foundations. If they play an attack, it's just going to be like, all right, I'm going to double jolt you. Try to do something. Try to, especially if they play like one of their 5 diffs as a lead. That could be a tough spot for them. Let's see what they're going to. Oh.
All right. Checking the 3 there is unfortunate.
Yeah, those promo heroic lineages look so good.
Oh yeah, all of those fantasy promos look fantastic. Yep. And it looks like he is indeed going for the commit. I would say that is a correct play. Having that extra heroic is going to be huge, and it's not like they had to give up the sticky balls for it.
Yeah, heroic lineage is one of those foundations. My apologies. That it goes both ways. It's like, all right, you gave it damage. I'm gonna reduce the speed. I gave it speed. I'm like an EX. So I'm like, all right, let's commit these for +2 damage. Like, it kind of lost a lot. I feel like it's one of those cards that was really big, and like the set 1 format, it was really big in the set 2 format. Set 3, it kind of the symbols on it kind of lost their. I say lost their way. That's the best way how I describe it. And now it's starting to see this, like with League of Villains and the rising strength of Vile Seizing, more people are coming back to like, all right, I'm gonna play Order, but I don't want to play Kicks, so I'm gonna play some Vile Seizings. And so what do I need for? If I'm not playing Kicks, what do I do? It's like, well, trying to push with Vile Seizing and playing Order good stuff, you might as well play one of Order's strongest foundations.
Absolutely. It's one of the better foundations under the symbol. The main thing setting it apart from other cards like it is that it needs things to trigger it, as opposed to something like Jiro's foundation. That is escaping me for some reason. The -3 speed, which just happens, right?
Yeah. Like you're putting it. So we're gonna see the sticky balls activated here. We're gonna do the flip enhance to put a card in the pool. I think that's a good way to break it. Either can break up combo, because there's howitzer impact cyclone. We've seen one checked already. Like
absolutely,
breaking up that combo, and also making the questionable play of like, hey, you're gonna play your 4 or 5. If you're checking a 6 here, you have to check you're playing him on a 6. It's gonna be a little tough, but we'll see what happens on this play.
Absolutely agree. I think breaking up that combo is going to be huge in this deck. So sticky is going to be one of those great equalizers.
Yeah. I think the line we're going to see from River is, I think we're taking this on the chin. It's gonna be a lot of damage, but we don't block. We have 2 cards in their pool now, and we've used the electric jolts to tap out the board, tap out the 2 of their ready foundations.
Mm-hmm.
That's a good way to stave off a lethal turn, because sometimes Bakugo decks can just go, I win. Like you just go like 1 attack, 2 attack, 3 attack, you're dead. 4 attack, you're dead. So we're going from 29 down to 20. Actually, one more. Yeah. 29. Try to see the extra 1. Oh, plus there it is. Okay, now I see that. I think I see where the +1 was. Ooh,
Bakugo. All right, going for the build 2.
Yep. Pay costs. Gotta destroy it first. You gotta go for the wins form. It does require the destroying per cost first. So they destroy that foundation, and then build 2 off the top, remove the go for the win. Now they're kind of in a little bit of a safer situation. Like it's like, all right, I'm gonna get another attack off here, but
absolutely
still writing the check here. Let's see what we get out of this. Oh
wow. Oh wow. Checking a 6 too. What a champion. What an absolute champion.
All right. So, since this is a mid attack, it'll get applied +3 damage. And once the attack is past its check. So, in response, we're getting -3 speed on the heroic lineage. That's definitely the right line here. It's like, I don't know. This is definitely a spot where, like, okay, I think they're gonna give it +2.
Coming in with that 2 speed bump, making it just on that edge where 1 off block zone may fail that Sato player.
Yeah, this definitely could put River in a bad spot here. Because blocking this is they got it. He's like, had
got
it. Mid. Clears the pool, and now what else? Does he have more gas? Does Johnny have more gas? That's what it's going to come down to.
That is the question here, and it looks like they're doing some sort of math, so I would imagine the gas is coming. Okay.
Ooh.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
Oh, +2.
Oh, right.
+2 from Arena.
They have the asset. Oh, no.
We both forgot about the asset. We both like, he has Arena out.
Look, it sneaks up on you. That asset catches everyone off guard.
Yeah, because you're like, oh, they have one foundation left. They're good. And then, like, respond +2 to check. I'm like, oh,
Absolutely.
that's good.
Seems
Like,
strong.
This Bakugo is doing a lot with very little. Like, this Bakugo player has no remorse here. It is just like, all right, I'm blowing up my board. I'm
Yep.
trying to get as much damage in here because, like, they're powering up their grenaders. They're just like, all right, +1. And then maybe this might be the attack they press the button on the grenader and be like, okay, +3 more.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see what this thing's up to 10 damage. It's like, okay. Like, just ramping upward. Like, we're counting
Man,
up.
if this Bakugo player gets another 4 diff in their hand and just checks the 5, they could just end the game right here.
8, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Okay, yep, or they can do that and
Hey, Plastic Rush Turbo is a 4 low base.
Yep. And it's about to
And
get 1/3.
yep, because a card has been discarded. So now
Yep,
it's a 5 low.
This is very unfortunate for this Sato player. I don't think they can recover.
Yeah, I think Rivers.
Yep, there it is.
That didn't look like a kill turn at all when it started, but it just good checks. I think the checking the 6 on the second long lasting really, like, when you're playing that on a 7, that could go.
Yep.
You could check anywhere, not that 6, and it could go all different directions for you.
Yeah, that 6 check very much sealed the deal for this Bakugo player, I think. And that's just kind of the nature of the Bakugo, right? Bakugo is very much able to make very little foundations feel like a giant board when it's really not.
Yeah. We're gonna be we're heading to the board here. Looks like River is looking at about a 2-card swap, which is about looking at the board. I could see. A couple of options here. Like, I fulfill my duty. I could see bringing in some number of runaways. Those are seem like the best ones with this matchup. But one of those, like, some number of those cards coming in. Bakugo's doing a look and hasn't made a decision yet.
Yeah, I would have to imagine forcing the surrenders coming in just because Sticky Balls is in the opponent's deck.
That's definitely a possibility here. That's probably it. Like, I don't expect. We have some characters here. This is a clown car sideboard, as we like to refer to it here in Rochester, where you got some friends hiding away for you. There's some good ones too. I mean, the Eraserhead and No Move, those are out of the sideboard on death, are really strong.
Absolutely. Although I don't know if you need either of them in this specific matchup.
No, because like, for the most part, Sato is very much like a hitting. Most of the attacks start coming in at about the 6 damage range, like maybe a little up and over that. But after that, like, it's except for like a Recipro Burst, which we've seen checked, or possibly on here. Let's see, look at anything else could really, like, hey, this could be big damage. But like, I think like a big damage, the only big damage attack is the Recipro Burst. They could just go like, all right, this is doing more than double its printed damage. You want No Move for that situation.
Yep. That so yeah, the No Move wouldn't exactly be the best spot. I don't know. The Eraserhead, like, on one hand could be fine. Reducing speed to kind of circumvent your stuff getting stunned could be good. But at the same time, I just think going for the kill with Bakugo is just going to be, or not. They absolutely disagree with me.
We're going. I think this may be a line of I'm going second situation. I'm expected to go second here, and I'm going to go to this character going second and see what happens. This is where I'm better in this situation. Like, Eraser going second, you can get an aggressive build, and you just have all the checks. So
absolutely. They could also just be pulling a classic Sean O'Brien, shuffling their character back in just to make them think they're swapping, right?
That's true. I've seen him do it more than a few times. Let's see what decisions are in. Like, we're doing a little pile shuffle here. We're trying to move. We're moving. We're between games. both players are moving at a proper pace, so you can't.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody's holding the clock up. Let's see what happens after this. I mean, we just want to make like sometimes some of these decks, you can get those situations where like you're playing like in that mid 50, I call it like the mid 50s range of attacks, like the 55 to 60. Like sometimes you're playing like sometimes your attacks can get clumped up pretty good. You got to really got to make sure you're doing a big spread with the pile shuffles. I've seen people use these there's a new app that some players use for shuffling that makes like a piles of up to 20, and they're just like it just keeps telling you a number and you're supposed to drop it in that pile spot. It's crazy.
Interesting.
Nobu.
Interesting. Okay.
Did not expect the Nomu.
Maybe they're just that scared of the Recipro Burst.
It's possible. Maybe they saw that one Recipro Burst check. They're like, I just want to be able to kill them. Like, I won't lie, Nobu does present a lot of damage.
Yeah.
And if you get the line for it, Nobu does Nobu things. But when you're not, I feel like there's a thing with Def Nobu. We've seen a couple of different variants on him recently. I've seen the Nido Lunge build has been kind of a thing around my locals. I got one of the new players playing Nido Lunge into Wing Nomu, and that's just a lot of damage.
yeah, it's a wee bit of damage there.
Do you have free high blocks? Well, no, then you're going to take a lot of damage.
Mm-hmm.
But let's see. Let's see what happens here.
All right.
Looks
like they are about to get going. Starting off with one of the best 3 diffs in the game right now.
League Invitation
that card is so good.
Like League Invitation just is. I don't like to say I don't throw the word staple around a lot, but man, that card just more and more I see it being played. I'm like, that's just a staple.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, it's uninteractable speed, potential commit to, or selective committal. Like cards, just crazy strong.
Yeah, I like doing the like -2 to your check, and then like not using the enhancement until the next attack. It's like, all right, -2 to try to block. No, I'm like, all right, now I'm gonna make you make a check against a 7, and we're gonna try to. I'm gonna target. I mean, you're gonna stun 2, or I'm gonna get what I need out of the way.
Yeah, that card certainly is seeing a lot of play, a lot of well-deserved play in a lot of different decks, not just in Shigaraki.
All right, so we're gonna start out with the once again reciprocal extend lead here.
Yeah,
we're gonna put some block start. Looks like we're doing some minus speed with Nomu. You know what that means? I think Nomu's gonna block for once.
Yep, it's looking like they are going to block, and the 4 damage attack certainly is the correct choice to block here.
Oh yeah, we're gonna do the good old Sato send away. Get +1 damage, and we're gonna get the stun 1.
Absolutely.
And
I mean, if this Nomo player can just keep Sato off the momentum, it may not particularly matter whether or not the Recipro Burst can or can't come in, right?
I like the play. I like the play of the enhance on the invitation. Like we're just like, oh, you -2 speed me. I'm like, okay, well, I'm gonna -2 to your check.
Yep,
we're back to where we started.
We're back to square one. We're just doing more math to do it.
Yep. Ooh.
All right, going for a half block here.
All right,
but that half block is gonna be brutal.
Yep. It's like, all right, I'll take 3. My health is gigantic, but and I'm just gonna take 3 here and commit to your foundations and once again prioritizing the right cards, like getting the requested. Like I know I'm giving them momentum, so committing requested assistance is solid, and getting one of the self-sacrifice off the board. This is a card I have not seen in a minute. Recipro Acceleration Kick. So this is kind of like was the Kick's bread and butter for him. When the Kick deck was really in prominence, this card was like the big finisher. You can remove kicks from your card pool to pay for the EX cost, and it combos making your opponent randomly discard a card, then draw a card.
Yeah,
we've
this
got the
this card is so powerful and very underrated. But I think people just kind of got a little backed away a little bit from the kick package, and it fell off before it could really make a huge impact, I think.
Yeah, and this deck is definitely, and now with we're seeing order kicks coming back around with this Sato deck. Like, why not? Just like, all right, I'm gonna leave with Recipro. I'll leave with the extend. Extend gets blocked. Here comes my Recipro. Gets a card out of my pool, and I'm gonna send this. This thing's gonna come in for 7 low 9. Like,
Yep.
you want to? It's like, this is a tough one to like Noah's like, all right, I guess I'm Nomuing. I'll take 6.
It's very dangerous. And then coming in with another build, what a successful turn for this Sato player.
Yeah, that went from like, this could go south to, all right, I'm back in this.
This Nomu player probably hoping for a small poke and then just a really solid build.
Yeah, like, definitely wants a, like, the thing is that with this deck, the Fury package now is it has several attacks that just net you cards. With Bile Seizing, Stun Grenade, you could casino your way to another attack. Halter Impact Cyclone is another way. Like, you just have these little ways to incrementally get, like, all right, I +1. Got enough momentum, you could +3. I've seen those Impact Cyclones do a lot of work with that.
Absolutely.
Well, let's see what the build out here is. Like, the board is, one stack time, if they're willing to trade for it, but it looks like we're just gonna build. It looks like we're in a build out mode.
Yep, just a build, which isn't terrible on turn 2. Like that is traditionally what you want to do, is build out 2 turns and then start going in. So
yeah,
it's not bad by any means.
Nope, we're getting the Arrogant Disposition, a Night Watch, and one of my personal favorite cards, Struggling with Studies.
Struggling with studies, a card that I play a lot personally as well. Just all around perfect defensive piece, honestly.
Yeah, nobody wants to keep that, especially when you have like attacks coming and going out of the pool, and you're just like, oh, I have definitely played it and forgot that I played into it, when I'm like, oh, I played 3 attacks even though I have 2 attacks in my pool because I cleared 1 out, and I'm like, oh, walked right into it, like, oh, well, but you get to pick up that Ice Storm again. Good job.
Yeah, here comes back Minetta's cheerful uppercut. Yeah, yep. It's very unfortunate when you run into that card.
All right, here comes kind of a new addition to the kick package. Gecko Stop. 3 low for 6 with a Deadlock Enhance, which is, hey, I will say, like, the Deadlock Enhance on this card is pretty strong. Of +3 speed to this attack, +3 speed to your next. But if it's completely blocked, build the top card of your deck. That can do a lot here.
Yeah, absolutely. This card is so cool in Nomu because it's a 3 low for 11. They're gonna block it, right? They're gonna try to block it at least, right? And if you can put any sort of speed hate on it, like, you can really just punish the opponent. And either way you win. You either get that foundation to commit and reduce something to 6, or you deal 11 damage. Sometimes both, right?
Yeah. So the stop just went in for 6, and the Nobu was like, all right, I'll take it. That's like, all right, I'm gonna, like, Sato gets free momentum. That's what Sato got there. And now we're gonna now we got the Jolt coming in, and the Jolt starts at making a lot of thoughts here. I think they're, yep. We are going to remove we're gonna Night Watch and remove a Showdown. I believe we are canceling the if it's block deal 1. I believe that's what was just canceled.
Which means we got a mid block coming in to keep them off the Jolt.
Which, again, with Nobu doesn't like Jolt. Nobu is not a fan of it, because what it does, it takes off one of his put back to 6. But if anything, Sato is just the River's doing a really good job of pestering the Nomu. Like just like, all right, I'm gonna make you use your enhanced cancellation. I'm making you making you have to play cards out of your like. It's like, oh, you held blocks. Well, to try to sculpt the hand, like I'm gonna make you play those blocks. Like that's a great place to do. They're just Yep, we're just gonna go with the block. Yep, see right there for Like I would definitely want to play in that long lasting explosion as an attack instead of a block, but this is definitely a situation where you don't want the jolt in the momentum.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so Sato takes that momentum off the Gecko Stomp. Nobu's gonna just keep his one card and draw 4, and we're gonna see what happens here. Maybe we'll start seeing some damage come out of this.
Yeah, some Nomu aggression would be nice. We want to see some like 14 damaged attacks coming out. And here's one of the big ones coming right out the gate.
Coming right back. That's what we need here. Another long-lasting explosive.
So far, this is looking to be a 6 mid for 11 with stun 1, which is gross.
It's it's a third of Sato's health. It's like I'm just gonna take a third out. What do you got?
Yeah, just a casual third. This person doesn't like to share their pizza at all.
No. Looks like we're using the requesting assistance. Ready up. We're gonna ready up here. We are going to
make them check a 7. Oh, that sucks.
All right,
there goes the snack time. Yep.
We're gonna give it the +5. And now it's like, do you have the block for this? So I don't see the responses from heroic lineage. So
yeah, they might just be tanking this. Or that. I mean that.
We're gonna just run away. We are going to lose instead of 11. We are going to instead lose 6. We are then going to take the top card of their discard pile and put it in their card pool, and no damage is dealt. It's like you lose 6, but you just put no move. Like, all right, you got +1 to your difficulty now in progressive.
Oh man, and here's the Vile Seizing coming in here.
Yeah, Vile Seizing coming in. It gets +3 speed from long lasting. And this one might be coming in.
Yeah, long lasting into Vile Seizing is quite powerful there. The +3 speed is brutal on this card.
All right, so we just -3 speed with heroic lineage in response to the damage bonus, but drawing a card for Nomu could be huge. Like, because now Nomu gets to do build the foundation, like, which is when Nomu goes like, I'm gonna play 3 attacks. It's like hard commit. Now does Nomu want to try to play with 3 progressive, or just build a foundation and pass? And like, I have 2 up. I'll get 1 block in next turn, and 1 or 2 blocks, and call it a turn. Let's see what they decide here. This is the tough point. This is actually a tough point in the match too, where it's like, what foundation, like your zones of your blocks on those foundations become really relevant, because there's a couple of foundations that if you're the set, like you have like a lot of +2 mids, but they're on key foundations. So when you're coming back in next turn, I want to be able to do like, and it looks like we're just gonna build out another struggles, which is
not a bad one to grab. Yeah,
that's a good turn. I like they are both playing it. Like, I did not expect the runaway. I was like, what are they doing here? Runaway.
Yeah, the runaway was
it should be the reverse order.
Was huge.
Yeah. So yeah, like that. Yep. Yes. Thank you.
We're just cleaning up discard piles.
Because
in the game of universes, you clear. It's a last in, first out. So you gotta go So you got to clear the pool in reverse order of what you played.
Not always completely relevant, but with
There's
sticky balls potentially in the game, that can matter.
That is true. Sticky balls can bring that into a situation. There's a few other cards, that we've seen that have seen some relevant play where cards being on the specific card types being on top of the discard pile, it matters. So always want to make sure to maintain a proper game state. All right, so here comes another reciprocal extend, just doing exactly what you wanted to do. Like, all right, I'm gonna +1 damage with draw. I'm gonna draw a card and +1 damage. I'm gonna remove a card for +1 damage. But the nice +2/+2 to your next kick is the good one here. Is the strong ability.
Oh yeah. Could this be a Recipro burst turn? Are they going to try and get this Nomu down and go for the burst?
We also could see the high engine kick. We could maybe see a high engine kick played finally. That's one of those cards that I have always been a fan of. Like, that card is just okay. I get to cycle. I get to do a discard draw, but I also get a bonus from it depending on what I want to discard. And or sometimes there's reciprocal acceleration kick.
All right, acceleration kick coming in strong. This is going to present another 9 damage, although unfortunately not checking the best here.
Yeah. We're going to get 2/2. Now it's going to be, do we put the Nomu on random? I think we are.
Yeah.
We're going to do some odd or evens here. Evens was hit. We're going to discard a stun grenade.
Oh, that sucks for that Nomu.
Yeah. So we'll get the stun grenade down. But we got one card in hand. And we've got this, this is definitely seems like a card. This reciprocal acceleration kick is like, I think I'm going to be Nomuing. I'm going to be responding with Nomu here.
Yep.
Wait. We're getting some minus speed happening.
Okay, well, this Nomu is apparently
Nomu wants to block. This is
okay.
Nomu wants to block today, I see. Somewhere Jacob Mitsuru is like, what is this Nomu doing? He's blocking.
Well, it's possible that the Nomu wants to get something in the pool to take advantage of their struggling with studies potentially if they go if a third attack comes in.
I mean, that's true. The reciprocal acceleration kick definitely is because you're gonna get the card, you're gonna get the attack, we're gonna get the extent removed here. Yep. All right, we're gonna remove and draw. So we're gonna get +1 and the stun to go off. We could do the EX. We could EX this into you have to block mode.
Yeah.
It's like I'm gonna make you use your ability, or
or you're just not gonna be able to block here.
Yeah.
That
you wasted your -1. You burned your -1 speed, and I think you're just gonna take 6. Yep, I think you're just taking 6.
Yep.
Go to 7. So we got one more Nomu activation possible.
Oh man, okay.
And there's 6 damage. Like the Sato is used, can draw a card for +1, and then destroy a foundation to self-sacrifice to put it for +1. So we put it at 6, and now it's up to the Nomu to block, or to go to 1. Either go to 1 or there's another.
Yeah, this Nomu has to perfect block.
They perfect block, or they go to 1. And
right.
I think we're making them have to block this. We're just like blocker ability.
Yeah, and that's gonna suck if a Recipro comes in next.
Oh yeah, or or a high engine kick,
or a high engine kick. Either of them, really.
Yeah, there's really it's anything comes after the if any attack comes after this. If he doesn't play like a showdown here, to neutralize his defense. Nope, we're gonna partial. We'll get the partial off. It's gonna take 4, go to 3. And do we have the finish? We got Jolt.
Yeah, we do have a Jolt, which is certainly not bad.
It's they have to. So
they have to block it. They have to.
They have to full block it because they partial. You're gonna destroy to a self-sacrifice for +1, put it to 5. We're partially that's enough. So
Yeah. So this Nomu has to have a 2 mid block and check a 5.
yeah. Not
Oh,
enough.
there it is.
There's the Hollow Impact Cyclone, which is too low block.
Unfortunate.
So River took that game down 2-0 in a quick one. A surprisingly quick one, actually.
Mm-hmm.
But that's the order Sato deck for you. It's efficient. It presses its advantages with just mid-ranging damage. And when you have it in that mid-ranging of damage, you're just like, all right, we're coming in for 4. We're coming in for 4, and then we're coming in for 9, and then we're coming in for all these different ranges of damage. It just adds up so quickly, and that's what happens. That's what can happen here. Both of these players, like it. I mean, I think the Nobu change was in hindsight, maybe it wasn't the right move, but it did a lot. It definitely put River in a different perspective. Like, okay, I can't rely on a reciprocal burst kill. I can't. I'm gonna be like, all right. I gotta get
sometimes throwing the opponent a curveball is all you need to do, right?
That's
if you can get off your current character, if you know your opponent kind of knows your trick, and throw them off again and make them kind of have to relearn your deck to a point, that can sometimes just get a player there. The power of surprise is huge in this game.
Yeah. So now we're gonna see here. We're gonna look at Uri's looking at their boards here. We're making some further decisions. We've got to get the showdown back in the deck.
Ooh. Yes, we do.
Are we staying on Nomu? That's the question. Or are we gonna get like the fast slide here? I'm like, all right,
it looks like we are indeed staying on Nomu. They set their life to 35.
Yep, they got 15. They got a little bit of time left in the round. So they're not completely.
The real question, though, is when is that player going to notice the showdown sitting on their board?
I'm actually just.
There's a showdown on your board.
Oh, there we go. We got it.
Two cards. There were 2 cards.
Oh, the board. Night Watch. The Night Watch.
Yeah.
I couldn't get I was like, I could just unmute and respond to that and let the players know, but I'm like, I've got to follow procedures here. I'm like, all right, somebody help.
Yep, that's a judge call whether to notify a player of anything for sure.
But I have communications with our judge in the room, so they can be. I was just typing it up. I'm like, yeah, we got there. All right, so. We are sitting on our 5. It looks like Nomu's happy with what they got.
Yep.
All right, we're ready. Everybody's looking over here.
Yep. There we go.
Oof.
2.
I will lie. When you're playing 2 checks in your deck, Kyle. What's your feeling on your first build? Do you just play do you have to just play with that mentality that's like out of sight, out of mind, or do you will sometimes just do your build out? I'm like, all right, I am expecting a 2 somewhere in these top 4 cards, and I'm just gonna deal with it.
Me, I do play a generally thicker deck. So for me, out of sight, out of mind tends to work because it's so unlikely that I see the 2 check on the first 2 cards. And if I see the 2 check on the 3rd card, yeah, it sucks, but it's not too bad generally, right? It's really only on that first 2 cards, in my opinion, where it really matters. So I just kind of out of sight, out of mind it. But certain aggressive decks that want to hurt people more like Nomu, right, that are playing smaller, it can be harder to recover from an early two check. So I can see playing just really safely around those 2s being a better call.
Yeah. So Nobu goes for a second hard build out, which is now has triple in control on the board. Which is probably going to come in for hey, if I need to block something here, it's going to happen.
Yeah, That is going to be huge.
Plus let's see here. I think we do have a sticky balls on that board, so we have the force and surrender for the sticky balls as well.
Wow, this Nomu is set up and ready to go.
It looks like River is doing the other lineup. It's like, all right, I don't want to go into this yet. I'm going to build out my house of cards and build our league invitation, and we're just going to pass back.
Now, will we see this Nomu go in hard?
I mean, at 8 foundations, I have a feel with 2 solid turns of like play all my foundations, draw, play all my hand, play all my foundations, draw. Like I think we got to hit something eventually. Let's see what they
absolutely.
And
that is a good way to start off the turn, right there.
Yep, prop trading, like it's like name a card. Hope it's good. It's either you get to see their hand, or for the rest, you get to see the hand, or you get to get to kill something.
Absolutely.
Names mid, lose, and they go down the high engine kick. But that's a +1 mid that's gone too.
Yep. Going down the high engine kick is huge. That is certainly one of the better poke attacks in this Sato player's deck. Not to mention just an all-around great defensive piece being a 1 mid block.
And it looks like we are just taking we're getting close to the end of time for the round. We want the damage. We want damage to get in here. We're gonna flip our struggling with studies to a tight lip for +1. We're gonna no move for +4. And we're just gonna like, all right, this is coming in for a hot 10. What do you got?
Yep.
How many more mid blocks did you keep?
Yeah, I mean,
this actually might be a good. Maybe we're see if they're gonna push the button on one of those in controls here for +2 speed.
Yeah. I mean, if this, I think what I might do, depending on what my hand as the Nomu player looks like, called mid, which kind of indicates that they probably have a lot of mid attacks, right? So if this Nomu player sees the block and the block is not a mid block, it is possible that they just go in really hard with a bunch of mid attacks in their hand. So I might save the
block
boost for a different card. No block. Okay.
All right.
So that would indicate to me that my mid attacks are probably going in. Oh man. This is going to suck so hard for this Sato player.
So instant explosion release is something you would never. I've never seen a pure Nomu deck play, but out of the board Nomu, gotta enjoy it because you're just like, all right, 3 high 6, and this is going to momentum either way. Good luck.
Yep. We are getting that free momentum, and there is nothing you can do about it. It's huge, right?
Yeah.
Like, could we be setting up for a howitzer impact cyclone turn? Is that what's coming after this attack?
Yeah, like this thing's. Yep, I think we're gonna block. It's gonna get blocked. Goes to momentum. We got a +1 high out of it, which is great.
Which is pretty huge.
I think we're gonna get a. I think we got another attack here still.
Oh, this is gonna hurt.
5-6. Get the long lasting on the board. That's where this is the good line here. It's like, all right, I'm gonna play the instant. I'm gonna get a block out of your hand, and you have more mid blocks. Is the question. Because let me tell you, this long lasting explosion is gonna do a lot of damage.
Yeah, awesome. This long-lasting explosion is going to be absolutely enormous. This is probably where I'd start if I'm intending to continue my turn from this point on, and this isn't just trying to get a little bit of extra damage. This long-lasting explosion is right where I'd slap that extra 2 speed.
Yeah. Yep, we're getting the house of cards here. We're gonna do the house of card. Put that momentum on top. So I think we're getting the I think we're getting some line judging here of what's going on.
Yeah. You reveal the top card. You shuffle back in and have to issue a warning.
A little bit of a
Okay.
misplay coming
Yep.
in from these players. Player accidentally revealing the top card of their deck, not understanding how House of Cards worked, I believe, which happens on occasion.
Yeah, House of Cards is a goal. It's one of the in MHA. It's like one of the first cards where it's like you're responding to your own enhance when you do it. So like I activate it, the card has the ability hasn't actually resolved, and then you're like put it on top of your deck. So you're like it's like all right. So I'm like make a check against a 7, and but like in response to that, put your momentum on top. So I make sure you check a 3.
Yep.
I think you just let them get a card of choice here. I am.
Yeah, I think you let them choose a card to commit as well.
Okay, so we're stuffing the pool now.
Yep.
That's a good card. Like having an attack on top when you do that line and they have the attack on top, it's like all right, the sticky ball. They can't clear this with forcing surrender. So it's like okay, we're just throwing all the damage on this. We're up to 12 damage. Like,
but on the negative side, if this player does have like a combo attack ready to go and they pass the check, you did set them up for that combo.
That's true. I mean, being that the combo off of Impact Select Clone is just the gaining of another a momentum off the top of the deck. It's there's the runaway again.
Yep.
3, 4, 5, 6 response play, and we're gonna drag another card in. I think this went from
that would be a turn ender right there.
That's a turn ender at that point. Like even with 6 ready foundations, that would be a turn ender. It's like yeah, you're expect less. I'm trying to think of if there's a line here. Yeah, because there's no combo to gain the momentum for the impact. If there was a combo to enhance, if you were able to combo to get that momentum, like oh my
or
God.
We're just going for that. That also
5,
works.
6. Ooh. And now he's thinking about this. He's like,
Man, it's tough because this opponent has the speed hate to deal with this card. So if they have the mid block, this isn't going to kill them. Yeah. But if they don't have the mid block, it could kill them.
Yeah, because it's a mid attack, another mid, it gets +3 damage. So we're gonna get the -3 speed. And then we are going to. We have 1. I think we have 1 in control up. I think. I think it's 1 ready in control. So it's like we're not getting impact up above 3. Like we're. All right, so we have 2. So we're doubling controlling to get +1. Essentially, we're trading controls. So we're -1 speed. Like it goes +4, then back -2. No, it should be. There we go. We're getting cleaned up. So it should be at 4 speed.
Yeah.
Still, like you need a
still formidable enough with 2 cards in the pool. Like on average, this player is probably going to have like a 2 mid block if they have a mid block, right? So
there's a 2 mid block.
All right.
Yep. The blood curdle out of the board.
Yep.
Doing work. Like, all right, now the Nobu's like, this is where
at least the Nobu can feel safe not be blood curdled on their turn.
I have not known many Sato decks to do 35 damage, but you never know sometimes.
Oh yeah, sometimes you check 5s and you take lives, and it doesn't matter how much health the opponent has.
Exactly. That is definitely the situation here. Like River did that was a well played turn by River. Like he's like they could have done a line of block the first attack with another mid, but instead they're like, all right, I'm gonna take 10, get a little aggressive, use my +1 high block, then run away their big attack. On top of sticky balls, their turn, like it just slows them down to a brawl. It's like Nobu's not finishing me this turn. Good luck.
Absolutely. And it looks like we have a blood curdle coming in anyway. All right.
I wonder if that hand is blood. It is okay.
This Sato player wants to kill this Nomu right now.
And
they want to try with
career. 5 foundations. Can they put enough damage together?
Hey, I mean, without Nomu lowering the damage, the right attack lineup can certainly get. Oh, opening that is not the best place to be.
Nope.
They must have a wacky hand.
Yeah. Like I think we're gonna see like the one. This might be the one foundation. Hopefully, hopefully we can get something like all right, +1 here. The stun in.
And did we check a? Oh no, the action committed a card. Okay, we checked a 3 on this.
Yeah,
right.
we checked. Yeah, the action committed 1, and then we checked the 3, commit 2 more. So we're a little behind the ball here already on this. For this,
yep.
Like we might do a lot here. I don't know if 35 is going to be the number though.
Yeah, we might do like 12 to 14 damage probably. That would be a successful turn.
Yep. And just hope we don't see anything coming out of the Nomu on the swing back.
Absolutely.
Yep, we're just like, all right, I'll take 7.
Nomu just eating it. Playing that 5-handers, 35 health.
I think we're I think we got the. I think we're aborting here. We're aborting the attack line turn. It's like, all right, I think I got to take this and like maybe like let's see what they have remaining. They got 4 minutes in the round. They got 4 minutes left on stream clock because obviously we started the stream match a little later, so they got a little bit more time. So now it's like you're in the 4-minute range. You gotta make decisions here. It's like, all right,
yeah,
what can I do now?
You definitely got to run.
Yeah, we're gonna start speeding up our lines here, putting the pressure down. That's what you got to do. I think the jolts here is fine. Like get the 1 in.
Yep.
Okay, you got blocked. You got the 1. Getting that commit could be like, all right, I commit the in control. Can get you through another line here, and just build out one more foundation and pass. That's
now you're just at a point where you got to hope that this Nomu player can't end the game right here.
Yeah, like Nobu can hit the 5-hand size problem really quick. Like I drew 5 card. I drew 1 attack, and it has no way for me to draw and get an extra card in hand.
Yeah, on one hand, Nomu having 35 health and being quote unquote a real 5-hander also leaves him in a position where he is a real 5-hander, having to actually play as a 5-hand size character, unlike a lot of 5-handers in this format.
Like we're leading with instant explosive release. That
okay.
tells where this Nomu's at.
Yep. This Nomu is just trying to slap attacks on the board right now and hope that one of them gets through.
Yeah. I mean, Sato's at 13. It's not like you're in the conceivable, like this does 6. Like it's just face does 6. You could flip for tight lip for +1 and just be like, all right, you gotta lock this. Like, all right, we're just gonna -1 with self-sacrifice. Like it also comes down to if we're getting the pressure here from Nobu, like, all right, we're just gonna eat this. And what else we got coming with it?
Looks like a build. Oh, that is unfortunate for Nomu. Oh, wait a minute.
We are setting up.
Let's go. Okay, I like this. What a great play.
Yep, because we need to be able to discard a card from a non-attack from our pool, which we are doing now.
Yep, and we're going to clear that so that we can get the extra stats.
And then we get +1 damage for every Fury in the discard.
Yep. This card is going to be enormous.
Sadly, they're gonna lose the in control here. The in control is gonna get committed, but that was like trade. You're like, all right, do I get to clear this card from my pool for one more speed, and plus 3 damage, or do I get to do the other way?
Mm-hmm.
So,
man, and now this Nomu is gonna be in a position where one more really well placed attack could just take the whole thing.
yeah, this is pretty big. This is the
unless the opponent just like doesn't have a low or something, then it could just be game right here.
Like that's we're gonna run away. We're running away again.
We're running away.
Running away. All right, I'll just lose 5 and drag 1 in. I go to 3. What do you got?
Yep. Come on, Nomu, you got this. You got this. Play one more orange card. I believe in you.
Yeah. Like 1 instant explosive, like 1/4, like 1/4 diff would be.
Oh, unfortunate.
Unfortunate.
So unfortunate for this Nomu. And with 18 seconds left in the round, I do not believe they're going to get another turn.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to happen. I think
because Nomu went first this game, right?
Yes, the Nomu did go first this game. So now it's going to be on, can River do the full 227?
Yep.
Through the sport. Like there's no blood curdle here. So we're just like making high speed attacks that also have high damage. It looks like our game plan is.
Yep. And the players gotta clear their pool here. Or have they already played this attack?
Like this, they just played the Recipro.
Oh, okay.
First attack of the turn, they're just leading with Recipro. They're like,
okay,
catch my 3 low, catch my 4 low 6, 4 low 7, stun 1.
Catch these hands, Nomu.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
Oh,
unfortunate.
Tapped a low block. Only hand was a low block. Ooh. All right. What? The follow up.
Okay. Full send it. Let's go.
All right. Mid 3 here.
Oh, checking bad is not what we wanted here.
Yep. There's the move has no cards in him. We're just like, all right, I need to play as many attacks as possible. So it's like
we definitely
stun the board. We're gonna stun the board. You get 2 more activations. Like you just gotta threaten that. You're just blowing up the board to say like, all right, I'm making you respond, or I get a little bit more damage than what I have already set up.
Absolutely.
All right, so there's the stun.
Yep, there's that coming through. Takes the 6.
Yep.
Recipro coming in. All right.
We'll draw for 1 damage, and we'll sacrifice for 1, and send in for another 6. Like sadly, this doesn't get over the threshold where it's like, all right, is the Noble preventing any damage here?
Yeah, that is the part that sucks about this, is that it is not getting.
Doesn't have enough. So we are gonna. Oh, it's gonna hit a draw. We're gonna hit a draw here.
Yep. Unfortunate for both players, but still not the worst place either one of them could be.
Yeah, going into the lunch break, this is a perfect bet. You're 201 at the lunch break. You're not out of it. You're not in a situation where you're trying to get everything back together. You're just like, all right, I get to go to lunch, take a breath, and come back as fresh for round 4.
Absolutely. So, I would still feel very confident as both of these players.
Yeah. They both played amazing. We both questioned the Nomu change. And the Nomu actually 35 health with Nomu ability was definitely what he needed to not die there in game 3.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it certainly worked out for that Nomu player.
Yeah. All right. So we are gonna be heading off ourselves for our lunch break. after 3 rounds of play. And I hope that we will see everybody back afterwards, and we'll see you soon. Right, Kyle?
Yep. See you guys. Enjoy lunch.
Launch right back into the action with a super exciting matchup that I'm sure my good friend Jesse Cervini is equally as happy to talk to you guys about. What do we got on the plate, mister?
So we have Order Fourth Kind, the bruiser of the 5 hand sizers in this format, going against Chaos Uwabami. These are both at table 1 currently at the 3-0s.
Yeah, we've got a 3-0 Uwabami to deliver to you guys this round. And this is one of the coolest decks I've seen in a very, very long time. We got a lot of different things going on here. Uwabami is a character that on release did not see a whole lot of traction. Like, the thing about Uwabami is the words on her are very, very good. Unfortunately, the things that she had to play with on release were not as good. But over the last couple sets, she's got access to a ton of new options. And a lot of things have really sought to elevate this character in some really interesting ways. As we said, this is going to be a chaos deck. So she's going to be going over a lot of things. We're going to be looking at Blue Flame Palm Strikes and Earth Beast Golems as our main targets. But the rest of the deck has got a ton of extra juice in some other really interesting ways. As well as just the chaos symbol all around in general, right? Like, I feel like chaos is slowly becoming one of those symbols where you can kind of put anything together and see a lot of success with it, just because of how strong your main deck can be.
I just want to say this is the second round in a row we've seen Battle Arena played.
Really?
Yeah. We saw Battle Arena. The Bakugo last round was playing Battle Arena, and now it's like Battle Arena's on the board again. People want that momentum.
It is the age of Battle Arena. I mean, it's an extremely handy card, especially in your momentum-hungry decks, and Chaos is, the most momentum-generating symbol is obviously going to be one of the most momentum-hungry decks as well. Just immediately slamming down a foundation that is going to devour our momentum as soon as it possibly can.
Yep.
So we're going to see another nice build-out turn here for Uwabami, taking a little bit of time, establishing a really nice stage. Ooh, a build 5. I mean, if we just built 5 and and now we're holding like an Ice Storm for a Breaker 2 block, we are so set. We are so set.
Oh yeah, because Uwabami, both these characters both have kind of the I get to recover a card during my opponent's turn. Like obviously Forkai gets to do it immediately,
right?
But Uwabami gets to do it like, hey, I get to at the end of the turn I get to pick this up. Like,
yeah. So Uwabami is a really interesting character, right? She's got a lot of different strengths going about her. For one, she's like effectively a 7-hand size character by being able to pick up a 3 damage move every time. So as long as you're attacking, you're like a 7-hand size character. Only 2 of those have to be attacks. So some caveats there, which is usually why you see her building for a little while longer. But then the big thing is when it comes to the attacking is you're guaranteed 1 attack in hand or 1 anything really, because you get to grab one of the things that you blocked with sitting in your card pool before your rival's turn goes in. And then from there on out, you get to remove cards to stack up your 3 damage difficulty reductions and just do a lot of really interesting things with a very interesting subsect of attacks.
And Uwabami is tapped out.
Yeah. Yeah, as I was explaining what this character does, we're also watching her possibly die. We're going to see Fourth Kind throw out a Vile Season and immediately slam the once per game. Immediately slam down our once per game, leaving us without a single defensive resource. And I mean, at this point, it could just be a matter of counting as far as Fourth Kind's concerned.
That's true. I mean, this 3-check here, this Jolt might be a saving grace. But it looks like the Uwabami committed out to stop +2 damage and draw a card on Vile.
Yeah.
They were like, don't trust you having more cards here.
Yeah, it's interesting. Makes me wonder if maybe we just have like a really bad
Ooh.
So this is okay, right? Because the power of Fourth Kind comes in that his 4th card reduction is a static ability. So even while we're committed out and our character is committed, it's still going to happen because it doesn't have to activate, right? We're not playing the ability. It's just a global existing thing that we get to do.
We are just we're doing the Fourth Kind bruiser mentality here. I'm gonna play. I like on turn 2. It's like I'm gonna play 2 attacks, play a foundation, and slam a big attack, and let's see if you have an answer to it.
Yeah, I mean, what else is there to do, right? It's not
Yeah.
going to be. Oh,
Are we playing?
yes.
Yes, we're just cycling. We're just like we're cycling.
leading up to his example. That's really funny.
I was like,
So-
we can't block with that.
So I understand now why we committed out to stop the vial season, because the only thing we were blocking with that example was a 1.3, and the 1.3 is going to be 3 speeds. So even if we commit out, we can get to a block on a 4, and if we check a 3, we can commit our character for 4. Now, if the in control had been left up leading into a 1.3 and then it pumped the speed up, that could spell doom for our hero there. But that's nowhere near the lines that we ended up on, just peering into the thought process of that whole turn.
We're doing the cleanup for the turn on what's going to momentum. Are we gonna are we taking an extra momentum? Are we gonna remember the arena?
Ooh, looks like we are forgetting the battle arena for fourth kind here. This is a terrain, meaning it's going to be real good for both players. Fourth kind has definitely dealt damage, so he is allowed to sneak an extra momentum there. But we have not remembered. So now we're going to go into Uwabami's turn, and we're gonna start seeing a lot of things coming together here. So Blue Flame Palm Strike, one of the new 3 damage moves coming out of not the most recent set, but the set before set 3. Another new piece that Uwabami has acquired since she's released. A very, very handy little card, honestly. Being able to pick up a 3 damage move that steals you momentum in the chaos symbol is very good, especially when it just casually steals you a jolt. And look at that. With that reveal, not only do we steal a jolt, we put another Palm Strike in the discard pile, meaning we can go pick up another Palm Strike, play it. We get to remove our 3 as well. So we can play it on a 5, steal another momentum, and then, you know what we will have done at that point, Jesse?
What's that?
We'll have played 2 or more cards with the same name this turn. So our effortless movement stat pumps are online. One of the cool things that Uwabami gets to do is you get to play Earth Beast Golem and Blue Flame Palm Strike as your 2 3 damage moves, meaning that anyone you draw, Uwabami can go grab a second copy of. So your effortless movements are online. And then your aggression past that are Meteor Showers and Double Troubles, which are also things that duplicate themselves, meaning your effortless movements are just always online.
Mm-hmm. I think we're having some what's going on here situations, and I'm like, is what I like seeing here.
All right, we're Uwabami. So are we going to go grab the second Palm Strike, or are we looking for an Earth Beast Golem? No, looks like we're grabbing the Palm Strike. Did we even have a target before that? Did we actually need? I think we actually needed to find that Palm Strike there, which is so sick.
Yep, we're gonna remove 3 to get -1 difficulty and +1 damage to that Palm Strike. So this is, I am thoroughly entertained right now by this. Like so much. I love decks that like utilize every part of the table here. It's like we're like, all right, I'm gonna flip cards off the top of my deck. I get to remove select cards out of my discard, which I like. Like, you know, I like just all top 3 or remove. You know, it's like I like selective removal like this. So it's like I can sculpt my discard pile.
Yeah, it's fantastic. So it's gonna be on a 5 because of our Uwabami enhance, and we're going to steal another free momentum. This is going to be so much free momentum. Our decoy duplicate will be forever online. If we could put something down now, like maybe a cool student, that's another really, really big defensive piece for this deck.
We'll go good, you know, just get a free Meteor Shower.
Why not? Why not? We might as well.
Exactly. It's like, I got this momentum. Well, I'm going to put a Meteor Shower in face up, and maybe I got to, like, I could turn one of them. We're going again.
Oh, did we just give +1 and +1 with effortless? I think we might have made a little boo-boo there. I do believe we gave +1/+1 there. Effortless movement in this deck is very cool, but it most certainly does not give +1 or +1. Yep. It does make us decide on one or the other. So we're gonna. This just keeps getting cooler and cooler, guys. We got the discarded card to pick up the Meteor Shower, which means that we're now going to get to respond with One with Nature for +1 damage. So many minor little interactions that are happening with this Uwabami deck right now that are all so cool.
Yeah, the effortless movement is one of those cards you would think for the amount of hoops you have to go through to get it the enhanced active, you would get +1/+1 for it, but it's only one or the other, and that's it's still strong here. It's like, hey, I'm gonna I get 2 speed, I get 1 speed. That's like 1 speed is
if it didn't also have a very easy to activate draw a card on it, I would agree with you. I would agree with you. But that's definitely why we have to jump through hoops for a very minimal stat game. Because it is like a very situational, it's, don't get me wrong, it's a bad passing the torch, but a bad passing the torch is still a very playable ability.
Look at it, we're just like, we're gonna go. I am more concerned if we are. I am more. If I was the fourth guy here, I'd be like, okay, why is he removing cards to set up for another attack?
This is
the printed 3 damage. You're like, what is is there something coming at the end of this string where it's like, this is minus like a bunch of difficulty and plus this much damage. Good luck.
Yeah, so this is the very cool part about Uwabami is her enhance says the next printed 3 damage you try to play gets the -1 diff +1 damage. It doesn't say if your next is that 3 damage. It's just whenever you do play that 3 damage move, it's going to get that. So we do get to actually just sit there and stack that ability. So we've got 2 stacks on the stack right now, and that's where stuff like Double Trouble gets really crazy, because Double Trouble can represent 2 stacks of that ability on 1 card. It's very very powerful. We could end up sending in, like, we might see like a really big Earth Beast Golem come in on the end here with like practically no progressive difficulty.
That's true. I mean, we're gonna send I think the fourth guy has a lot of momentum already, so you're just like, okay, I'm gonna count your momentum, this momentum, and good luck.
Yeah, that would be pretty heads up if that's why the fourth kind player denied taking any momentum, because they were wary of the Earth Beast Golem.
We're gonna see the block with Bonds of Friendship. That Bonds of Friendship, season 2, there's gonna be promo Bonds of Friendship, and I look so forward to having a set of those.
The fourth kind players will be out hunting for those Bonds of Friendship and those self-sacrifices. Oh, and those requesting assistances.
Requesting assistances. I'm like, there's promo self-sacrifice coming. Did I miss something?
I wish.
It's just another card we're gonna come back to for promos eventually.
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised. Like look, there are only so many Midoriya and Bakugo cards. Eventually, we'll have to circle back.
We're playing 4 attacks here. We're just like, yep, we're gonna play another meteor. Just
things have been, our checks have been pretty fortuitous so far, and in tandem with Uwabami, we've been playing on very little committed foundations. We also got to use a requesting assistance because Palm Strike Snap turns on requesting assistance, and that is like the coolest thing ever.
And our next 3 diff attack is -3 difficulty. Here we go.
So this is on a 9, but with -3. So this fifth attack as a 5 diff is only on a 6. And it is that
3.
Earth Beast Golem. It's gonna come in. It's gonna come in
with 3
damage on it.
Yep.
So this is gonna start out at 6 damage.
Yep.
And then we've got 4 momentum now, right? So it's for 10. Does a second golem just kill?
They have a second golem and be like,
And it's on a 10. I don't think we can fail that. No way. You must be joking.
So is that 12? Is that 12? It's up to 12 now.
Oh my god.
Like it I think they're doing the
No
my god.
way.
Oh my
do we have
god.
another golem? Oh my god.
Are we just gonna just send this fourth kind to the out of this match for game
to
1?
The stratosphere. Listen, it's so funny, right? Because on the last turn, you said, Jesse, we're just doing the fourth kind thing, right? We're gonna put 1 million damage on the board, and that'll also do it.
That's
on a 10.
That does have powerful.
6, 7, 8, 9, 10. This is a 5-speed move. It's if we have a +1 and check a 6, it's our only out.
I mean, yeah. Are you main decking plus? Are you playing plus?
He hadn't even used the battle arena yet either. He hadn't even used the battle arena yet either.
Yeah.
Go grab the double ultimate combination. So that's also another really cool play that this deck has is your Palm Strikes can fish for ultimate for foundations into your momentum. That ultimate combination can then buff up and build as a powerful. It's very, very. This deck has so many cool plays. But also it just murders you.
Yep, I'm just gonna Now we're gonna. It's like you're powerful. We're at like
Yeah.
we
Yep.
presented
Shows
lethal,
requested
and that's
assistance,
game
and
one.
that is literally it. Holy cow. So that was crazy. We just watched this guy play 6 attacks, and the craziest thing is we only had to draw 3 of those. We only had to draw 3 of those because we drew 3, and then Uwabami grabbed one, and then the meteors grabbed each other. Right?
I am thoroughly impressed by this deck because that was like I don't know, like Forkai pressed all the buttons and did some damage. I don't know if the Zubari can clap back a full health Forkai, but it sure did.
We did our job, right?
Yep.
As fourth kind, we played every card in our hand. We committed out to do like almost just barely lethal, and then passed the turn with our big 34 health butt and said, "What's the Uwabami deck gonna do? Deal 34?"
It put the yeah, exactly. It's like, can you deal this? Can you deal 34? I was really expecting now it's like now this go to the fourth kind. They're just like, what do I do here? It's like,
said, what are you gonna do? Deal 34? Daniel Buchanan said, that's exactly what I'm gonna do, my friend. Jesse, snakes. Why did it have to be snakes? So what's our game plan here? Besides just running away?
For the fourth kind, let's see here. Good lines here could be the House of Card.
Try and control that momentum a little bit. Yeah.
Let's get House of Card in there. Can't escape me out of the board. Could do a lot of work here. It stops the meteor pick. It stops the meteor ad.
Yeah, does stop our meteor. I don't know if we'll be seeing blood curdles anytime soon, but Runaway is going to be. Actually, both of these players are about to put every copy of Runaway into their deck that they can. I think because Uwabami wants to take 5 damage from the 40 damage 1.3 millions, and Fourth Kind would love to take 3 damage from the 12 damage Earth Beast Golem.
Yeah.
We got a lot of little weenie 3 damage moves coming out of this Uwabami deck. So if we can take Printed all day, we are gonna want to take Printed all day.
Exactly. Here we're ready to just I'm ready for the Runaway war happen where it's like I'm gonna take they go I'm gonna play Indiscriminate Shock, and I'm like, well, I'll take 5, and they're like, and then they come in back and they're like, I'm gonna play a palm at you, I'll take 3.
No one's ever gonna die. No one's ever gonna die. It's gonna be amazing. There's some really interesting things going on in Uwabami's board here. We've got some In the Typhoons as well. Also, not a terrible card going into fourth kind here. All about these big dunks that you're too committed out to block. Well, if I could just leave my little Typhoon up, I'm not too pressed about it.
I just had to go and look up what Uwabami's quirk is actually for the show. I'm like, what's the quirk here? And I'm like, oh, the snakes go and find things, and there's 3 of them, and okay, I'm seeing the theme here.
yeah, there are 3 snakes on her head, so they made her the number 3 matters character, which is very funny. Fighting the number 4 character matter. Number 3 versus number 4. There it is. Yeah, no, it's pretty funny. The snakes do definitely go find things.
Yes,
she definitely does have some little snakes, but we're definitely here for the numerical comedy.
So let's get the build out here. We're doing only a 1 sendback. I like that. That's I like this hand. I would think it could be a little better. That's what that feels like.
Yeah, I want to do a little bit of digging for that, for either that 3 damage move right off the get go, or that Ice Storm right off the get go. Because one of the most powerful things that Uwabami gets to do that we didn't even see occur that game because she just murdered him was looping Ice Storms forever. The second Uwabami draws an Ice Storm, you're getting Breaker 2 for the rest of the game.
Yep. I definitely saw the 4 kind looked at their hand, immediately set it away, drew 5 cards and put them. I think they just put them aside. I think that's what that pile is. And
yeah, at the top there. No,
yeah,
I guess it's our sideboard.
No, that's sideboard. Okay, so they're not doing. All right, so yeah, we're just
going in.
So going in. All right, so there's the there's a good start here. We're seeing parts of the sideboard tech brought in. The Can Escape Me, which is probably been like a card that's been in the sideboards of the fourth kinds in the current format for a minute. I really feel like that card's gonna end up main deck eventually. There's just enough ways of people to get cards to their hand that are being added to the game. It's like, hey, maybe we start playing this main deck.
Yeah, this card is one of the reasons. Actually, back in conversations I had with Nathan DeWalt going into the HLC, he played Void Eraser for that event. And as you guys know, I'm an all Eraser stan. Void Eraser, one of the main reasons he cited wanting to play that variant instead is to get Can't Escape Me, because Jiro has been, and always will be the deck to beat, and that card stops Soundwave things to an extent.
It's like, you're gonna pick up a block. I'm like, you're gonna pick up a attack. Like, no.
Yep, it sits there and says, if you put that attack on top of your deck, I am canceling that draw, which means it actually just sits there and they never get to put the attack on. So really cool little back and forth there. Now back into our current game though, we've opened with a 1.3 million. That's kind of terrifying.
They checked the 3.
They did no bueno. However, if we have another 1.3 to follow it up with, foundation 1.3 again, things get mighty dicey very fast.
Yep, I think we're just doing we're gonna both draw a card. Okay, anybody who's willing to just go, especially with like the low hand size decks, when you're like first attack, I'm gonna activate my Chivalrous Competitor, and you gotta have like a feel there. Like, yep, I'm willing to do this play.
I'm 99.9% sure that means we didn't hold a low block, and we were trying to do a little bit of digging for it. The Meteor is not a bad block, though, under normal circumstances, but for our very nice build 5 there, we sure did commit Miss Uwabami, so we're not going to be able to snag that Meteor back, unfortunately. Double League Invitation on the board. We're rocking and rolling.
Here comes the kick.
This is going to be probably a pretty free chunk of damage.
Yes, this looks very free.
I mean, I guess it depends what we discard, right? 6 high is not unblockable.
Nope.
8 high, though? 8 high pretty unblockable, buddy. 8 high not looking very blockable.
There's not a lot. Earth Beast Golem is a +1 high. You pop for the release and
check a 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh, okay, we did. We've got the line. Okay.
Oh.
That one does not. It's not it though. There's the Earth Beast Golem. There's the Earth Beast Golem, actually.
Yep.
Yeah, very unfortunate.
This is a much more expected fourth kind bruiser turn. Of like, this is my turn too. What do you got?
Oh my god, beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful aggression, beautiful build. What a huge chunk of damage. We caught ourselves up in foundations. We made Uwabami release for nothing. They at best got a half block through. It's pretty rough. And then we have a lot less to fear this turn as fourth kind, because once again, we're not nearly as bad in do 34 territory, right? We got 3 foundations ready. We're actually kind of chilling comfortably. Not to mention that Uwabami's got 1 build turn under the belt as opposed to the multiple that we had last time.
And now it's the decision of with Uwabami here. It's like, do you go like you got the problem is that the fourth kind did the bruiser turn and they weren't at 6 foundations, so it's like now the next bruiser turn of all right, I go to 6 foundations. Or can I dance at 5? That's a tough play.
Yeah, it's really awkward. I don't know if we're allowed to like dance at 5 here, but I mean we only have so many cards. Oh, we're removing. So
we picked up the Bluefoot, the Palm Strike.
We did pick it up, and we intend to play it by the looks of it. This is pretty spooky.
Let's try to find another Jolt. I mean,
I'm gonna be honest though. Like with once per game and double league invitation, like I'm pretty sure we just have to play like a bit of a goblin this turn, not think about it at all, and just hope that fourth kind doesn't find what they need.
Yeah.
Because I don't know if there's a world where you're blocking anything next turn if they don't want you to.
Yeah, that's definitely the possibility here. Let's see what we hit.
Not great. You're gonna grab one of the foundations to possibly build it with ultimate combination later on.
Ultimate combination. If an ultimate combination finish happens here, I will be pleased as punch, but it looks like we're just gonna be aggressive and like, all right,
Removing it. Yeah, yeah, no, yeah. Like I said, I think we just have to pray that the craziness doesn't come down. Oh, we can sneak a little peek at a runaway in that hand. That
Yep,
does
so-
give us a bit of a leeway to be more of a I don't really care what the words on your things do.
yeah, it's like my health is the printed damage, not my current health. Okay, we're good.
Yep. At the same time, though, we've got to be a little careful. We're at 14, man. 14 is a scary place to be. Oh, looks okay. It looks like we're just gonna go for the build from here on out. Maybe if there was a world where Fourth Kind blocked that attack, we'd have been a little more comfortable to play another one, try and steal some more momentum. Unfortunate rolling threes on our foundations there, sticking us right at 6 with a requesting assistance, but the double league invitation is going to work wonders here as far as putting that entire board down to the point where a single 1.3 mil could just seal the deal.
That is definitely a hard possibility here. I expect it gonna. Oh wow, we're just like I'm reviewing this one away.
No, this is our window. This is our window. If we find 3 attacks, the game's just over. Oh my god, the Vile season is over. The Vile season and the calling for backup. It's a rough place to start for Uwabami. Fourth Kind seeing a lot of cards this turn. So we do have an irrefutable though. So we might see ourselves with some interesting sequencing going on here. I don't think there's a world where it's like, I don't know, removing to seal a league invitation really does anything. I don't know. I don't think that puts us in a better position.
Nope. I think we're just giving them the damage and the draw. Like, here you go.
Now we just have to see if the once per game comes down. We're in once per game waiting room right now.
Yeah.
The second it happens, that probably means that the game is locked, signed, and sealed, and we're going to be moving into game 3, possibly. We just have to see if Fourth Kind is going to overcome those 5 hand size problems.
Yeah, like they haven't pressed the button yet.
They did not press the button. I mean, it's possible that maybe we're trying to kind of like bait a block there, get some commit out. We have one more attack at best here now. Interesting. We did not find him.
Yeah,
we did not find him.
House of Cards, though, that can definitely be an aggressive interaction here.
House of Cards going to be a big one. Only the Vile Season went through 7 cards.
They just checked 3 attacks.
Yep. Now, to be fair, we did have 3 attacks last turn, right? So, how many 3 attack hands does your 5-hander really deserve, right?
I mean, 23 attacks in a 60 card deck. You're trying to, like, that's the one thing about Fourth Kind. Everybody makes the, like, how is he so consistent? I'm like, he's so consistent because you're playing above the averages with him.
Right. Like, you're also playing calling for backup, passing the torch. You have ways to ready passing the torch, and you've got Vile Season in your deck now. There's so much draw power in this deck. Double trouble time. So we're gonna see some real cool things happen this turn. I think we're gonna see Uwabami stacking some damage here real nicely. This is such a good opener, like on your like post first attack turn after you've stolen a momentum somehow. Being able to open with the double trouble is just gonna make like your next 3 damage move so easy to play. Stacking those 2 usages on one out of 1 card, so powerful.
I think the first hit here is House of Cards.
Yes, probably so.
Yeah.
Yes, I believe.
Like, you can't. In control's not gonna. It's like, you're gonna let the in control ride. They did
not take momentum.
Yeah,
requesting is nary a use this turn. Very interesting. I mean, we died to Earthbeast Golems, right? So it's kind of hard. It's very, very hard to decide when it comes to going in like that. So we're also going to see the requesting assistance get snappy used because we don't want League Invitation to come in and commit it. Makes sense to me.
I like this double trouble line where you're just like, okay, we're gonna dig a little bit, and it's like, you gotta block this. These can hurt.
Like, no, they sure can. Like, 5 damage is 5 damage, and like once we really start getting all of your mid blocks out of the way, that's when we just get to send in the powerful up Palm Strike or the just massive damage Earth Beast Golem because you used all your mid blocks, stopping my 2 mid for 5. But little did you know.
I'm also just wanted to double check. I don't think.
Yeah, there's a lot of moving parts in
There's
these
one
boards right
Fury
now.
attack for that Bonds of Friend. I was like, is there any Fury attacks in its ultimate combination?
Yeah, I'm about to say it's just ultimate combination, right? It's a punch Fury.
Yeah, so that's fine. That like if I somehow pull off my big launched attack at you, it happened.
Yep. So I think right now we're kind of just seeing if we can like oops our way into a kill turn. You know, this deck's really good at going like, you know, cycle 1 with Double Trouble, Echo, cycle once, grab a Palm Strike, top 3, find a meteor, turn into all the other meteors. You know, like there's a lot of there's ways you can just kind of, you know, whoopsie daisy into a whole ton of attacks in this deck. But at the same time, something that's really notable here, right, is like Fourth Kind's board is so healthy. We've still got all these these leagues up. We've got it in control as well. You know, most of the time when we're attacking into Fourth Kind, we're not really used to them being so defensively ready, right? Most of the time when you're really swinging on this guy, it's in a backswing capacity. So, you know, there's actually a lot of things to be super mindful of on James's board.
This is the line here with Jay's is all right. So there's the invitate. We're firing off another invitation. I think like you just gotta. I think you have to play through them so that they don't have like. All right, you get your target. And like, all right,
interesting. Chooses the feeling cute. I mean, I don't like completely disagree with it. That is the card that potentially kills you this turn. You know, James is being down a game into game 2 here. James is being super respectful of the aggro that could come out of nowhere from this Uwabami deck. And we say, nope, we're going to hit the one aggressive piece that you have. That's the one I want going.
All right, give it to.
We also didn't block with an attack. So we're not going to get that pickup right away. We're going to echo this bad boy up and just get a whole lot more going on. It's really funny. You can see the little purple dice that Daniel has at the top of his mat is to stack how many Uwabami enhances that we have lying in wait. How many snakes we've stacked up waiting for that 3 damage move to rear its head.
And we're just kind of slowly picking away at the like it's like we're just doing it's like those one of stuns. We're just like, all right, we're picking away at the board. We're making the Fourth Kind just activate all the defenses. Like using when Fourth Kinds are like, I have to activate all of my League Invitations defensively. And it's like, because I might just die here.
Yeah, I mean that feels good, man. I'm so fine with that, you know? We're gonna get all of those pieces out of the way. Oh my goodness. Oh, this is gonna get scary. This is a lot of attacks. We really drew double trouble. Holy cannoli.
Double trouble square.
So after this, we're gonna have this is so funny, Jesse. After this echo, we're gonna have you want to tell me the number of Uwabami enhances we'll have lying in wait after this echo? 4 of those bad boys. We're Fourth Kind now.
we are gonna send a palm strike on. It's gonna be like, all right, this is not a 1. Like if they have more, it's just like, what do you want to do here? Like,
okay, gonna put down the release. I don't know if we've basic training on anything yet.
I don't think so.
I don't know if we were offering the true utmost respect to the aggro here. Ooh, but the checks are gonna finally slow us down a little bit here.
All right, we're putting the 1 damage on this. We're like, all right, we're pressing button. We're like, all right, we need the damage.
Yeah, and so we're gonna have -4 after this Uwabami usage. We'll have -4 difficulty, meaning we could send in like a palm strike or something on a 3.
Yep. All right, we -2'd.
We got the drowning and resentment coming in here.
Man, if we had a 1 invitation on the board during this whole thing, you're like, all right, all these cycles are just +1 damage.
Yeah. So it looks like we're on the thought process of taking this bad boy, which is probably correct. You don't want to lose to some random big, like, I don't know, how big would an Earth Beast Golem be? An Earth Beast Golem would come in at 7 damage with Jolt.
Oh, we're gonna go
Holy
deep.
cow. Listen, this is We're Up a Game, and I have the line if I check 1-5 on this one right here. Holy cow, this is crazy, Jesse.
This is the
So-
yep.
So
All
we,
right, so
we
now
literally go neutral in resources here because we committed 1, but then we're getting rid of 1 more progressive because we checked that 5.
Yep.
Now the Jolt gets to come in, and now
here's
we get
that
to.
palm strike I picked up
Yep, there's the
on
palm strike
on a 3.
on a 3.
On
On
a
a 3. We don't even have to commit our character, and he's gonna show that I'm gonna steal 1 momentum. I'm gonna powerful it up. It's gonna be super duper lethal. I mean, it comes in at 8 base damage because of 5 stacked Uwabami enhances, and then look, 5 speed is 5 speed. Gonna be a quick wrap up for Uwabami. Why did it have to be snakes? Holy cow, what a ludicrous
Great. Like I won't lie, I took this match. I'm like, all right, let's get Uwabami on stream now. We're not sure what's gonna happen going forward. And Uwabami just walked through that 4th kind.
That was crazy. I was a little scared in that game, to be honest. I was like, no, I think Uwabami's too far behind. We are not killing on 5 foundations here, but building also kills us. It's not looking good. And they were like, no. We got the 34, bro. We have the 34.
We have like the double trouble was like, I'm like,
the double trouble was critical. It couldn't have gone any other way. Like literally, Daniel Buchanan came in here and said, listen, what part of I have the 34 don't you understand?
Yeah.
Wow, what an awesome deck. Such a cool showcase. And that means we now have Uwabami going in 4-0, continuing to rock and roll. What a show. I certainly am hoping that's not the last we see of this deck in this tournament.
No. I think it's just showing that, like, hey, there's like, that's everybody always says that, like, there's always these characters that people don't put the effort in, don't look at, and then like a spotlight happens, as we would say, and this deck, and it's always like, I think there's something there, and then they bring it to a local, and then they're like, hey, I'm gonna play this in the RLE. Let's see what happens.
We're cooking. It's a webcam RLE.
Yeah.
Who cares? Full send it, and then we cooked. Hey, look. Last week we saw Abara. Last week was the week of Abara, man.
Abara.
Is it Uwabami time? Is it Uwabami o'clock? Holy cow. We're just going to have to wait and see how the rest of the run pans out there for Daniel. Either way, though, if we never see that deck again, if Daniel loses his next 4 rounds and unsleeves it permanently, it will forever be cemented as a super entertaining match. But we have so many more matches to get to today, guys. So Jesse and I are going to lickety split for a bit, and then I'll be back with Kyle for another awesome round of RLE action. Don't go anywhere, heroes. All right, back with me, and it's time to head into round 5 of this regional license exam. And we've got an oldie but a goodie here, a little bit of a classic, man. A little birdie has told me this matchup's going to be real exciting. Will it, Kyle?
Yeah. I saw that birdie, and that birdie was running 50 cards. Wow. This is a very, very tight Tokoyami versus a water Sero, looking like they're playing just like a hard range package. Always good in Sero.
Yeah, looking like a very traditional little water deck going on here, which of course, you know, just kind of like Sero's one of those characters that it's really easy to splash onto like any kind of generic deck. He doesn't really ask you to do anything except have tape swing and think fast in your deck. Once you got those 2 in there, you can pretty much do whatever kind of good stuff package you want. Whereas Tokoyami here, definitely going to be seeing a lot of the usual stuff, right? It's Chaos Tokoyami. This is the deck that dominated our national season, still made a good showing at the HLC, and continues to find tops here and there, even with ban after ban and restriction after restriction trying to inhibit it. This deck has stood the test of time, and it's really just a matter of how strong Tokoyami is just on his own. in tandem with Summon Dark Shadow, just the stats and the check buffing, everything that comes together in this deck has really proved itself as like the definitive aggro deck of last year. But lately, it's really fallen off.
Yeah, I think the fall off is mostly just the hype was placed in other aggro characters, right? We had Ojiro kind of stealing the spotlight from Tokoyami shortly after Nationals, and now Jiro is kind of that deck right now. But I'm not gonna lie, I sit here and I look at all these aggro decks that are topping and doing well, and then I look at Bird and me personally, I see Bird as the more versatile aggro deck. Bird, in my opinion, is probably the aggro deck that has the most options to play outside of its comfort zone. So I'm kind of surprised that it doesn't see more representation.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's basically what you just said, right, Kyle? We kind of go through like flavors of the month a lot when it comes to this game's metas, and with the game with a smaller player base than most of the time, our meta can be very heavily dictated by just what a lot of the best players decide to play. Right, that's basically what happened in Kansas City with Recovery Girl. Now the character's pretty much nowhere to be found on this weekend. So there's definitely a lot of outside influences here and there. And for Nationals, it was definitely clear that a lot of the best players had really settled on this deck just being the deck to play. 100% just being the deck.
Yeah, absolutely. And I don't think, even with the hits that did happen, I don't really think that has changed. All of the things that made Tokoyami good are still there. It's just, Tokoyami lost Crow and Frog Takedown, which albeit is a bad hit, but I mean there are many good replacement pieces for that deck, and I'm sure we'll see one or two of those pieces here today with this Bird coming in hot right now with the ultra rare and the action on the
losing Crow and Frog was a big hit, but then maintaining things like Twisting Azure and then getting one with Nature, which we're seeing pop off right now, and Chivalrous Competitor, and all of these zeros really brought the Chaos Bird builds to fame. And I think you're on the money, Kyle. It hasn't gotten any worse by any means. And I think
absolutely
what really proves that is a lot of the best Tokoyami players that are still kind of in the trenches with the deck. They're very determined to still make the deck work. Ooh, a spicy plus ultra block. Love to see. Ops to
plus
fail
ultra coming in to save our life, but I mean,
no, there's not to fail it. We had one with Nature that was on a 7.
That
was on a
sucks.
7. It did fail. It most definitely did fail. We might
that feels real bad when you fail your plus ultra block. That just feels the worst.
One with Nature, man. One with Nature, again, standing the test of time as just an insanely powerful aggro piece. Gonna make a real big heat wave here. I'm not sure if we have our draw 2 online yet, but things are really happening at like a lightning fast pace right now, Kyle. We've kind of enjoyed, the first couple turns of our few rounds so far today. We've enjoyed being able to kind of sit there and talk about the deck and its style a little bit, but this Tokoyami player right now, Jack here, is just cruising through his turns and piling the damage on nonstop, doing some real traditional
like
turn 2, like an absolute beast right now. If we see the second Dark Shadow come down, that might just be lights out.
Yeah, it could be instant lights out turn 2. Classic Tokoyami, just like making sure the opponent doesn't get to play the game.
Yep. So we're gonna have the sticky balls come in to bring our 1.3. This is Andrew simply saying, okay, after that plus ultra block failed, I've identified that I'm in a very dangerous, very vulnerable position. It's time to pull out any defensive stop that I have whatsoever, and that is pretty much just flipping the sticky balls, because right now all of these moves are just way too fast. All the moves are too fast. One Nature is coming down. We don't have enough foundations to block anything. Even if we could get a block off, our character is committed because we checked a 2 on our opening build turn, meaning that our once per game is not online to try and save us. And then there it is. The second Summon Dark Shadow comes in. We've got the Chivalrous coming in for even more card draw. He says, you can draw a card, bro. You're not blocking anything anyway.
Yeah, that Summon Dark Shadow is probably going to lock it in here. I don't see this poor Sero player recovers from that kind of a turn too.
Yeah, it's gonna be
It
an
is
an
nearly
8 high for
impossible for
9.
most characters to recover from a turn 2 like this.
Yeah, it's an 8 high for 9. This one is on an 8 and checks an 8. Our actions don't count. Dark Shadow Ruin is just showing its insane levels of power. The summon Dark Shadows are racking up. This is going to start at a base 7 speed. It's going to get very lethal very quick. One with Nature can effectively bring it up to a 9 speed, and there is just nothing. There is nothing in Andrew's hand that I think could serve could protect us from that, could help us survive this massive frigid heat wave if we put all of our resources into it. Oh my god.
This heat wave is huge. This heat wave is enormous.
Yep. So we've used Ice Glide for -2 speed. So our Summon Dark Shadow speeds are brought out. We activate one with Nature, and he says, "Yep, I've done the math, buddy. I've done the math, Jack. I've done the math, and I know that one with Nature usage is going to make this super unblockable, extremely swift game 1 victory for Tokoyami, showing that he has still got it. The bird is still the word, and he has not gone anywhere, whether you're turn 2ing or turn 4 or 5ing people. That flexibility of Tokoyami, right, to be able to survive in those late game states and mid game states, but also sometimes if your rival just didn't find a fortuitous, opening build, didn't hold very good blocks, maybe check a 3 on one of them, and then just boom, you have the ability to just send it down home for free.
Yep. Agreed. The only other character that I think actually holds a candle to Tokoyami's aggro, personally, outside of Jiro, of course, like Jiro is very good at it, but Frog, Asui is probably better than at pulling off a turn 2 kill than Tokoyami, in my opinion. But all very similar characters in that regard, specifically Frog and Tokoyami. But the difference between Frog and Tokoyami is Tokoyami, all of it's on his face, right? Frog, all the defensive pieces are built internally into the symbol. And so in order to play that defensive game that Bird generally gets to play, they have to run a lot of non-aggressive pieces in a deck that wants aggressive pieces, right? Whereas Bird just gets to do a light splash of them, and generally they're very versatile aggressive or defensive pieces that can be used aggressively, and then has defense on his face. That's just what, in my opinion, pushes a Bird above any of these other aggro decks in terms of their versatility and their ability to play the actual game outside of just going in really hard.
I think the consistency is a big factor too, right? Because like you said, everything about Tokoyami, everything is built into his face, right? It just exists. He exists right there. You go find the Summon Dark Shadow, and then you kind of just string together any amount of orange cards. And things are going to be fortuitous because you've got 17 attacks in your 50 card deck here. You're going to find some amount of them, and as long as you just find some amount of them, that's like literally all it takes. That's just straight up all it takes, because you saw, right? We just we turned 2 with just a couple heat waves, because once everything has +2/+2 on it, and then we're 1 with naturing, that just makes everything unblockable. Mathematically speaking, decks just don't survive those turns very early on once you get to execute that game plan right there. And now we're going to see the cremation come in, stealing that free momentum. Taking a little bit more blue, right? Our Summon Dark Shadows were not enough. We need some more blue in our life, some blue flames on our side. Cremation coming in to steal that free momentum. Gonna make those ice walls, those ice storms, all of those Todoroki attacks just that more juiced up so early on.
Yep. That is scary. Having a cremation come down with a Tokoyami.
Yeah, I think especially on those early build turns, right? It's so scary because if he could just open with an ice wall and a momentum, it's like, oh my god, stun 4, dude. I've built for 1 or 2 turns max. I can't handle stun 4 yet. Oh no, I'll
Yep.
commit my character. Oh no.
Yep. Oh no! Now all of your attacks have -1 damage. Whoa!
Yeah, it makes it really intimidating to go in here. Granted, we don't get to go pick up a summon Dark Shadow defensively for free, but just starting off with that -1 damage, it just feels rough to aggress here, especially when your rival's
Absolutely.
already stolen a momentum. I think this has to be another defensive build turn for Andrew here, unless he can get, like, if he's got like a tape swing poke, sure,
Yeah.
you send it, right?
Yeah, a tape swing poke, or like I could see maybe like a heavy throw turn possibly getting there and just ending Tokoyami's career, right? But that would be a lot of things going right for a 6-hander.
Yeah, and then opening with what's instead going to be a very vanilla heat wave here, and checking
Yeah.
a 3 on it. It's not looking good so far.
Yeah, this
this
Tokoyami is
is
probably just going to be able to block this unless the Tokoyami is like sitting on, a bunch of attacks in the action, right?
yeah. I mean, it's tough to find the good low blocks, right, when you're the chaos symbol. So
Yeah.
a lot of them, especially ones in our foundations, right, our chivalrous competitors, our one with natures, those are all like +3s. So there's a
Mhm.
world where we don't get to full block this unless you want to give Andrew like a 1.3 in our hand, which we are down to do.
Which we have opted to.
Yeah, I mean, he's super down to play a little safer here, right? A million years on the clock and up on that game 1.
Mhm.
Might as well just stave off some damage. The 1.3 is nice, but they're always going to be ready for the 1.3.
Yeah, absolutely.
And not getting the half block off there is very important for Tokoyami. Not allowing his rival to draw many cards right now to make that aggressive build there, a little more dangerous. Only holding 2 in hand is super spooky, especially when Petty Squabble's on the board. Petty Squabble being on the board says, if you held those 2 good blocks, we're gonna get rid of them. We're gonna get rid of them. You're at the mercy of the 2 blocks off the top of your deck now. That's so scary.
It's very true.
It is extremely scary. And it's so relevant too, because if we don't get that perfect block off, that complete block, we're not going to be able to activate that powerful Sero once per game.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, and there it is. There's the ice
Starting
wall
off
opener.
with the stun 2. Yep.
Yep, the stun 4. The stun 4 here. We do not have a board.
Right,
now
he has a
going into
momentum.
second
Oh,
attack.
that's so cracked.
Yep. Yep. And I mean, if we want to commit things like one with nature to this, we can probably make this unblockable, meaning when the next one comes in with the stun 2, they're all going to be unblockable from here on out for the rest of this turn. And I think we're just at the mercy of Jack counting to 27 once more.
Yeah.
And
This
the real
could just
scary
be another
part,
swift game.
I don't want to, I don't want to call the writing on the wall here yet. I don't think we're in that deep yet, but it's not looking good, man. It's really not looking good.
It's a bad place for the Sero player.
Yeah, once we're completely stunned out, one with nature on anything just means it's unblockable. Like mathematically, that's just how that works. Unless we're sitting on another plus ultra maybe. But then once again, we get stunned out just like last time, and then boom, we're not going to have those foundations to commit. Taking away the almighty out that is plus ultra feels so rough.
Man, I wish I knew whether or not this Tokoyami hard drew the second action.
We're going to find out. We're going to have that petty squabble popping off right now. Discarding 2 foundations here, going for the aggression. Looks like we discarded a daunting message, and is that an ice storm? I think it's a 4 diff for sure.
I'm not sure.
Oh, no, we'll never know. We'll never know. So from here on out, yeah, it might just be a matter of does the math check out? And the big thing is, even if Sero does get to survive, right? If Andrew can pull a survival out here by the skin of his teeth, what do we do after? Because we've talked about Tokoyami so much. Sero is this super, super enigmatic character, really hard to fight against. Always moving around the place, right? Always going back and forth, the zone changing, the half block punishment, the once per game. He's a really, really, really tricky character. But when you can lock him out of those defensive tricks he has, and then also threaten him to have to backswing you, it puts him in a really rough spot, because the reason why this character historically has not been able to really make it to the top tiers is that since the beginning of the game, really, the best aggro decks have been these like 27 health 6-handers that can just go, I don't care if you're zone changing, I don't care if you're punishing me on block, and I'll just take everything until it's lethal. And without that innate damage pump, it's hard for Sero to find those lethal numbers.
Yeah, Sero certainly does struggle to find the lethal. And missing that block really hurts here.
Yeah.
Obviously, another attack coming in next for the bird, and
yeah, this is going to come in with. It's going to come in right off the gate.
This could be it.
Yeah, this is extremely rough. If we've gotten that block off and been able to once per game and rip a card out of Tokoyami's hand, I think we'd be able to stabilize the game state from there at the very least. But now that block has failed. We took 8. We're going to get stunned out. We're not going to get to block and once per game ever now. And these Dark Shadow Ruins might just be coming down to just nuke our opponent into oblivion right now. My heart is going out to Andrew. This is a real tough spot to be in.
Yep, it's never a good spot for a mid range.
And we have the second Dark Shadow. We have the
there
second summon Dark Shadow coming in, and that just might be lights out. That might be lights out for our friend Andrew here. Jack is finding every single piece of the puzzle to assemble just an insane kill turn so early on. Once again, even without being on the play, 2 turns of building for Sero. Well, we did throw 1 attack. We threw our 1 attack of the round, and we have the other ruin. The other Dark Shadow Ruin, I think, is just going to lock this up. We're going to put another one with nature on, and we're going to say, once again, mathematically speaking, we're not surviving those. I've got no board. I've got +2 to my block mod. It does not matter. Everything's got +2/+2, and the numbers are just rolling non-stop. Tokoyami showing he is still the turn 2 beast. The turn 2 beast.
That was a swift and effortless turn 2 from that Tokoyami.
Very, 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 very clean cut stuff there. Super duper decimating victory from Tokoyami's end. Big hats off to those guys. That was an absolute lightning round. So honestly, rather than go on and on about all of the game that they didn't play, we will go try and find another game that is being played right now, hop over in another room and try and get some more action for you guys. We still got a big 40 minutes left in this round, so Kyle and I are going to be right. All right, welcome back, heroes. We have launched into table 10 over here. We got two real interesting decks going on here. We're heading into game 3 for these guys, where we are 1 win on both sides of the table in this Order Sato versus good Tetsutetsu. We got a Tetsutetsu going 3-1 right now, trying to maintain his very, very impressive record so far with a very rogue character. I am excited to see what kind of game these guys are going to give us, and given that they are already in game 3, we might even be seeing something almost as swift as the games we had in our previous round.
Yeah, I'm super pumped about this matchup. Mostly because I just realized this Sato is playing suited up, which is one of my favorite cards out of the most recent promos.
You are most definitely a suited up gamer, Kyle. Yeah, Order's got some really cool things to do with this card. We get to do like think fast with it. We get to do things like 1.3 million with it. There's a lot of really, really cool applications to get the commit off. And then, of course, you also just get the damage modification as well, right? Like it does just say your Sato response is just doubled up now on every attack, and that's fantastic.
Yeah. Giving 2 speed or 2 damage and stun 1 is incredibly powerful in Sato. So
yeah, it can definitely kick up the curb a little bit. Unfortunately, the check on our Gecko Stomp not looking too fantastic. But we are going to get that damage in, as you do not want to block Gecko Stomp completely. I don't want to give my rival a free foundation.
All right, looks like a decent poke, and then we're going in for an extra build.
Yeah, but all these 3 checks definitely making our poke turn a little punishing here, but we still get some of the good ones on board, passing with 4 ready foundations and 2 cards in hand. Some nice speed reduction, some nice board pressure. However, it can't be fixed. It's going to make that league invitation not feel as powerful as it could. And we're going to go right out the gate here with a Tetsutetsu thrashing.
Yeah, this card is super strong in lots of different characters, but obviously, especially in the character it's meant for, Tetsutetsu. Having the extra stun 1 is fantastic for this card, especially when you're already running cards like Back Alley Haymaker. to play alongside it.
Yeah, and we're gonna see the any means necessary discard come in here. You know, Tetsutetsu being a very interesting character as he kind of plays that Midoriya style a little bit. He likes to throw his hand away a lot, but then he likes to, rather than fully replenish it, actually really enjoys playing in a game state of not having a whole lot in his hand. So he's a little, he's kind of like a little bit of a spin-off of that style. However, a little bit of replenishment is still good. Any means necessary coming in here as the discard for 4 damage feels really nice. Procking our rival's heroic lineage doesn't feel as nice, but we're just saying, hey, give me your mid block so I can continue to aggress into you, especially with the thrashing building us a free foundation, really pulling its weight as a 2-check. We're going to see some other really, really pivotal pieces come into the board now here. Small and Limber being an absolutely crazy card in a character like Tetsutetsu. When we get to lift that one thing from our foundations from our stage into our hand, getting to ready that Small and Limber for free, absolutely fantastic. And we do have a lot of really nice incidental keywords for it, right? You know, it's going to pump up our charge, furies, and kicks. Back alley happens to be a charge. You know, thrashing happens to be a fury.
Checking a little bad, but luckily it was only on the 4 diff for Sero here. Unfortunately, the opponent
for Sero, for Sero, Kyle.
Sero for Sato.
Listen.
Man,
I know he lives on in our memories. Our sweet Sero, gone but not forgotten so quickly. Why must the good die young, Kyle? Why must the good die?
Still mourning his death.
We're gonna see some nice masterful blocking coming in from Tetsutetsu here, going down to the 1 card in hand. We love it. We are in our element now because we have really, really good options here. We either get to block this potentially, or we use our Tetsutetsu enhance, discard this last card for +4 damage to our attack, effectively achieving nothing but getting 0 cards in our hands, so that we can make this the biggest 1 damage reciprocal extend ever.
Absolutely. Unfortunate that it can't be fixed is on the board, but obviously there's nothing you can really do about it. You gotta just trigger it and get it out of the way. Otherwise, you can't use any of your stun for the rest of the game.
Yeah, it's just kind of one of those things that you've got to eat through, you know, and okay, so we're actually just opting to take this on the chin, not going for the discard for nothing play, kind of trying to be a little bit more respectful about what could be coming in the future. Although I guess this one will be just as good to set to 1 damage with that same exact play because we are certainly not blocking it. And
absolutely,
I'm a little surprised we're committing out for this. This is
yeah, I wouldn't, but we are anyway.
I mean, we're sitting at 29 health, but I don't know, man. Tetsu can do 29. All right, there it is. Discard
and there
for
it is.
+4 damage.
Setting that straight to 1.
It'll be the very next thing we do is going to be setting that bad boy to a measly little 1 damage. However, that does mean that we get +1 with suited up.
Very true. Very true. They so 2 damage. They set it to 2.
We did not. We did not set it. We didn't set it. We did not do it.
Interesting. Why did we just discard a card for free?
Did he just think that something worse was coming after? I mean, like he can't play a 1.3. He didn't even clear his card pool with the Excel kick.
Yeah.
I guess he really wanted the momentum and knew that it was hitting anyway.
I suppose. Okay. All right. Interesting.
Thankfully, we checked well on our build, so it didn't end up punishing us, and we do have 1 million momentum now.
We do.
Dude, that was a really, really, really risky line.
Absolutely, super risky.
Starting off with hard and chop here, going to
always good. We know we're checking well.
Yeah, immediately putting our rival in the tough position of, are you going to give me 2 cards? You know, normally most people are pretty happy to just take 5 from this, but when your character says 4 damage for free, it's suddenly a lot more to think about.
Yep, absolutely. Absolutely. So, and if they are forced to block, that could be devastating for this Sato player's hand.
Yeah, Tetsu's on the back foot a little bit here. You know, being at 10 health right now does not feel fantastic. We got a good chunk of damage in. We might just see him put his dukes up from here, unless he can get like, I don't know. There's a
Wow.
world where we can. Yeah, this is pretty crazy. So this is so
Okay.
wild here. So we're gonna check a 4 on here, which is absolutely perfect because now we get to destroy one, build a new one in, and respond to
Mhm.
ready the small and limber. Absolutely beautiful. Honestly,
And
if
there's
we
the whole
have-
stage back.
it's right on back to us. Right on back to us. If we have a Tetsutetsu thrashing, this could be a kill turn.
Yeah, it could be over if there is a Tetsutetsu thrashing in this guy's hand.
Yeah, this is really scary. We might survive purely off the back of our suited up. Having the -1 damage every time that we buff up is going to be that's
Let's
a big pickup.
go.
That's a big
Wow.
pickup right there for Tetsu. Grabbing that
What
copy
a
harden
great snipe.
is massive. That's super massive. Getting another
Mhm.
what is effectively going to be another 10 damage move because we are Tetsu. Okay, this is huge. We have self-sacrifice for -2 damage because of suited up. That's super big. Those are big saps. However, if he's going to put the damage on it anyway, we were going to get that minus no matter what. At least one of those minuses. But if we survive this turn, if Sato can pull this one through, it's going to be purely off of the back of some very, very minimal damage reduction.
Absolutely. And this is why I like Suited Up so much. It's such a great versatile card. You know, I'm a huge fan of versatile characters, and Suited Up is a versatile card that can go in those characters.
Yeah, so we got the copy harden coming in now. Are we picking up? I think this might be our mystery one from the chop. If our from the chop, if either of the chops randomly built down an attack, holy cow, we're living right now. If we have I think if we have a Tetsu thrashing, this might be game.
I
Discard for the
can't
+4
imagine
here.
that the chop that either of the chops didn't build down. Well, the first chop didn't build anything down because he didn't build it down so that he had the good check on it on his hand, right?
Ooh, but the runaway comes in. So
That could
actually
that
going
could
to
hurt, but
yeah,
they
that's
are
big.
untapped, like completely untapped. So I don't know.
Yeah,
They can
this is-
still get away with a nasty string if they have it.
There's a world where if we just like roll 5s, we could play like 2 thrashings maybe. But that card in our card pool is going to really, really slip us up now. We do have the
There it
thrashing
is. There's
on
the
an
thrashing.
8. We're checking 5s, but are we taking the lives? Now, what's very relevant here is this is a very, very ambitious play because Kyle, I'm just staring at that creepy realization on the board right now.
Yeah, the creepy is gonna suck here.
Ooh, but we might have jumped the
But
gun
we are
a
going
little
to
bit there.
straight reset it back to base.
Yeah, we jumped the gun a little bit there. I think the play there was to wait for any of the actual Tetsu. I mean, I guess it could have ended up the same way either way. We could requesting to ready self-sack for another minus damage. These numbers, man, these numbers are getting real nitty-gritty here. Oh, we get the bonds of friendship back up. That's -3 damage. This is a fury.
Let's go.
Oh my goodness, the back and forth here is crazy. This Tetsu thrashing is fighting for its life right now. It is fighting for its life.
Yeah, very, very unfortunate for this player.
So we are going to get to pick up 1 right here. Now, the reveal here could be big because if we do the reveal and build a foundation, we can then have enough to pass this next thrashing without committing our character, which is gonna be really big. We also self-sacrifice.
They already did the reveal and build, I believe.
Oh yeah, you're right. So do we get the build?
Yeah, they got the build.
Okay, so this is so if we play this next one, we'd have to check a 6, otherwise we would be committing our character. It doesn't get to 10. Holy cow. There was so much damage reduction right there from Sato. Yep. Oh my goodness.
A solid minus like 14 damage sitting around there.
5 from the creepy, 3 from the bonds, I think 2 from self-sacrifice, and then 3 or 4 from suited up. Holy cannoli.
Not to mention counting the runaway. Wow.
Yeah, the runaway was technically like a 7 damage reduction. Well, starting off with a jolt here feels very, very good. We cannot.
Absolutely. Specifically an
cannot,
RLE
though.
jolt, because as we all know, holographic cards and alternate art cards have better text.
Those are the stronger ones. Those are the stronger ones. So the suited up's going to continue to put in a lot of work throughout this as we counter. We basically are completely countering the self-sacrifice on Tetsu's board here. It basically just doesn't exist. And when it comes to like playing through this tournament, we can't count Tetsu out. He does have defensive tricks up his sleeve in a manner of ways. We're going to commit self-sacrifice, say just get it out the way. I'm not even worried about it. We can... I mean, like if we can block this one, leave our character up, and then 0 out 1, oh, beautiful. And we get a peek. I'm not sure if that's relevant at all, but we do get a peek.
We do.
So we get the full block on that one, and now we get to 0 damage out 1 attack. Do we have 9 damage after that is the question. Oh.
Interesting. All right. I don't know if that is the play that I would make there.
Well, I mean, you're playing any attacks that you have, right? It's not really a matter of So they're gonna dance with this thing a lot. Basically, what Sato needs to do here is he needs to get this to lethal without using the Reciprocal Burst's own enhance, because we need to force Tetsu to have to set it to 1 and then get it. So between I think the heroic lineage, the creepy, and the self-sack are going to give it enough to reach the 9 damage it needs to be at.
Oh, you're right. You're totally right.
Yep. All of these things are going to come together. The suited up as well. We're going to get to 9. Now we'll force you to set it to 1. Then I can make my big EX and damage play and bring it back up to lethal. Yep. Yes, we have 3 momentum. Yep. And that's going to be all she wrote. This we're gonna Yep. He says, yep, you have it, my friend. You have it. Bringing this reciprocal all the way, doing a dance, doing a lovely, lovely dance to reach that beautiful, beautiful damage threshold that we needed to just barely find enough to get that lethality out. Those were some really, really crazy attack turns from both of those players. Holy cow.
Absolutely. They were both really, really going for it, and both playing like relatively good, like strong defensive lines as well.
Oh yeah. No, they were both tough nuts to crack, and they both, realized, hey, look, it's game 3. There's no better time to go for the throat than right then and there.
Exactly.
And Sato,
game
Sato
3. We're on stream. Yeah,
that's right. You got to think about the entertainment value, man. These guys are trying to get their Hollywood stars, man. Yes, we will play that thrashing on an 8. Yes.
Yeah, exactly. I know I break out my most enjoyable full power defensive game plan when I play Mineta on stream.
Oh yeah, just man, an absolute war on stats between both of those players, like self sacks and suited ups, just fighting back and forth. Self sacks on both sides of the table. What a roulette! What an absolute roulette of stats flying around. That's a sick round. I'm really happy that we got to pop in and see those guys before they finished.
What a super cool round! Absolutely.
Could not agree more, man. But the round is beginning to come to a close here, so we're gonna let the rest of these players finish out, hopefully their own game 3s, and then come back in with a very exciting round 6 as well, as we trudge through. We're in the middle half right now. We are touching down throughout the midday on this RLE, and I think things are only going to get more exciting. We'll be back very, very soon, heroes. We're half.
Welcome back, players. We are heading into round number 6, or 6 at this time. Yes.
Yes, it is round 6.
All right. Hey, I was trying to double check. I was like I was checking my chart here, and we got a great match for this round. We have Midoriya 3, piloted by Ben Lambright, taking on Roberto Valentin III playing Denki 1. Or as his deck list describes,
Wee!
All right.
Yeah.
We got
Yeah,
Order Denki against a good Midoriya here. Let's see what he's got here. This is gonna looks like we are of a slight delay though. We're waiting for a player to one of our players on stream to return to his table. But we got this is gonna be a fun matchup. We were both like, we want to get a Denki on stream, and it's like we found one.
Yes, exactly. I'm very excited for this Denki. For the most part, it's a fairly standard looking Denki. You know, Recipro Burst, Recipro Extend, Grasping and Jolt, right? But the spice is this Denki has a 1-for-all 1,000,000% hiding in the corners of their deck. And I am just so excited to see this Denki go off with this piece.
That's true. I also, the Denki is playing for The Future Is Now.
Of course.
The guaranteed promo from the class reunion bundles. I am all about that card, seeing some play, and let me tell you, it's kind of seeing play on like every symbol at the moment, and I like that for the promo. Let's see what happens here. We're getting a solid build out with those Unexpected Hero.
Mhm.
That's so this card is kind of one of the, it's kind of been it's a card from Crimson Rampage. I saw a good amount of play when it came out because other people were playing spooky with it off of all. But the idea of just your opponent discards a card during the combat phase for anything, it could be for cost for an ability, like, or say their character, or even for discarding for a one with nature. You can respond and draw more cards.
Mm-hmm.
I'm all for that.
Super powerful.
Yep. And it looks like we are seeing here so the Denki has a lot of some interesting abilities. First of all, Denki has Enhance. This kick or punch attack gets +1 damage for each character in the stage. Then it has Response once per turn. After you play a kick or punch attack, it gains Breaker 2 or Stun 2 if it does not have that keyword already. And then finally, once per game, draw one card for each character in your stage.
Absolutely. Lots of very cool, very, very potent abilities. Being able to give Stun 2 or Breaker 2 is obviously uber powerful. And then the free draw on the character also being quite good. Yeah. And Denki over here with obviously their own uber powerful abilities, being able to once per game just like clear their pool and generate 1,000,000 momentum, going to come in super clutch, I'm sure.
Oh yeah, this is definitely going to be the one thing is Midoriya 3 has going for it is every one of my attacks I could start off and get a stun. If I get a stun on board, I always have a stun 2 lead. And then if you play a wind up punch or a back alley to follow, you're like, okay, I've stunned 4. What do you got? That's a way.
Yep.
All right, so we're getting this Texas Smash here. We're just throwing a lot of numbers on it. That's Texas Smash for you though. Like, put the numbers on and add them up. So let's see here. We did do the -3 speed, and we're trying to get a block. We're trying to get a block off here.
Yep. I would definitely be trying to get that block off as that Denki. You really don't want early damage on yourself and force you into a race car game when you're not ready for it.
This was, that was a good defensive turn by the Denki here. Like those could go, like Denki's 20 health. Like sometimes you might not be ready for something and you might just die. So like activating the Unexpected Hero on I'm just gonna flip this for -3 speed. If I don't block this, I'm just gonna die. But I'm gonna try the other way.
Sometimes those are the risks you got to take, and in that case, it worked out for the Denki.
All right, so we're gonna draw a card off calling for backup. Good start.
Digging
Let's-
for a few pieces. If this Denki just finds the right pieces, he could very quickly just end this game before the Midoriya is ready.
Yeah, this could be like, I'm gonna play a Jolt just to have a Jolt lead you and like, get through all your line, and then go like, here's a Futurist now, here's a bunch of foundations, here's a tape toss or an electric Jolt at the end of the chain, and then here's my Reciprocal
1
Burst.
million. Yep.
Reciprocal Burst for 1 million. Those, or we could get the one. Yeah, we could just get the 1 million% here. It's like, I'm gonna discard my hand.
That's all I ask from this Denki is one game on this stream where they end it with the 1 million%.
Yep.
That's all I ask.
It looks like we're gonna pressure with the Jolts though. I think this is, if we're just gonna poke here, this is the time to poke. It's like we're trying to lure out the breaker ball. We're trying to lure out the breaker here. Like, let's get a block out of him. Let's get the breakers. If you have an attack, we're gonna try to breaker it. All right, we know we got a 6 on top. That's a good piece of knowledge to have. I think we're just gonna, it's like, all right, you got this. All right, we're now at even.
Just gonna tank it.
Yep. Let's see what he goes with on this here.
And the question is, are they going to continue the attack string or just do a build out?
Looks like it's gonna be a build out. I think double Jolt. Like, you played through what he had already. I think double. Oh, all right, I would commit there. That's fine. A 3 build. I think that is 2 Jolts. Takes 2 momentum and gets these foundations built. So those are getting a desperate times. Not bad against not bad against this Midoriya deck. It's like, oh, you want to use your like, oh, I need more cards. I'll draw for my once per game. It's like, that's not happening.
Absolutely. Players showing off their little cute duck there.
Yeah, he's gotta have his hand marker. Like, I want to pick up my hand off the table. Gotta have a little marker for it.
Looks like this Midoriya possibly just going for a build here.
Yep. Let's see what happens.
Although they seem to have frozen on my end. I don't know about yours.
I've seen a second card play. I saw a second card played, and I think the judges are. I saw the tournament played. It looks like they refreshed for the passing torch.
All right, I just got caught up.
Yeah.
Okay, so just another build turn. Sometimes that's where you got to be.
Yeah.
Certainly not building any bad ones here.
Yeah, it looks like we might have a situation that's occurring here, and we're waiting for. They're jumping into the stream judge has stepped off the table and told the players to stop play at this moment. I think we're trying to double check because I saw more than the first card played before I saw like the hiccup happened, and then I saw a passing torch appear. So
yeah, that is going to be unfortunate if it does end up being ruled as a game loss for the disconnection. But sometimes that's just how it is when you're playing online. The internet just works against you.
Yep, they're verifying what was checked. All right, and we have been given the okay to continue play.
Okay,
looks like that's there. He was able to like verify what was done. He showed all checks were revealed. Hard count. Like, I would say that I'm not. Oh, looks like we're getting the review on the. Looks like we're not going to see the missile this game.
I'm so sad. How dare you, Denki? That's it. That's it. I'm done. Turn them off.
I think we're fine. Looks like Ben's at what's the yellow? 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh,
that is very, very unfortunate for that Denki player.
I don't know. I'm pretty sure Ben is at deadlock. Yep.
Oh yeah. Either way, it's fine then.
Like, we're gonna put one with nature and
the pull no
punches. Those are proper targets right now.
Yep, it was either those two or maybe the passing the torch, I think.
Get the sun off. Like, I'll tell you something. Tape toss is coming back around again, where it's like it kind of, even though it was a throw and all of its stuff, it kind of started to fall off play a little bit, and now it's just like it has a game changing deadlock, And it seems like that's what like the order decks really like the idea of like, I have a game-changing deadlock. What does this do? Well, it makes sure it puts you towards winning. Like with that plus file season, you're like, good luck.
Grasping probably has one of the most impactful deadlock abilities in the game. Same, it's very similar to villains defeated, or I believe is what that card is called, the water one.
The flip for
something.
Yeah, the one that puts the 2 cards in the pool, correct?
Yes, that card. That card also having a very similar and super impactful deadlock ability. These 2 cards are fairly comparable, I would say. Getting I assume a break or 2 block off in there.
Yep. First villain encounter was the one you were thinking of.
First villain encounter. I knew there was a villain in there somewhere.
Yep. Villains defeated the you can remove a block card. You can remove your opponent's block.
Oh yeah.
Ooh. This is breaker 2 also.
Yeah, that sucks. That super sucks.
That's a tough commit for you. That's a tough to commit for on that.
Yeah, I wouldn't commit that out. Not against a Midoriya. No. You're just gonna get stunned out if you don't kill him now.
Yeah. I guess he feels it.
I suppose. All right.
I mean, here's a line where I could see this. If he's putting Ben blocked, if Ben has to block this, because he might just go activate Denki, play Recipro Burst, and just tap his board and start counting speed up. And
also true.
When the Recipro Bursts could just kill you, that's always a situation you have to think about. Yeah, we're tapping down here.
Yep. I think. We're going for it.
No, okay, we're not tapping down. We're gonna block with a final smash.
Okay.
5-6.
That's a full block there.
So, are we gonna continue?
Are we gonna go in with another 4-diff? That is the question.
I mean, hey, we got another extend. Why not? Let's press with
it. Is true.
Extends that. We're gonna play charge.
Okay.
All right. Now we just kept roll. We
are for sure not going to hit again.
The rolling 3s, as we like to call it, where you just attack, check attack, attack, check attack, attack, check attack.
Yep.
It doesn't add up.
Very unfortunate for this Denki. So we'll see. I mean, we could see, and there goes the player again. There they go. This is going to be very unfortunate for this player. I don't think there's any coming back. This will probably be a game loss. Unfortunate.
Yeah. We're working on reestablishing the game state here, everybody. Give us just a moment. We're waiting for the decision from the stream judge on what occurred here. But it definitely looks like during the point of drawing for turn, the hand was drawn, but the camera completely pulled out. It looks like we are consulting with the stream judge, consulting with head judge before ruling is being made. These do happen in a webcam event. We do our best to give players as much leniency as possible, but when visibility completely goes, it's tough to make the call to continue the match from there, especially at a high level of competitive play. We just
absolutely.
So we're gonna see what happens. They're gonna make a decision, and we'll come back. We'll come back in just a second once the stream judge has made the decision and provided it to the players.
Yeah, it is quite unfortunate when these things happen, but it is indeed part of what you sign up for when you play a webcam event.
Yep, it looks like due to the disconnect of the camera for extended period, we are going to have to. They've given the game loss to the Midoriya 3 player. They will go to sideboard. You'll be able to choose go first or second, and they'll come back we'll come back in a second here for the next game. So tough. It sucks when that happens.
It does suck when that happens.
But I hope that we're going to come back to this next game. Midoriya, obviously, you might be down a game, but you're not out. You're you could still just this Midoriya that could definitely come back from and just bring the beats very easily.
For sure. I mean, 3 wind up punch, 4 back alley haymaker is more than enough to kill anybody. So this Midoriya can certainly recover.
Yeah, so I think we're just gonna go. Both players are going to their sideboards right now. I mean, looking at the sideboard here for this Denki, I really think the biggest things he wants to look at is probably the spring. I think the showdowns. If he has 2 showdowns in his board, I think that'd be a great thing to bring in right now because you showdown block a Denki, you might be able to like just like I'm gonna block with this, commit 2 of your unflipped foundations that are getting you somewhere, such as one with nature, and that'll get you a turn most of the time.
Mm-hmm. I would love to see a second copy of this 1,000,000% come in, but we don't always get what we want.
I mean, Midoriya 3 is at 28 health and is kind of the crossover point where you're like can a Recipro Burst one shot 28 where this can one shot 28s.
Absolutely.
So there's definitely that possibility here, and I think we might even, I don't know. I saw Denki has disappeared from this. We might see the 4th kind out of the sideboard here too.
Ooh, that could be cool. That could be very cool.
I mean, we could get the we're gonna go tape toss jolts and play Recipro extend out of 6, and then you're like, all right, here is my Recipro Burst on the end of this chain. Mm-hmm. It has +4 damage. I'm gonna stun 1. And we're gonna try to finish this game.
Absolutely. I think I saw 1.3s coming in for sure. So that kind of looks like a 4th kind play to me.
That sure does. Yeah, we should be a little more.
And there it is. There it is, boys.
It definitely should be bringing up to this player about the face up, there's a lot of visibility, sadly, on that deck. I'm hoping they will. Let's see what happens here. It's like because I understand different people. Obviously, we were able to talk for a second with the players before we started. This is Roberto's first time on stream. I'm noticing he's a bit nervous with this, and he's kind of he's doing his like I could definitely tell he's like extra hard gripping his deck when he's shuffling it because he's trying not to split it or launch it across the table. I've done
Absolutely.
that.
You can see it.
It's like so I'm definitely putting it up to nervousness more than anything. And that's something that happens playing in these type of situations.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Playing on stream is different, even though you are still just inherently just playing a game.
Yep.
It is different. There is a lot more pressure, and I mean, you do have people looking at you. Some people are gonna know your deck now.
Hey, it looks like you're looks like the 1,000,000% still in the deck though. You didn't take it out.
Let's go.
We might see it. We might see the 4th kind launching some big punches here this round.
I hope we see a 10
The
million
going second.
deck.
I love seeing this. The going second 4th kind, just like I'm gonna build 5 casually.
Yep, casually build 5. We'll be fine.
Like,
we have an attack in our hand, I'm sure, for a double block.
You went 2-3-3 auto pass. Play this on a 4, and there was definitely a line where you could have done this to like the safety pass all of that almost.
Mm-hmm.
All right, we're coming in with a back alley. We're doing back alley things.
Definitely one of the good ones to start with.
Yep. I think just the straight up +1 damage, like off this Midoriya is like, yeah, I'm just gonna casual +1 damage. Like,
yep, uber strong. Yep,
uber strong.
Even without stacking the other characters, this Midoriya, the abilities that are just sitting on this Midoriya's face, totally fine.
Like I definitely last weekend saw Ben. I think on turn it was like he was going into his turn 3 and he had three Midoriyas on the board. I was like, I don't want to play. I would not want to see that.
Yep. That's like facing Denki, but like no costs.
Yeah. All right, so we're coming in with a heroic strike here with the enhanced on heroic strike. Your rival commits 1 foundation for each punch. So we're doing it that throw stun 2 on this. We're just like, catch.
And there is the entire Denki board gone instantaneously.
Yeah, it looks like we're just gonna try. I think he's got probably one block here, and we're gonna try to get that one block to succeed. Maybe it's an attack, so we can or kind it back to the hand. But I would not. As I say this, he gave it +3 damage here with the unexpected hero. So we're trying to make it happen.
You gotta imagine that there is going to be a block coming in.
Yeah.
Hopefully an attack so that we can kind of loop it back in. Yep, there it is.
There's the jolt. So we get that in the pickup. So it's like, all right, we know he has jolt. But what 4 kind doesn't have a jolt?
Exactly. All right, jab coming in. Check a 5. It's basically like you checked a 6 because you're playing jab.
Yep. We're just gonna, swap out my face downs. I want to build this. I want to rebuild this foundation. That's a good line here. We're just like sending for 6, and we're like, all right.
This Midoriya player getting a good start on this chunky 5-hander's life total.
Yeah.
And then a solid build here, a flip for 2 speed in the note taking, and then commit, draw a card. Always powerful.
Yeah, passing the torch is just, it's a strong staple here. The one thing I will say is that passing the torch is probably going to be answered to with that Desperate Times one time. And hopefully it's not in a defensive passing the torch situation. So
yeah, it is going to be unfortunate if that Desperate Times gets triggered off of the passing the torch draw at the wrong time.
Yeah.
It is going to be very unfortunate.
So it looks like we're just going to send this tape toss here. We're going to draw a card with calling for backup. We're just missing. Like, once again, we're just like, all right, I'm going to unexpected hero. We're just going to give this +3 damage and -3 speed.
Absolutely.
This is the thing I enjoyed doing back in the day with throws. Is like, oh, this is -2 speed, +2 damage, or like something like that. Like, I'll just keep activating these. I'm like, doesn't matter. I may have like my throw is probably like no speed, but it's gonna deal damage. Oh, absolutely. And Valiant Assault coming in for the breaker.
The question is, are we just going to continue going in, or are we going to build and then drop that jolt?
I think we're just did we just
we're just ending it right there. Okay.
We're like he might have one of those hot 4th kind hands where you're like, well, I have 5 attacks and I do not want to go into breaker 2 right now. And this is where I think this is where the Midoriya really shines, is like, all right, I'm going to be aggressive and defensive here. It's like, all right, I just got to hold 1 attack. If it has a mid block, I'm just going to keep holding it and keep blocking I'll just keep blocking every time with 1 attack in hand.
Absolutely.
And it's like, you have to put some number of foundations there to try to get through this. So we're going to.
Absolutely. Having breaker 2 on 1 attack guaranteed every turn is quite debilitating for certain characters.
Fourth kind being one of them at times. This might actually be a situation where, like, if we go to game 3, going back, if like they go down a game here and they're going first, they should go back to Denki. Like, just try to like, all right, I'm gonna build 5 and hope the build 5 or build, maybe I get lucky and pull off the build 6 and just be like, okay, go for the win, just go for future is now and hope I get there.
Absolutely. I don't really know if I would have swapped to 4th kind personally, just because 4th kind is one of those characters that is so affected by breaker blocks, and Midoriya being so consistent with them. I just don't know if that was the right call. Whereas Denki less so, because he's a 7-hander, right? And potentially gets to build more than this 4th kind we'll get to.
Exactly. The one thing I want to think here is like we're getting a shot of the hand there from the 4th kind. It is just all attacks, so it's like they're all 4 diffs. So it's like you're fighting into breaker. It's like, all right, just gonna hurt. It's just gonna hurt
Mhm.
here, and that's what happens. Ooh, we are celebrity state. Now
Where
we're
you're
just
going.
yeah, we're just gonna go probably get the we'll get that heroic strike back in our hand. We have a +2 mid breaker 2. Just it
Mhm.
exists in our hand now. Like you could just now you're just like, all right, what do you got? Yeah, this is hope like I don't expect. I think maybe we're gonna throw away another block here. Oh, okay. We're gonna draw a card.
Oh,
Just
unfortunate.
what the rolling threes occur again.
Yep. Sometimes that just be how it is.
Yeah, I think the bend here is just like, all right. I think I have blood in the water. The blood's in the water. Let's go for the finish.
Oh, I
Yeah.
would think that too.
Like here is my wind up punch, and
Yep. Coming in for a solid 7 damage. Yeah.
yep, and put it for powerful, and now it's lethal.
Yep. Yep. There it is. They now have to block this card.
Yeah, yeah, he's dead. He didn't tap for the damage.
He didn't change his life total from the back alley haymaker.
Yep. But we're just recouping the time. He was down to 10, and that's lethal. Yep, we're going to game 3. Yep. So all right, so Ben's back in it, got it back to 1-1 after the disconnect. We're just gonna shuffle up here, and we gotta see what happens here for game 3. I mean, this is gonna be an interesting situation. I want to see this Denki deck perform, but obviously Ben's on this Midoriya 3 right now, and this Midoriya 3 just pushes people. It really is one of those. It does a really good job of like controlling the 5-hand size characters. So
Absolutely. Midoriya being one of the better mid-range characters in the format, very good at controlling 5-handers and other like very single-minded aggro decks. It's very, very good at controlling that game plan.
Mm-hmm. So let's see what happens on the shuffle up here.
I think we're possibly
yep.
gonna swap out the character again.
Yep. Go back to it's like, all right, we just revert back to the decks. Where it's like, all right, put those cards back, put these cards back in, and see what we get there.
Yep, sort of like what I end up doing a lot of times on Mineta. There's a deck where you're going first, and then there's a deck where you're going second, and there's certain cards that you're swapping out in between those.
Mm-hmm. We're just gonna get the whole swap here. Doing the check, make sure it's 10. I mean, that's always a good thing to do. Like I'm one of those people who will definitely admit it's like I'll start the game and I'll be like, I thought I took this card out, and then I count my sideboard and there's like 9 cards on my sideboard, and I'm like, oh well, we're going to game 3.
Unfortunate. Yeah. I remember locally I forgot to side. There was one day I totally forgot to side out one day between rounds, and as the judge I had to give myself a game loss. It was pretty brutal.
All right, so we're gonna see what happens on this. We're getting, like I said, we're getting the shuffle up. We're gonna get the cut. And let's see if the Denki can put the damage together here.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm all for seeing like Ben did really well at he was top 8, if I remember correctly, at the Arlie in Kansas City with this deck. The deck is not a pushover. Like people are like, it's like, oh, well, it's Midoriya 3, and maybe it's not the best Midoriya. I'm like, I think it's one of the strongest Midoriyas. I don't know if it's the best Midoriya. I can't give that opinion. I think there's another Midoriya coming for all. It could definitely be the next one is over it, but
absolutely.
But right now in this format, like giving your attack break, this meal, like I'm gonna hold on to this attack, I'm gonna block with it, give it breaker 2, and they're just like that just ends turns, and people just don't realize that sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
Wow, it's like he's playing. Let's see the deck check. He's playing 1949, 40. He's playing 53 cards with 19 attacks, which is really hot. It's actually a little over the percentage for a 7-hand size. He
Yeah,
is just
absolutely.
rolling attacks here, though. Like,
Yep. I mean, some people just want to see that orange, and
Yep.
Denki is one of those decks that
Yep.
just wants to see as much of it as possible.
That's true. Let's see what happens. Let's get some charge attacks going here. Let's start tapping out the board. Let's have the crazy. I'm ready for that crazy Denki turn. I just want to see the all right, this does this does this catch. I mean, that's a good start. I Future Charge, it's been one of those cards that people are always hit, I guess they would say you're hit and miss on, but I'm all for sometimes you're just all for playing an attack that says I just draw another card and just
Absolutely.
cycle. And then if you draw a pair, draw two. I'm like, cool. Then when they play 3 Future Charges on you, then you have questions.
Yeah, then you have some problems happening.
I have definitely played I played it, I think it's the set 1 meta. I always played a true form deck. And I would just I remember one time at locals, I'm like, play Future Charge, draw a card, ditch your character. Play another Future Charge, draw 2, ditch your character. They're just cycling through my deck, and then I realized that I've played all 4 of my Future Charges. My opponent's like, you just played 4 attacks and ended the turn with more cards than you started with. I think we're gonna see the buttons are being pressed here.
Yep. Buttons are certainly being pressed. Now the question is, what buttons?
What
just
button?
Committed his character.
I think this is the lie. Okay, so hear me out. He doesn't have an auto. He doesn't have one of his auto hits. He doesn't have Cape Toss or Electric Jolt here. And he's just I'm just going to pressure with my hand. This is what I'm trying to find foundations to build. This might, because he's, I think he's
okay.
I think that's the line here. It's hey, I'm just trying to play here with what I got. Maybe, he's just I'm going to play this and draw 2, and then I'm just going to build out from here and hope it's good.
Yeah,
he's
generate a momentum or 2, and then go on from
there. Just a note, he is playing 16 zero-diff foundations. He is playing 24.
That is a lot of zeros.
He is playing 30. This deck is playing 30 foundations with 24 spams, because you're just trying to do this. You're
wow.
But the thing is, order spams. Some of them are good. I mean, I like
good.
Desperate Times, Requesting Assistance. Those see a lot of play. Gotcha. Not as much, but it's good it's a good anti-stun card for hey, I'm gonna start cutting some speed off you.
Absolutely.
Your finish is a deadlock threat. Yep. That's what I always see that. I am not a fan of your finish, but when Tim Keefe said, but your deck has no deadlock plays. And I'm like, you're right. I'll play this spam and hope it's good.
Yeah. And sometimes that's all you need.
Yep. So we're gonna look at the deck. He's just I'm gonna go up to 8 foundations, and then Ben's I don't have a line here. I'm gonna build out, and we'll see what happens. He just keeps checking. Looks like Ben is just checking attacks here,
which is super unfortunate. That was certainly a build 5 from that 6-hander against Denki.
Yeah, that's here's the thing: is you can block with your card in hand. If your card is attack, you're gonna block, and then you can use Passing the Torch to draw 2, and then you could easily, if 2 of the cards are only one's a viable block, you could pitch a card to the one with Nature, go to 0 cards again, and draw 2 with the other Passing the Torch.
Absolutely. But what even happens then if the Denki does see the gas? What happens if their hand is 3 foundations, the 7-diff, Recipro, Jolt, and the action, right? What happens in that world? You really don't want to be stuck with 1 card in hand to defend yourself.
That's true. There's this Denki is gonna get, looks like he's gonna get, all right, so we're gonna fail the block. And here's the thing is, with Denki, I would rather, sometimes it's better just to fail the block if you have the option, because you want to know why? He doesn't get the target commit.
Yep, that's true.
So I think the Denki's is checking stuff here. All right, so we're gonna play the future charge. There's the 1,000,000% hiding away on us.
We found it.
Found it. Not we wanted to see it, but we're gonna draw some cards here.
Maybe someday.
Maybe someday. I actually expect here we're gonna require if he's got what he thinks is a finish. Yep, we're gonna double desperate times and commit 2. Yeah, we're on the line. We're gonna try to pressure here, and like I think we're gonna double request the assistance, re-ready the 2 committeds, and we're just gonna go. Future is now. Play as many foundations. Play 1 attack. It connects, and then we go to scoop it up and try to reciprocal burst for game, which is a strong possibility here. Oh wow! Okay, so we just saw Ben go with the Lost in Thought here, and just like I'm gonna ready I'm gonna pick up this committed one, build on one ready, and I'm gonna make you pick up the other requesting assistance and put it back face down, pretty much. So
yeah, absolutely. Lost in Thought, being one of the better set 4 removal pieces that's around. Sort of making a small splash in the meta, and I think we're just going to see more and more play as the meta continues.
Yeah, it just has that little piece of control that the symbols it's on, like it's like good really needed it, in my opinion, as like a target control piece. We're playing this with we're going in.
Maybe we do have the gas. Maybe it's coming.
I see a jolt in hand. So
no. Could this be it?
I think we're just gonna jolt. We're just like, I don't know what to do. We're just gonna play jolt on a floor.
Checking like garbage, but it's okay because we did indeed play Future Is Now.
Comes in with 2/2.
In with 2/2. And the question is, did we leave in a second copy of the 1,000,000%? Are we going to go 1,000,000 into?
You really want the 1,000,000 to happen.
All I want. I think it's so cool that this card is actually seeing play.
I think this reciprocal burst. I think it's a reciprocal burst play here.
I'm sure it is.
We're in the numbers for it, so it's like it's actually more beneficial for Ben to probably to have less committed foundations in this situation. But let's see what happens. What's the follow up? Is it a reciprocal? Are we going on a 7 diff? I'm actually like kind of in like, let's see what happens here.
Yep, I'm on the edge of my seat. I cannot wait to see this Denki go burr.
Reciprocal.
Just clearing the pool, I guess. Okay. All right.
I think Ben has a sigh of relief at the moment of.
I can imagine. Yeah. I can imagine the Denki using that card pool clear, not to attack, but to build. Ben has to be so relieved.
Yeah. I think it's gonna. I think he didn't find it, and he was like, okay, well, I'm committed to this line. Let's do it.
Mm-hmm.
That happens. But now we get to see my favorite thing in this format right now, the Final Smash.
Yeah, Final Smash is such a cool card. I play it in lots of different decks. Just generically strong all around.
I played I have a Sato what I call Sato all good stuff. That the attacks have almost zero synergy to each other, because it's like there's some throws, there's some Final Smashes, there's some red guards. It's like kind of just this weird menagerie of good all attacks. But randomly there could just be, I could play 5 Final Smashes on one turn, and there's nothing you can do about it.
Yep.
It's the best feeling ever.
My Toru deck is very similar in that vein. I have a Toru 2 deck that I play, and it's just like generic good stuff. It's not the punch decks that all the other Torus are playing. It's generically strong. Good cards are just generically strong.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So we're like, it looks like we committed down the one with nature. I think that if we're gonna use the jolt here, I think that's the right target for the jolt. I think we're just gonna get this smash to go on. We're gonna stack something here. We're gonna draw. We're gonna use like probably the fascinating torch and draw another attack, or we're just gonna stack a check. Like it's like the hand's too strong, and we're just gonna stack and go.
Mm-hmm.
So let's see what we get here. It looks like we're just looks like we're deciding. Yeah.
Yep. Here comes the Texas Smash.
Here comes the Tejas special.
Yeah.
Can I say the crazy line I want to see Ben do here, and I know it's not going to happen though, where he stacked that Texas Smash because he has one in hand, and then he's going to draw 3 cards off of it. You would draw 3 cards off of his "you're finished," just as a flex.
Oh,
like,
that would
I'm
be
going to check
funny.
a 3. I'm going to play this on a 5. I'll check a 3. Commit. All right, I'm going to draw 3 cards. And just like,
Yeah.
oh. But
funny.
I know that's not happening, but I have done that personally when I had no other line of like, I'm just gonna check a 3 and commit 2, and you're gonna die. So I'm gonna it's just a line you can do here.
Yeah, you know what card is really funny with that card, Mighty Punch, just because you get to it basically just reads check top 4 of your deck to stack a card to trigger your zero diffs.
Exactly. We're on the Texas Smash combos coming in here for that combo punch, this powerful combo punch that
Absolutely
makes Texas Smash like the staple of the punch decks.
Yeah, one of the better set 1 punches for sure.
Yes. I mean, I don't know. I think it's the strongest, but like, you look at Jab is easily a strong play for that. I think they all kind of have accepted like here is like the core cards of like certain of punches on certain symbols is the way you go. Like if you're on good, heroic strike is a good thing to have in your deck. If you're on all, it's like you're okay. You're kind of in a different deck altogether because you might be playing like hardened uppercut, which is one of my favorite cards still. I mean, I played in my sideboard. I play harder uppercuts in my sideboard because it's a +0 high block. Oh, that's game. There we go. The good recovery from Ben here. Like going down game 1 to a disconnect, came back hard game 2, and then game 3 just decided I'm done here. I'm not playing around. We are moving on from round 6 of play. Players, that was a good match. I was really hoping.
Oh yeah, it was fantastic. Congratulations to both of those players.
Yeah, I was really expecting to see the Denki do everything. I was like, come on, do. It's like you're watching Denki. It's like, do your trick. You're just poking Denki. I'm like, and he does the trick, and then nothing comes out of it. It's like, oh. Sorry, bud.
Isn't it the worst when you have your pet deck or whatever, you have your deck ready to go, you get slapped on stream, and then it just decides not to do its cool thing.
Yeah. Still a great effort by Roberto there. So we are gonna be stepping over. We've got about 12 minutes left in the round clock for the non-stream players, and we'll be coming back rather quickly with round 7. Not the final round though. We got one more. We got 8. We're going to 8 rounds today, people. But we'll be coming back very soon with round 7 of play and probably some real.
Welcome back, heroes out there. It's time to launch head first into round 7, our second to last round on this lovely night. What a lovely day, evening, afternoon, and night it's been so far. We've been playing for the better part of 8-ish hours now, and things are really getting down to the nitty-gritty from here on out. And we've got some real interesting decks lined up here, all the way up here in these top tables. We're sitting at table 4 right now with some people that you definitely would not expect to be at table 4. Jesse, what are we looking at for this matchup, man?
We are looking at a all of Racerhead 2.
That's not the one I like.
Good old Death Nomu.
Nomu.
This is gonna be. We have been keeping an eye on this Eraserhead deck all day, like trying to see, like, is this deck a thing? Like, it was picking up some wins early, and it just kind of keeps chugging along in this format. I want to see what happens here. Like, Look at this.
What? What?
We're hungry. I'll tell you that much.
Holy cow. He said that lunch break was not enough. What a crazy build out with this triple snack time. So this is all Eraserhead 2. This is a very, very traditional all punch deck, right? We've got the rapid punches, the hardened barrages, the Texas smashes, the valiant assaults, the cat punches, the works.
That's a lot of not traditional all punches. I don't know. I've never seen a cat punch being played.
Bro, I play cat punch in every. Okay, well, guys, y'all have just all learned at home that Jesse Cervini has no idea how to play all punches because cat punch, unbelievably based. But there are some really peculiar things going on in this deck. There's a lot of 2-ofs, a lot of random 1-ofs as well. It's also a 66 card deck with 24 attacks in it. That is unbelievably aggressive.
Yes, this is a very aggressive deck. We have to definitely look at what's going on with the two things going on with this Eraserhead. First, the enhance of your attack gets +1 speed for each attack in your card pool. If it is completely blocked, draw a card. That's a pretty solid thing to happen here for Eraserhead. It's like, you want to block my stuff? Okay, cool. But as I play more attacks, they get harder to block, and I draw cards when you fully block my stuff.
Yeah, so there's going to be
here.
Yep, beautiful full block. Gonna get to draw that card. So Eraserhead is kind of very similar to what we were talking about a few rounds ago with Sero, right? He kind of has that, like, if you can take my attacks and it's not 27, then the 6-hand size or 7-hand size aggro deck is just gonna come back and beat me up, right? Mm-hmm. He kind of has that same syndrome, but that's where his other abilities fall into place, where he gets to defensively remove something, ideally your best ability on your best attack every single turn. A lot of decks that's very, very hard to deal with, extremely difficult to deal with for some. A lot of throw decks can't take losing a throw every turn. A lot of decks that are super reliant on things like Recipro Bursts are these really big moves to close out the game. Remove your EX, remove your pitch momentum for damage. There's so many applications for an ability like this. It's really hard to deal with your 1.3 at the end that you need to be 1,000,000 damage to kill me fourth kind. It doesn't gain a damage for every committed anymore. Too bad, buddy. Yeah. Eraserhead 2 is a really tough character to play around. Very underrated, to be honest. He's definitely seen some play here as a sideboard option for a lot of decks, but I think he's really rising to prominence now that he just finally found a package he wants to play. He came out in his starter deck with all of his combo weapons and all that stuff, and the only issue is just none of those cards got big. Right? Yeah. He just made them really fast, and they were kind of a lot of like 4 and 5 damage moves, unless you really committed to some of the more like mediocre ones, I want to say. He just hadn't found that right package for him yet. But now with the release of Valiant Assault and a lot of things in set 4, All Punches has really found itself in a fantastic place as a great generic package. And Eraserhead 2 is just one of many characters rising up to play it very, very well. I mean, look at that, man. We got to fold block and draw. We got to draw with the Valiant Assault. We built so many foundations. We got damage in. And now we have basically a whole new stage.
It looks like we're getting a life counter on the board for us here. Appreciate the players putting that together for us, so we have some visual of current health totals. And this Eraserhead just like, I'm just gonna keep building fountain. Like, he built so many on turn 1, and now turn 2 he's like, I'm just gonna build more, build another, just build out.
Yeah, I mean, so like he doesn't need to feel too defenseless here, right? We've got Chivalrous to draw. We've got Destined for maybe some draw. We've got 2 blocks in hand. We get to remove an ability from our rival's best attack. There's a lot of great things going on here for us defensively. Meanwhile, Nomu is checking 3s and making his turn really, really hard to play through. And we're going to see Eraserhead come in here and remove the ability off of the Dual Needle Lunge. Zero doubt whatsoever that this is our ability to pay 3 health and send it into the momentum. So we just talked a lot about Eraserhead, Jesse. But yeah, I'll talk about this Nomu deck. Nomu, on face, not a lot to talk about, right? Big damage moves. We don't take big damage moves. Very, very straightforward character, but it's this deck that's been making some waves recently. This is the Nomu squared deck, as some have been calling it. We have Dual Needle Lunge, we have Winged Nomu. For those of you not aware, the combo here is play Dual Needle Lunge, pay 3, make it a 10 damage move with Nomu, suck it into the momentum, go into a winged Nomu, you immediately have the Echo online, and it's just 30 damage in 3 cards. It's very, very efficient and very, very effective, especially in the early game before your rival has had a chance to find that many high blocks and stabilize their foundation count, especially the high blocks, because those winged Nomus, not being able to partial block those when they're like 10 damage moves is kind of insane. It's kind of insane. But that whole combo is really, really going to start faltering when Eraserhead gets to just come in, rip that ability off of our dual needle lunge. Or if we do get momentum and we send in that winged Nomu, rip the Echo off of the winged Nomu.
Yeah, this is actually a really, not, I would say a hard counter, but it's like, it's going to make Nomu play fair.
Yes.
In this
yes.
matchup. And
It's a give and take though, right? Because I also don't think that the rest of our Eraserhead text is very relevant against Nomu. He's not looking to block us very much. He is just not. He wants to block like our Texas smashes, and that's practically it. And if Eraserhead just can't find, the lethality there quick enough, there's a world where we might just kind of lose the block zone lottery in some ways. Like, I mean, we just saw it right there, right? We have blocked, and now we're just chilling at 17. Does not feel very good. It's we're gonna have to, you said Nomu was gonna have to play honestly in this game, right? But it's very possible that honest Nomu play is still enough to take Eraserhead out.
And can we talk about the one foundation that probably surprising a lot of people with this Nomu deck? Window shopping.
Yeah, so window shopping is pretty sick in decks like this, because you just kind of get to confirm your 5 check on top, or you just get a free attack. It's really, really, really good. And just kind of a nice like efficiency card for Nomu to play.
Yeah, this I saw some people playing this deck last weekend in Kansas City, and definitely saw the well, if I have a 5 on top, I kill you. But if I have an attack on top, I'm just gonna play that attack and see what happens to get rid of it.
No, it's great.
Crazy.
No, it's definitely a really, really strong piece in this deck. Anything that lets you extend that hand size a little bit as the 5 hand size Nomu is fantastic. So we got Eraserhead to open with the cat punch here. This is a very, very annoying attack in Eraserhead 2.
Block, I draw 2. That's the line here. It's like, would you like to block this? I would not recommend it.
No, I think this is the easiest 7 damage that Nomu has ever taken. Ooh, okay. So we got a prone to dry eyes usage coming in. So it's going to be a little bit thicker than that.
We're going to start pumping this thing.
Yeah.
Like
eyes, that could be the almighty equalizer in this game, because we got to find that damage.
Yeah, when we're starting to send attacks that are like, okay, these are coming in. They're kind of like, they're the softballs. So it's like 2 mid, it's a 3 mid for 7. You're like, do I block this? Do I want it? Like this is a risky block here. Like, okay, I'm gonna give you 2 cards.
Yeah, it's possible that maybe we just like only have mid blocks. I don't know. Letting him draw here is really scary though, because he's got enough foundations to roll a lot of attacks here. And if we just have enough cards to keep prone to dry eyes online every attack, it's gonna be really rough, man. We also haven't seen him start. He could start also popping off with things like snack time in a world where we want to try and start forcing things through, like this hardened barrage. This is gonna be once we Eraserhead, it's gonna be a 6 high for 5, and then now the prone comes in for a 6 high for 6. And now we've got snack time coming in for a 7 high for 6. We pretty much exited the range of blocking anything from here on out.
Yeah, I think we're just doing that. I think he's like, I think I have the gas here, and this is that we're coming in.
Yeah, we're also going to get to unflip a foundation if this gets through, which I'm 99% sure it's going to be getting through. Another snack time usage. Yeah, this is huge.
I gotta tell you something funny that I see with a lot of players. When they are playing all these stats, and there is nothing representing it. It like, I see players who play like this. I met one player who's a newer player who's only been playing since right after the HLC he started playing. and he keeps track of his damage, his speed and damage on paper that's next to him, and it's like he's because he's like he only trusts the paper. He said, and it is. I understand it, but man, it is a hard. I had to literally pick up my dice and put them across from like on my mat across from him to be able to like put it together in my head that this is the speed and damage of that attack. Because I twice tried to block attacks, and it's like, oh wait, that's like plus 3 more speed than I mapped for.
So the Mirage came in as a 8 high for 7, and we Nomu responded to bring it down to 6. We've got the prone to dry eyes, only one usage still online, and I think we're going to just cap out at 1 usage at this point, because with floating and the 1 prone, we get to bring our 4 damage moves up to 6, and unless we're gonna kill with like some crazy Texas strings, there's no point going above 6.
No.
Right? Unless we got like that many more attacks to throw, but we do have 3 cards in our pool at this point, so we're only going so much harder.
That's true. We're just gonna pressure this here.
We sure did find another cat punch though, but you don't want to leave yourself too open. You know, we're only at 17 health, right? Like if we go for another move here and check bad and we don't finish the game, man, with 2 momentum, if we can find like a winged Nomu or 2, okay.
This is the pressure. Now this is the pressure game of like doing. I think putting when you get your attacks to like 7 or 8, that's when the Nomu has to start making decisions of like, is this the time to take 2 less damage?
Yeah, we've got the prone usage coming in here. So this is 6 now, and okay, it's for 7. We did floating as well. It's a 6 mid for 7. Nomu opting to just take 7. Doesn't want to use his commit yet. Valiant Assault's floating is going to come in to bring a new one on the tippity top. Is he going to go for that cat punch? Oh, he's got another Valiant.
7.
Ooh, so this is exactly what I was talking about. We need like 2 more attacks, I think, to seal the deal. And I don't know. I mean, if we play on an 8 and we check a 3, we can commit out for it. Yeah. But we probably need the numbers, but there's still 1 more Nomu, right? So like worst case scenario, something gets big, Nomu takes 6, goes to 12. Can we find 12 and 1 more move? I don't think that we can.
I know. It's like this is the situation where the Nomu players who have played Nomu a lot and they understand what's happening, they can just sit there and be like, okay, you have yet to present I die to 1 attack or I die on 2 attacks with your line. You have to play 3. You're like, I'm going to make you play 3 attacks here.
Yep. So we have another prone usage coming in tandem with the babies. This should be an 8 damage move now.
All right. Sorry,
yeah, I don't know if we can find lethality with this line is the issue.
I think we're just pressuring and we're realizing. I think he's starting to realize he can't finish on this.
Yeah, we're in too deep because like Nomu can just take this and then a Texas smash on the next one is just 6.
Yep.
Like he doesn't die to any move here.
Yeah, like we're in 2 attack. You have to 2 attack me.
Yep.
And the checking the 3 was too much. Like, all right. So we saw a 5 on top.
We do have a 5 on top, or maybe even a 6. Either way, it's a good one on top. But continuing here, I mean, you got to put at least like 1 foundation. He's counting 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 right now. We're thinking about playing that cat punch we drew, or maybe something else.
Like the cat punch is gonna be. I mean, it's like I think he
was mathing if he could play 2 more moves by rolling 5s, and it's not going to happen, unfortunately. Yeah. So now we're in a rough spot. We need Nomu to draw a little cold here because the only thing that we can really rely on defensively this turn is our Eraser Head response. We need him to draw like 1 winged Nomu, and that's it.
Yeah, I'm like. If he just goes wing Nomu, and you're like, okay.
He just tapped his life counter. Hey, Nomu, you tapped your life counter a bit. Eraserhead's at 17. Oh, no, it's all good. It was super, super low-key. Professor Levi. That's it. That's his one good deed for today. So the dual needle is coming in here. Do you erase respond on this one?
I think so. Just
I
to,
don't
like,
think I would, because I think now we just lose to Winged Nomu.
yeah. I mean, I think we lose the Mumu either way if we.
Well, if we hold our echo, right? If we if we
Oh,
hold our
okay.
response to remove echo, I think that is the one thing we can identify that kills us. Unless unless like, there's a world where Matthew is not super, Gavin is not super familiar with what Matthew's deck is doing. We have checked a Winged Nomu already. It's popped up.
Yep.
But it hasn't been like, we haven't been slammed by the 30 damage on turn 2, right? And so it hasn't set in 100% what this deck is doing.
Yeah, and I think he's about to find out. It seems like. All right.
It just depends how many high blocks do we have is the big answer. Because in addition to the dual needle lunge and the Winged Nomus, we've also seen the Vile Seasons just being these 10 damage cantrips. Ooh, window shopping.
Take a look.
Let's take a peek. That's a really nice 5. That's a really nice 5.
Really
right
nice
there.
5 right now. It's like, okay.
If he's got the Winged Nomu, this could be catastrophic. Oh, okay. A turn to dust here is a little spicy. Now we have all of our committed ones in a big pile. How many of those are face down, Jesse? Because Prone to Dry Eyes' response could be really big against Stun 2 here.
I think we have one Destin that was reused. We got Unflipped and I think we have 2.
I think we also have an It Can't Be Fixed in there, or maybe even 2.
Yes, we do.
Yeah, we do have 2
It Can't Be Fixed and 2 face downs. I think
Right.
this Stun.
We do not possess Stun 2. We don't possess Stun 2. Unless would that put Gavin into deadlock? Because we got a snack time on board, brother. Maybe we do have Stun 2. Hang on. If I can start flipping to draw cards, I might be down to let my rival get a few foundations.
That is definitely a possibility here. This is a spicy line of all right, catch the blocks.
Oh no, we're out of high blocks. Half blocking this is going to feel really rough, especially as probably our last block for the turn, unless something real crazy comes up. There's a couple moves here that could just kill on their own. We could throw out a cheerful uppercut is super lethal here. Another turn to dust is not quite lethal. But if our checks keep rolling in, we could find another one here.
I think this is the line where you just EX to make you just launch this. If you don't have a second attack with EX or kill 2 of those momentum and EX this.
I think that's a perfectly fine thing to do here. But we're still gonna need another move to follow this up with. It's
go beyond an 8. If they have another, because Nomus like to play 5s, so. But if this does 10, anything's lethal, and then Nomu's
all right, slamming it for 10. Did we draw 4 attacks? Did we draw 4 attacks?
Did a Vile Season?
It feels like we did.
Oh,
one away.
One away.
Why didn't we play that as our second move? So that we could clear it. Yeah. If we'd have, look, we didn't draw cards in the middle of that, right? At no point in time did we do that. I don't think we found that dual needle somewhere in the middle of that string. No, we didn't draw any cards at all. Yeah, if we'd have led with the dual needle and put it into our momentum as our second attack, I think we would have definitely had that little enough progressive to be able to pass all of those 4 attacks.
So we're now in the swing back here from Eraserhead.
And this is where Eraserhead shines, right?
Yes. I am gonna turn all of my attacks are gonna turn into a lot of damage here really quick. This is having this rapid punches come in. It's coming in for we're pressing all the buttons here.
Yeah, we've already popped Prone to Dry Eyes. We're seeing a snack time usage now as well. We're going to have to start blocking like crazy. We only have the 1 card in hand, unless Eraser just draws stone cold from here on out.
Yep.
I don't know if there's a world here.
We're -2 speed.
We're trying to Mastermind's Apprentice.
Yep.
And get some speed reduction down, but I mean, we just have so many foundations to commit here that we're just not worried about it. Eraserhead's so undeterred by that. And I mean, with 24 attacks in our 66 card deck, there's no way we're not going to find the couple moves. Like, we just need 3 attacks, right?
Yeah. Like, we're trying to, like, the thing is, people should understand that both these players are X and 1. They are both on, they win this round, they're in the safety to ID in round 8 for top cuts tomorrow. So, like, this is a good spot here. I love to see either of these decks, because I really think this Nobu deck could definitely win. Like, this is just game 1, and so I could see. We don't know until we see that hand here from the Eraserhead. We could just be sitting here trying to press buttons and hope it's good. Like, all right, so we're gonna take this, go to 2. He's gonna draw a card, and now it's Nobu has to block.
Oh yeah,
Nobu's like, I don't got that. I don't got that block.
Man, very, very unfortunate to have just barely missed that kill turn. Massive turns from both players. Both of them going like 4 or 5 attacks in deep. What crazy aggression coming from both of them in that game 1. Certainly could have been anyone's game. We see this, we saw Eraserhead in the beginning as like, this might be this kind of silver bullet against this all in on the winged Nomu dual needle combo Nomu deck. But even without, that exact combo popping off, we didn't see a single winged Nomu. Just the power of, as you said, just playing an honest Nomu game against, a fairly honest character himself. You can still see how just so much damage is powering through. Now we see how our Eraserhead has slid into our deck here. This guy's got a lot of clown cards going on in the sideboard.
There is a Monoma and an All Might 3 in that sideboard, and
there's an All Might 6 as well.
Oh, okay.
I have to imagine into Nomu here. Do you think we're gonna become Monoma and just be 6 hand size Nomu?
That's a good line.
I think there's a solid argument for that. Interestingly enough, we've got a bunch of interesting 1-0s in this sideboard. We've got a top pro heroes as well. No doubt that's coming in, and we're just gonna remove Echo from every winged Nomu ever played.
It's like I see the top pro hero and a character coming in. I think it's possibly the line here. There is some 1Xs in this board that just like I am mildly confused by. There's also the line here. I just want to say there's 2 bartenders, which in certain matchups, bartender can really screw. Bartender is your is what he's playing. It looks like for his anti-momentum line.
We are Monoma. There it is.
Oh, here we go.
There it is. Mel, eat your heart out. We have become the 6 hand size Nomu right here, right now. This is very exciting. I didn't think about it until you pointed it out, Jesse, but I think you're right. Those bartenders have got to be coming in. Oh, you'll pay 3 health to build your dual needle lunge face down? That's right. I think that's hilarious.
They build it down committed. They have to then add a ready, and then put one of the card, then add a card from their hand to their momentum. It's like, yeah, you get your momentum, but you also went down a foundation.
Yep.
Like if you go needle, like you're like, oh, I have 4 foundations. I'll play needle. I commit. Oh, I checked the 3. I'll commit 2 to pass it because I think I've got the line. And they walk into like I've seen people walk into bartender, and it's just like, oh, I just got stun one. That can pretty much end a trick. And sometimes when you go, especially on the early turns, it does a lot.
I gotta say, Nomu is a character that a lot of people, including myself, honestly, have never taken like very competitively seriously from like a higher tier standpoint. But I really think that so many elements have come together lately to truly bring this character into a fantastic rogue deck type spot. The second that people were picking up on the whole dual needle lunge winged Nomu thing, we were like, is this the combo that brings Nomu into the upper echelons of the format finally? And then we realized how the format was going to be so hardcore on, these million damage, super tall Jiro decks. Tokoyami with his super tall moves running around. Ojiro, when he was dominating pre-errata, was running around with these super tall moves. Like, all of the stars really have aligned for Nomu to kind of fall into a fantastic spot.
Nice 4 build. by the Nomu.
Beautiful four build.
Because really, Nomu kind of went from set one, it was like it was Death or Earth Romu. And then as the format kind of evolved, he kind of just became I'm an Earth character. I can do Earth things, but not as good as other people. And or he was the Fury deck. It's like, I'm the Fury deck. I could do it, but there's other people who can do this better for me. And now it's like he's finding his own identity.
Yeah.
With this
Nomu finally has something that like he specifically plays really, really well.
Yep.
Ooh, look at all these zeros, man. This guy is zero diff crazy. We counted it earlier, but this guy's got 17 zeros in his deck. Gotta love the all symbol, man. All in chaos. Just all in chaos things, man.
When your deck is, let's see, he is playing 42 foundations, and only 6 of them are not considered spams. That's a lot of like zeros and ones.
It's a ton of build power. And so it's combo time, potentially. Are we going to see this dual needle lunge come down and lead into a winged Nomu? There's a world where we just die this turn if all of that comes into play perfectly. Because we no longer have
that, and I think he learns it's like maybe Eraserhead is better going.
Can you imagine if he goes splat here and then boards right back into Eraserhead?
Oh. All right, he blocked the one attack. All right, he had the one block. So this is not like death, instant death.
Okay. If we held the second high block, we're definitely good. We're definitely super good.
One good thing about Wing Nomu, you have to full block.
Ooh, so we're going for the window shopping now. Interesting.
Good. No, that's a good way.
Does that mean it's winged Nomu time? Yeah. No, just gonna go ahead and take it. No, there's our winged Nomu. Oh no. Anyway.
If he window shopping to hit a winged Nomu, it would have been so hype.
Oh, I would have lost it was so close. One card away. It was so close. But I mean, we got our dual needle entire momentum. So like our combo is still waiting to happen now. We've got to learn the standards on board. We've got a healthy build now as well. Nomu fell so far behind in build so quickly last game. And that's what really, that is what eventually inhibited us, right? One more foundation and we got to close the game last game.
So Monoma is starting to do Monoma things where I need that.
Doing Monoma things.
Well, you need an attack to connect.
Yes.
That's like, we need to get the once per game off. Because outside of that, then you're just like, keep naming taunt and giving +1 damage. You're like, +1 damage, not bad. Not a bad line here. Like, we could definitely see, I want to see the Nomu war happen, though, where it's like, all right, coming in, I'm like, this is 6. Come back to you, this is for 6.
Yeah. Ooh, losing our dual needle lunge does not feel great, but we do get to full block this.
That's a tap out though.
Yeah, I think I'm taking it. I'm taking that full block for sure. I think though I might have left learning up and committed my character instead. Mm-hmm. Stops him from like really popping off, but who knows? It's
the Valiant.
I think there's a world where if the Valiant hits and then we become Nomu and then we throw a third attack, we most definitely want our character left up so we can take 6 from that third attack because it's going to get Nomu, quote unquote, Nomu pumped up.
Ooh, nice. I am a respecter of Rebel at his masterpiece. That's a card that I just like the idea of this is +1 damage. Or just off the top, I discard off the top of my deck. I'm all for it.
Repeatable stat pumps are the name of the game lately, Mr. Cervini. Interesting to Destined there, because I feel like that Valiant's probably... Oh my god.
We're just blocking and saying...
Oh, that's huge. And now that 5 on top, put it in your pool. How rude. We've found him. The Nomu who blocks.
The Nomu who blocks.
But we have to go for it. We've got to get that once per game off, baby. we got to become Nomu. Ooh. We must do it. However, this is going to leave Monoma Nomu Nomuna Nomuna.
Nomuna.
This is going to leave Nomuna in a pretty awkward position. We might build one more foundation at best, and I don't know if we're gonna be able to get any genuine blocking off next turn. We might just have to take a bunch of 6 damage packets.
All right, we've dealt damage. We are now Nonoma. We're doing the check here. We're like, all right, everything's I'm assuming happened.
Oh yeah, catching up our life counters because we did indeed not digitally pay our 3 for our dual needle lunge. So we're all caught up now, and these guys are basically neck and neck now, and they're both Nomu. They're both Nomu now.
One gets plus 1 hand size. It is playing a lot of spams. So
spams.
I would definitely just be. Oh, I wish he had another 0 to go with this and be like, I'm just not. Why try to block? You have nothing.
Passing with 4 in hand here is rough. That's so many to pass with. But I mean, you have so many cards in your pool. You know, the uppercut came down, and then the one in the pool, and we still play the 4th card. We played the barrage, just really inhibited our build. But I think getting that once per game off was very important that turn.
I think so. Right now they're both on the. You have to play 5 attacks.
Yeah.
Before we have entered, like you could deal as much as like if you're doing anything less than 6, it's like you're not doing anything. Like
nope, there's gonna be a lot of dealing 6 damage from here on out. However, I will say we could see Turn to Dust become very relevant this matchup for our real Nomu, because Stun 2 is going to be massively pivotal. Whereas I don't think besides Snack Time, we really haven't seen any stun coming out of this this Eraser Head deck.
Did he just commit 2 for the no draw? I think
we sure did commit 2. We said, I'm not letting you draw a card. Absolutely not.
You know what would be great right now? A Nullify.
Oh man, that'd be crazy.
I am so on the people who are like I definitely have had people like lately like they just still play lane scale and I love Nullify. It's like right now I like the hand trap idea of just be like try to do something. And they're like, I'm gonna discard 2 cards and draw 2. I'm like, no, you're not. You're gonna discard 2 cards. It's such a good feeling. They're like, oh, I just go.
You have made one true statement in there.
Yep. They think it's so free. They're just like, no, there's no, you have no fear, and they're just like, he doesn't play Nullify. Who plays Nullify? And I'm like, I'm playing 3, sir.
I've definitely seen a lot more Nullifies lately than I've ever expected to see. Oh, this is scary. So we latent skilled, and now we're snack timing. We found something good, Jesse. We found something good in those 2.
We found 2 good ones. We're gonna window shopping next, just to we may play. We're gonna go. Yep.
So we just saw the acrobatics come down. Destroy for -1 speed, playable while committed. We're gonna have to block this one on a hair margin.
That's a good block.
Ooh.
Check.
It was on a 5 though. That was very failable.
Yep.
Very, very scary.
All right, so we have good old convenient timing active.
Yeah.
First of all, he's only playing 1 of these, so that was very convenient.
Very convenient, but man, with us being completely committed out, we get to reduce 1, and then it's over. You know, if we can. Ooh, okay. Them's the breaks.
That's on a 2. Like now you're gonna think like this is on a 3.
I mean, we did get a massive chunk of half damage in there.
Yeah.
Honestly, we don't really feel too bad about that.
Yeah. Now we've done the number where now Momo's on. They can do their ability 3 times and then have to start blocking instead of 4.
And man, look
5,
at this. We have 9 foundations to Nomomo's 4. There's a risk. This is not looking good for our background character here. He's gonna have to really catch up this turn one way or another.
Yeah,
this is not a bad one to start with. Yeah, even when I really want to build, this is not a bad one to open with because it's going to be damage or it's going to draw you cards and hopefully draw you foundations that you're looking for. Kind of helps you just like dig through your deck a little bit.
Yep. Just like give it 4 damage. Okay.
Now, what worries me here is we're gonna get super punished for this poke if Nomu is holding on to a cheerful uppercut block.
Oh yeah.
or maybe even worse, a naval laser beam. Either of those would be pretty. I think since like we probably want to build this turn, the uppercut would be much more punishing. But Breaker 2 is still not an attractive thing to deal with.
Mm-hmm. What's the
Destiny Foundation, grabbing a chivalrous. Yep, we're looking for foundations. We're trying to build.
Yeah, we're trying to protect our line here so that we can, like, it's like, all right, we're checking the block. Ah, there it is. You called it.
Yep.
Still, like, yep, like, commit. Ooh, XR file season.
So we're going to get the draw off the cat punch. It was very blocked. Breaker 2 is going to come in, stop this cat punch completely in its tracks. Anything else just isn't worth playing now, since it's just only going to deal 6. Cards in hand or not, it's only going to deal 6. You got to catch your stage up. You are literally the 6 hand size version of your rival, and you're getting outbuilt.
Yep.
we got to catch up right now.
I would not be playing all my highs if I were. Full on attack mode would should probably have stayed in hand.
Maybe. I mean, we still have 3 in hand, so we also know that this eraser deck has 9 low blocks in it. So like, there's a lot of highs. We could still have 2 highs in hand. Also, if we do get caught out, we do only take 6. Remember? Yeah. We are no Muma.
We are no Muma.
We are no Muma. Yeah, this is really intense. This is really intense stuff right now. Okay, so we have window shopped our way to a lovely 5 on the top of our deck, and it's time. It's time. How many highs? How many highs you got, buddy? It's time to figure it out. Or how many times do you want to take 6?
Yep. Like, I'm gonna do this. Do you have a high block? Nope. Okay.
This is a very interesting game state that we're in now, man. This could actually be a bit of a grinder, to be honest with you, Jesse.
This really, this is the I've sat down with the Nomu and watched the Nomu mirrors before with locals, and it's like those matches don't go quickly. It takes time for them to become a thing.
Yeah. Nomu decks are not designed to deal 6 damage at a time. Ooh, this is very nice. Very, very nice.
Minus 2 speed. Minus 2 speed on your next one. Do you want to send your wing? You want to send the wing Nomu again? You sure do.
We always send the wing Nomu in, baby. All day, every day. Especially with forcing surrender on board. We're gonna be able to play our next attack and then kick this winged Nomu out of our card pool. So sick moves, man. Mm-hmm. I remember at the HLC when Shane Duckworth of Jasco Games design team brought his like prototype Dabi 2 deck that was just all about abusing winged Nomu. And in our hotel room before the main event one night, he brought it out and he taught Tyrell, Ty's House of Cards, Ty Scott, and I the power of forcing surrender with Echo. Blew our little baby minds. Was amazing to see. So we had the second high block. Wow.
All right.
And we learned. And that's gonna be it. I mean, it's not a bad turn. We spent 1 card in hand to get 2 attacks out of Nomuma's hand. 2 very good ones, no doubt. Uppercut is like terrifying in this matchup. EX man. It says
it's EX, and it also does that one thing of like Nobu. So here's the thing is
it says you're taking 6.
Yeah. That's really what it does here. I'm just saying looking across these decks, Nomu if you're playing Nomu, the Nonuma goes into deadlock, you have Vile Seizing. But then we look at the other side of the table, and
Uncle Sam. We got Uncle Sam.
Yeah,
that's what I think of every time I look at your finished. I want you.
We got
to commit a rival foundation.
we could if we draw and play our gas cloud, we could destroy something targeted. We got
snack time, man. Both of them have snack time. So if we enter deadlock anytime soon, which it's starting to feel that way, we're gonna be eating. We're gonna be eating, boys. We're gonna be snacking.
Oh, snack time. I question you. But here we go. We're pushing here. Like this is the this is the time where like, okay, we're just gonna catch my 5 low for 9.
Yeah, I mean, we're gonna just start kind of getting that, we're gonna start getting that block zone tax off, right? Because if there's anything, if there's anything that's funny about the Nomu mirror match is that if you don't have the full block, you just respond.
Yep.
6 is often what you're taking on a half, so most of the time you just respond instead, and that's what's really gonna slow this game state down, to be honest. There's a world where Gavin just survives this game out for a while. I mean, these guys have got 19 minutes on the clock.
Ooh. 19. Okay,
Yeah.
that's
I mean,
that's
it's
a situation where we could sit there and let these guys. Yeah, like this is where, like, this is where the +1 hand size can go the distance. So if like I in all of my attacks, like if you have certain things like cat punch here, it's like you block this. Oh, okay, I draw a card. Like I can play another attack. I can play one more deeper, and like Nobu doesn't have a lot of foundation. He has 2 foundations to destroy, so he can stay. He can dance around deadlock, which is good. They both actually have a dance around deadlock. Also, the full on attack mode might come into play here.
Yeah, full on attack mode's pretty big.
When you're going, okay, if I can get back to above 24, if I get to 25, you now have to play 4 attacks before I have to block it. Like that's a lot.
Mathematically, those 1 damages are going to add up real intense here. Ooh, a cheerful uppercut block is massive, monumental block here. Gonna put a card in your card pool, and then if you want to continue your string, you're gonna let me pick my cheerful uppercut back up, and I don't think you want that, friend.
No.
That struggling with studies, sitting there putting in the work and learning the standards. Honestly, Nomu has a very defensive board.
And just a straight up damage reset. Like, oh, you want to send a gigantic Texas Smash? I'm going to put it back to 3 damage on once you pump it too much. So just try to
Desperate Struggle is a unique foundation in our game because it doesn't have that magical text, Jesse. It doesn't have the single non-character word on it. We get to stop all the Nomu pumps in the world with Desperate Struggle. Definitely seen why that card is a 3-def with a +4 mid block. It pulls the weight for it.
I mean, Tim Keefe was playing 3 of those main deck last week in Kansas City.
And he was doing that in the water symbol.
Yeah. Like, it has so many good foundations. And you're like, I'm going to play 3 of my slots on Desperate Struggle.
And so many good 3-diffs.
Yep.
Right? Like, Rescue Completed, Blood Evaluation, Prone to Dry Eyes. Like, holy cow,
Sticky
man.
balls. Like
Sticky balls, yeah. The fact that Desperate Struggle made that cut, I mean, it shows that's why Tim is one of the best. He figures out the things that aren't obvious.
All right, so we're getting a draw up here. Nobu's. I'm considering that Nobu's going to event. Nobu's is a 55 card deck, 20 attacks. Very much on the higher end of the curve. We are going to try to value down here, and this is a good start.
Yeah, Turn to Dust is really big here. I don't know if there's a winged Nomu left inside of our deck, but boy, would that be fantastic to have right now. But we probably would have opened it if we did. So interesting that we're not stunning our acrobatic. Folks at home, it's got those magic words. Got that playable while committed. He says, you know what? I'm not going to need it. You're not threatening me. I mean, he's really not, right? These are all 6 damage moves. This is like a surprisingly grindy of a game now.
Oh.
That's why I was saying there's a world where Gavin might just start looking to survive here, because if he gives Matthew an opening and they have to take this to a game 3, you really can't stay on Monoma. I don't think anyone's ending the game at that point anytime soon.
Yeah. Like, it's definitely going to come down here to with Gavin just got to kind of hold the board. I think that's the biggest thing here. If Gavin can sustain for 50, like the thing is, Gavin has to hold the board for 15 minutes, and he's taking just these little bits of damage. And it's like those are getting you farther away from, like, closer to 18 than 24, like that type of range here. It's like, all right, you're taking those little bits here; those are going to start adding up.
This is an expensive block. Thankfully, the checks have been coming in clutch for us here. But I think maybe one more block is in our future. After that, it could get dicey. We might start taking some 6 damage increments here. No.
There's
Not the
that.
last winged no.
I think that was the last one. Yep.
No. No, not like this winged Nomu. I mean, Vile Season is still a great one to be playing here, though. We really just want to, again, like with Turn to Dust, keep a mastery of those resources. We really, really, really don't want to let Matthew to draw cards. I wonder if we're gonna see him commit 2 for this. He's thinking about it.
Yeah.
I don't know if you can disrespect
Draw
Matthew's aggro that hard.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. Okay. Paying for the 7. That's pretty spooky. We must have a real nice high block in our hand. I mean, it's pretty clear that we don't have to be afraid of a Wings Nomu this turn. Otherwise, we absolutely would have led with it.
Yeah,
but there's also a merit to saying, hey, I'm going to get this block off, and then I'll have like 3 usages of my Nomuma response from there on out.
Ooh, that block. Oh, just fail it.
It will fail.
We have to respond though.
Yeah. Now, that's kind of the worst of both worlds. Now we're in a rough position. I mean, any 2 attacks kill.
Nope. But
that's it. That's the breaks on that one.
Yeah.
Once again, not a bad turn for Nomu there. You know, we got that real nice half damage in once. We've taken the total life lead here, but at the same time, we've got to really be thinking about ending this game, but there's just no way to do it quickly. There's no way to do it quickly and also secure a game 3. So I think thought process wise, Matthew is probably just going to have to mentally dedicate himself to playing for the tie here and trying to secure this one game. There's also a world where if Matthew can finish this in like the next turn or so, maybe they get a little bit of time to play a 3rd game, and maybe Gavin goes into, you know, a different character that doesn't slow things down and try and secure a quick win. And then Matthew can kind of like Uno reverse that and be like, hey, I drew my 30 damage combo. Can you deal with it? Not as Monoma.
We're going to start with this barrage here. This is the pest. We're in, like, we're just trying to pester here. We're like, okay.
I don't know. We just discarded for snack time. I don't know if we're only pestering here.
That's a decision.
That's a very aggressive snack time usage, man.
Yes.
Rebel's going to come in, bring in the first cycle here. But so like, man, we're snack timing here. Maybe we just have like a Valiant Assault and like, I don't know, some more card draw to follow it up with.
I think snack timing here is like, okay, so you're not like stunning on this is I would see style being activated on the response. I could see style like, you know, like if like, oh, you're just randomly given the stun. Like, okay, sure. Like it's like
that could be really big. Setting this to 0 speed could be massive. These guys are in such a weird game state right now. And I'm really not sure what the best way for both of them to be navigating it is. I think Gavin's best bet is trying to survive, while Matthew is just going to be looking.
6.
Huh?
Are we going to learn the standards yet? I think we're going to wait.
The big
we're waiting one. I think we wait one more attack.
We're also going to get to unflip something here, which is pretty big. A free destined is a free destined.
Yep.
No learning. That's scary. Oh, he's playing Foundations anyway. We didn't need to do it.
Yep.
I think that's all Gavin needs to learn.
Yeah, it's all he had here. He's respecting the deadlock possibilities, and it's just like, all right, back to you.
Yeah, I mean, Matthew's the one in the hot seat right now. You know, Gavin's up a game. He's kind of just relaxing. He's like, if you can figure out how to kill me in 10 minutes, then we'll figure out what to do about this game 3 thing.
Yeah, this is the grindy situations that you know what? We don't see very often. That's what
No,
as I
that's
can say.
certainly not. Look at that
So
beautiful shuffle too. Look at that
I know.
riffle. The poker
Mhm.
dealer in me loving that shuffle.
Oh,
Gorgeous.
especially like the
Gorgeous.
the drop away shuffle of like, it just
Oh
all
yeah.
falls in perfect with
Oh,
sneeze
he
even.
knows what he's doing. We love that shuffle. Now his XR naval laser beams, maybe not loving that shuffle as much.
Hey,
But you know what? I paid for the card. I'll do what I want with the card.
exactly.
We didn't come. I don't know if you ever talked to Christopher Bromley. He shuffles very aggressively like that. Every single card that man owns is warped to heck and high water. And if you
You know
ask him,
he
he goes, "I got the cards to play with them, bud."
you
That's
know
what
he
he'll tell
should
you.
you know he sleeves up his contender heat wave, right?
I love it. I love it.
I heard this. I have heard that like he has a deck that has a contender heat wave, and it's just in his deck, and he's just like, "Yep, it's my card. I chose to do what I want with it." I'm like, "You are
Yep.
perfectly allowed to do that."
100,000%.
Go.
Yep. We're here now.
Yeah.
We are here now. We're definitely not allowed to go into deadlock. Triple you're finished now, even worse than double you're finished, and the snack time on board. Yeah, I think it's rough to say, but Gavin might have Matthew well and locked out of the game right now.
Mhm. I think it's like we come in. So here's my line. Here's my line of logic: is we're gonna play the first attack. I am all on we use celebrity status, put this on top of our deck, use the Destin, get it back, get the barrage back up into hand. We're gonna chew through the standard, and just keep coming hot here. I think is the best line. I don't think there's any other line here. Really, it's like, oh well, wait a minute. He could draw 3 cards if he wants to.
Oh my God, he could, but we would lose all of our deadlock pressure.
That's true, but
I think I would draw.
But if
like
you win,
one.
Levi.
Oh, you're right. I think I would draw one, and then go.
I could
from
see
there.
one. I could see one.
Because you're still not going into deadlock against my double. You're finished.
Yeah. It's like, all right, we're gonna block and draw. Okay.
Anything else still leaves the celebrity status play open to us, especially with the Destined on board. There's a lot of ways you could go about that. Ooh, Hardened Steel. Now this is interesting. This is not one that I see super often. One of our fabled 9 low blocks in our deck.
Yep. I wish he had seen this last turn before he had cycled and could have maybe got into like 2 cards back. Like literally, I love the line with Hardened Steel when you get low. You play it, and you're like, all right, I'm gonna put 2 attacks on the bottom, and I know exactly how to draw them. And you're like, good luck.
So this is interesting. We're prospecting that we're not blocking this. So Hardened Steel comes in to remove the top card, gain +3 because we removed a +3 block modifier. Then we responded with Desperate Struggle to bring it back down to 3, but we haven't no mood yet.
Mm-hmm.
Oh wow, we're popping things for full on attack mode. We might be in lethal mode, Jesse.
Yeah. When the Nobu is saying, I don't want to block this, and you're like, I'm gonna put damage on this and full on the full on attack mode is where like I'm doing 7 now.
Yeah.
And gaining 1. Like we're trying to get we're trying to do a strong. We're trying to push here. We have to play a non-attack now. Like, all right, here we go. Are we lose 1 game 1?
Looks like we're just eating this. The full on attack mode's gonna do a little bit of burn action. Now where do we go from here? We should have 3 cards in hand as Nomu, right? Because we built 1 past.
Yep.
The die says 4.
4, but yeah, he's at 3. Yeah, he built 1 past. There's been no other advantage.
Oh, and that's it. Okay, I think
we're going in. We're like, keep going. We're just gonna build 2, and we're gonna pressure here.
Yeah, it looks like the full-on attack mode was just to clear a foundation we didn't want, so we could put some new ones on our board. I do not hate that. However, man, double revel feels really bad into no move.
Yeah.
And the floating.
We've hit the 5-minute point left in the round. These 2 are just like in Well, everything is. I should have spent all my attacks to deal 6. How many blocks do they have before I can start dealing 6, though?
We are slugging it right now. We need like 6 attacks to close the game as a 5-hander.
I know. It's
Yeah.
like we're like, can I find my wing no moves to get back in here? It's like
Yeah,
he
man.
does. The problem is he has to play a form, and he's doing that thing where he's like, I gotta play something. I can't. There's no pass rule in this game, not anymore.
Yeah, and the big issue here is that right now the only thing that gets us out of deadlock is learning, and Monema's first enhance can just be using your finish to commit learning, and then we're trapped.
Right.
Okay, we do have an attack to play. Thank
Okay.
goodness. Thank
Alright.
goodness, because we would literally be trapped in deadlock if we went there.
Mm-hmm. Game's got to end, Levi. That's the old saying with deadlock. Game's got to end.
That's true, but honestly, right now it really doesn't have to. With 3 minutes left on the clock, it's gonna be tough for Matthew to find the dub here and circumvent this. I was a little hesitant on getting off of Eraser at first because it felt like it was that ultimate protection from the combo. But now that we've successfully stalled this game out as a Nomu mirror match, I think it was definitely the right call.
Yeah, and that's something for people. Sometimes people look at these decks and they're like, I like it's some people are just like, this is what I play at my locals. I play against these type of decks. It's like, hey, Monoma is really good against Nomu. I have a Nomu player locally, and you just like, I know this is a good move. Where people like us who don't see the Racer 2 all deck all the time that has a Monoma on the board, we're like, that doesn't sound like a good move to me. But we've been proved wrong here, and I'm very like this move. And I gotta say, the Nobu here is just like, I don't know what to do. I can't go to deadlock, and I have to play I have to play a card every turn. So it's like, gotta block.
Yeah, it's a really rough spot to be in. This is where I think the real success of Nomu decks right now can come from its ability to sideboard characters. Even without the knowledge of like our rival becoming Monoma. If I were up against a Racerhead 2 who is trying to delete my winged Nomu combo plays, I would have loved to have hopped onto another character just to be less all in on that. Can you imagine? Can you imagine if we were siding Eraserhead 1 as Nomu? And Nomu became Eraser 1, and then Eraser 2 became Monoma with no erases in deck. Oh my god, that would have been
all that means is I discard a card and I'm trading a card from my hand for -2 speed. That's all it says.
That sounds a little too balanced, Jesse. I don't know if I can get down with that.
That's where you have like the spicy 1x erase on the board of like, yeah, it doesn't start there, but if I become you, this happens. And there's like,
yes,
what's going on?
Yeah, we get some real funny stuff going on like that, especially with like people who like main the deck as Monoma. They're always packing some super bizarre tools in there.
All right, so we're pressing the buttons here. I think
slinging moves, man.
No, I think we're in what I like to say. I have the clock to my advantage because we're gonna hit time here. Like I just gotta keep active. I gotta play at a proper pace, activate all my buttons, and I think we're just gonna go to a 1-0 here.
Yeah, I mean, going through these moves here, if we, regardless of what's happening, this is going to be the last turn that Gavin gets. So he's either closing it this turn or we're giving Matthew one last shot. So there's a world where maybe if our hand doesn't feel like aggressively ideal enough, we could just see Gavin put his dukes up here, build 1 or 2, and then say, I'm going to survive your last turn and win off of just my one victory.
Well, the Nonoma went second, and we go to time. He's the second. He's the active player. There's no more turn.
Oh, you're right. I'm getting my Nomus mixed up here. I'm resting
Uh-huh.
on my Nomus. Yeah, I mean, he either finishes it this turn for a 2-0 victory, or he just passes turn
Yep.
and yeah, passes turn
That's
for
it.
a 1-0 victory.
Yep.
A very anticlimactic finish to our
I mean,
pseudo Nomu mirror match here.
the first match took 15 minutes, and then it just went into like they went into they started slugging, and then both it's like the walls went up, and when the walls go up like that in these matchups, these type of mirrors, the like from Notama, like when Notama turns into Notama, and we get those mirrors, it's like here we go. Good
Yeah,
luck.
I mean, it was the right call. I don't think we sideboarded Monoma with the intention to grind the game out and win by the clock. In general, right? It's kind of like a rule of thumb. You're fighting a 5-hander, you side Monoma. It's just what you do. But regardless of how we found the victory there, it did work out either way. For Gavin there. But big props to both of those guys for slugging that one out. I was like watching. That felt like you're a big wrestling fan. I felt like we were on like round 9 there, and both these guys were like on death's door. Just
it was like the old saying is it's like something's gonna happen here. We're gonna go the full 60-minute time limit. And I'm gonna just get the win right at the end of the 60 minutes. It's like, yep, that's what happens.
Yep.
And that was it was a good match. It was we both did not expect. We thought like Nomu has this. It's like, and then the gas just dried up for Nomu like the last 2 turns. He's like, well, I can build one pass because I drew one attack, and then he blocks and he draws a new hand. He's like, you could feel the frustration. It's like, I'm gonna play this file season, and you're not letting me draw a card. Okay, yeah, this is my last turn, and I'm done.
Yeah, the lands were very, very barren. But guys, everyone was waiting on us to get into this next round. So Jesse and I are going to pop off. I'm going to grab Mr. Kyle Wright. We're going to get ready for this final round. Find ourselves a really, really hype winning in round to end the night off with. We'll be right back, heroes. All right, welcome back, heroes. I'm Levi Lalon. I've got my boy Kyle Wright with me, and after that grinder of a game, it's time to get to something real cutthroat for this last round here. Now, amusingly enough, of all of the people on Win-and-Ins, the first 4 tables of Win-and-Ins all contain an Ochako 2 in them. But when it comes to their opponents, I think we found the one with the most interesting one. In this Win-and-In game, you're going to be watching Ochako 2 on Death, of course. The tried and true, going up against an Earth Aoyama 1 list.
Ooh.
It's
that
heating
is
up in here.
Yeah, that is such an exciting list to see doing well. Aoyama for such a long time, basically since the beginning of set 1, has just been this character that's been like, yeah, he's okay, but everyone just does what he does better. Right? Everyone that can slightly do the things that he's doing can do it better than what he does. So it's very cool to see this character actually, showing for once. And showing with a sweet build. Prominence Bird Aoyama is certainly certainly cool.
So what you were saying, Kyle, right, is that he just never had a thing unique to him, right? What Aoyama can do is he's really good at playing a giant overcosted move. And we saw a lot of them running around with a lot of like hulking grimace Aoyamas trying to do that type of thing. Like, oh, I'll use my character enhance and then play hulking grimace on like a 10 with like -6 or 7 difficulty, and that's super sick. And we're seeing a very, very similar thing happen, except this time we're gonna be going the route of almost a full Fury package with Prominence Burns. And I gotta tell you, man, playing Prominence Burn is like the 3rd or 4th card in your pool with like -5, 6 difficulty because you have a million face downs because you're Aoyama 1. Feels very good, and we're putting real good stuff on the board so far. Tight-lipped and chivalrous going to represent so much flip power, and One with Nature as well. Like, you can't ignore just how good One with Nature and a Prominence Burn is.
Absolutely. Absolutely. One with nature, like you said, prominence burn, howitzer impact cyclone coming in. And then on top of that, you got a couple of like decent defense pieces in Ayama's ultra rare naval laser beam. Hardened uppercuts obviously being very strong, and then seizing and apathetic, just being able to control the board. This Ayama is going to have a lot of options to be able to deal with the opponent and end this game, which is really sweet.
I mean, this guy is a stat beast, man. It's just a matter of, can you make those stats matter? But before we can think about how sweet all of Ayama's offense is going to be, we got to think about surviving, because we're currently staring down an 8-speed turn to dust. 2 speed off of Chaco, 2 speed off of our less fat bad guys. This is very, very, very scary right out of the gate. I don't know that it's even blockable anymore after a stun 2. I think we might just be taking a hearty 10 damage here.
Yeah, this turn to dust is certainly gonna hurt.
Oh my god! I've lied to you all. I've lied to you all. 8 high is so blockable when the almighty hardened uppercut comes in with that 0 high block. Amazing, amazing stuff. And beautifully ripping the 5. 0 hesitation. This man's playing to win. He knows what he's here to do. Absolutely knows what he's here to do.
Had the perfect card.
So good.
How wild. Of course, this vile seizing definitely going to come in and like get in there anyway, so it's still
but at least we made them pay for it. You commit those foundations one singular. No.
What? No way!
Joking, Kyle. The vile seizing comes in with -2 speed from the uppercut, gets 2 back, gets to a block on a 5 with a second 0 high block, and once again binks the 5. This Aoyama is out of his mind.
That is insane. He only has 2. He had both of them for the opening turn. Wow. That's so awesome.
It does not get any better than that. Literally the most glorious, perfect storm of a pair of cards and a pair of 5 checks off the top of our deck to get those successive blocks off, rendering that terrifying Ochako once per turn completely null and void. And now we could get some work done this turn. I'm gonna be real with you, Kyle.
I feel so bad about what just happened right now.
I'd be heartbroken. I would be heartbroken. Like, I was so ready to see Ochako just full send that vile seizing 2 times, draw 2 cards, commit nothing for it, and deal 14 damage. I was so ready to see that, and all of our dreams came crashing down off the back of a successive hardened uppercut 0 high block.
Absolutely. And now we have Hellflame Stomp coming in. I mean, 6 high for 6 if you do the burn base, and then Ayama's gonna definitely be putting a few stats on it too, like a very, very scary poke or opening piece, if depending on what you want to go for right now.
Yeah, so we're gonna see the chivalrous activation come in. Says, you know what? I don't think you're blocking anything. You can draw some cards, but I'm here to draw some cards too. If we might even see like a kind of like a little tempo turn here. Maybe we could even see like a tight-lipped come in on the brute strength maybe, and then maybe get like 2 more attacks off. We get our commit. I don't know how crazy Ayama's trying to get right now, but he definitely, like, the world is his oyster after that amazing defensive turn. We essentially rendered Ochako's first attack turn useless, null and void, in fact.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Now the one thing that is scary here is if they do decide to really go in and it doesn't work out, they don't have that many foundations. And one of the faults of Ayama that kept people off of him was that when he runs out of gas, he can't play the game.
Yeah, so we didn't see him get too crazy here. No tight lips, no one with nature, no nothing. Just gonna send this poke and probably build from here on out. Unless we've got like a really nasty string. I mean, if we have like another attack and we tight-lipped and then we commit for like -2 diff, I don't know. There's worlds where some wild stuff could happen, but I think it's way safer to just expand your stage and be happy with the lead you've taken as far as, evening up the life totals go. Oh my God, Fastest Flame is messed up in this character. That's messed up.
So good in this character.
Oh my God, flip for +3/+1. Holy cow.
Wow.
Yeah, and that works on most of our attacks, right? Everything but uppercut and naval laser. It works on all of our Furies because they're all fire Furies.
Yeah,
Kind of
basically the two
spooky,
defensive attacks, the two attacks you're probably not going in with unless it's
right?
killing them, right? All right, so it's perfect for this deck. Wow, what a well thought out piece.
Yeah, there's a really nice blend of aggression and defense in this Aoyama deck. You know, we've got these breaker 2 blocks, these 0 high blocks. We've got things like apathetic to keep our rival stage down. We're maining You're So Obvious to stop those really, really tall decks. We've got tons of draw power. You know, we've got the chivalrous competitors. We've got so many ways to just like really pressure our rival stage as well as make sure our own stays up. Press conference can work in tandem with our character for even more difficulty reduction. It's actually very easy for this deck to be playing cards like crazy.
Absolutely interesting that we decided to pick up the 4-diff attack instead of playing another attack and generate a momentum. But I guess if we were gonna go for the 6-diff, it was the play, right?
Yeah, I think we just wanted to get that poke in there and then let us play our real threatening move that's going to tax them out on a much lower difficulty curve, especially because we already have 2 committed, you know?
Absolutely. And of course the mid block coming in, so you don't take the damage, but unfortunately the breaker is not going to go off because of the ability on the Nomu attack.
The power of Hulking Grimace. Seal that block right away. Not a single ability going to remain on that card. Losing on that breaker 2 feels dreadful. Breaker 2 can be so
does,
pivotal.
but at the same time, if that was the only mid block, that was exactly what you needed to do to keep off of that 10 damage.
Oh yeah, I'm definitely not trying to take 10 damage. I am definitely not trying to take 10 damage. I'll be sad that my breaker is gone, but I'll be happy that my life is still intact.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Ooh, okay, so Nitro's gonna come back in off the back of another 3 check. This could be what Aoyama needs, actually.
Yep. That is very unfortunate for this Ochako player, just checking consistent 3s.
Yeah, at the same time though, this is 4 damage. Like, it's happening. We are not blocking 7 high here unless there's somehow another hardened uppercut in this deck.
Absolutely. And like the little chunks are really, really important, but it's just unfortunate that Ochako is not landing the bigger pieces which are the pieces that she really needs to land right now.
Yeah, this is going to put us in a pretty vulnerable position. We are so committed out. A single good prominence burn turn could really get things flowing, and with double brute strength and tight-lipped and fast summon one with nature, like, oh, our board is just stacked. Our Aoyama's board is so stacked here. He could definitely put the pressure on right here.
Assuming that this Aoyama doesn't see the seizing, the learning the standards could definitely come in clutch here.
Well, if we do see the season, all it actually means is we're going to lose our struggling with studies, right? Which, don't get me wrong, is still not something that I think Ochako wants to tell goodbye. But at the very least, you know, it's better. It's better than losing. Probably the only thing that's going to keep us alive.
That is fair. And there goes the seizing. Are we going to see a second one?
Show me a second season. Show me a second season, like a real
championship. Oh,
ooh, okay. Should I get a 4? Not bad. Not great, but not bad.
Yeah.
Probably commit one of the strengths here. Yeah, I think that makes sense. Unless we've like already calculated lethal. This is going to be very fast though.
Yeah.
I'll attempt to flip your letter. I love the verbiage.
Are we in a?
We're thinking. We're thinking. Okay, we're gonna intercept it with the struggling with studies. I do agree with that. I don't know if we're getting 2 blocks off this turn. I don't think the struggling is relevant. I mean, Ochako has -3 on face, right? Maybe.
Unfortunately, this player is set up in a position where if they did indeed want to use the first enhance on their attack here, they can't without losing a foundation, given that one of them is a face down action. That does suck.
All right, so we're using Naval Laser's own ability, flipping our committed brute strength for 2 speed, responding for another 1/1 on Aoyama. Already we're seeing the alleged stat beast occurring here. This is now an 8 mid for 7. absolutely massive attack. I don't know if you're allowed for this to be the one that you use your -3 speed on. I think we're getting one block this turn.
Yeah, maybe.
Maybe we have -3 speed. We should be able to get one block this turn. But I mean, there's a world where it doesn't happen. I mean, 8 speed is a lot to start with. Even going down to 5, there's just depends on what kind of mods we're holding on to,
Mm-hmm.
But I don't think this is the one you cash out. Now, interestingly, we're in a weird spot here where like we have 4 face-up foundations left, and they're all very important to us. They're very, very important to us. So I don't know how crazy Aoyama can get, but you really want to try and get some real value out of that enhanced commit on Aoyama's face. He's got this whole thing going on. We're really eager to flip, tons and tons of our board, but we want to find that good balance, right? So it's one of the things that actually makes playing the character a little difficult is he's a whole lot of resource management, figuring out what you do want to flip and what you don't want to flip at certain points in times, trying to figure out when is the right time to flip things to truly go in on them, and especially to get full value out of that other ability on your character. -1 difficulty for each of your face downs is like very real. That's very, very real ability. If you get like 4 or 5 of those, you're essentially readying like 4 or 5 foundations at that point. That's so strong.
Yeah, absolutely. Like this character's abilities can be a godsend, but if you do not manage your resources properly, you can kind of dig yourself into a little hole where your character almost feels blank sometimes.
Yeah, and okay, so it looks like we're going for. It looks like we flipped that via tight-lipped.
Yeah. It
Or
does look
no,
like...
we would have flipped it via the naval laser, right? We flipped one for 2 damage.
Yeah.
Because we're now a 10 damage move, responded for 1/1. Yeah, so this is now a 9 mid for 10.
It is certainly fast and big.
Dude,
Wow.
Is he debating one with nature? Oh my god, he's debating one with nature.
No.
Kyle, he's debating one with nature. This could get
I wouldn't do it until the Ochako gives you the -3 speed. Then I would.
Oh no, we're tight-lipping the one with. Dude,
okay.
Do we just have like 6 attacks in our hand?
Maybe.
So this is now this is 10 mid for 13.
That's wild.
This is premium Aoyama right here, and we did not use our character, meaning we plan on sending 2 more moves at least.
All right, and there goes the learning the standards.
If we have Cyclone into Prominence Burn, that might be it.
That could be it. If we have another seizing here, that's gonna feel real bad for this Ochako right now.
Another season would be very ambitious. Another season would be very, very, very ambitious. So it looks like we're going to pump the brakes there due to that learning the standards coming down, or he's
going in. We're going in. There goes the Prominence Burn. Okay.
Ooh, okay. We're gonna have to fully commit out for it. Should be 1 more, if I'm not mistaken. It's on an 8.
Yeah, it's on an 8.
Should be committing.
And he had 2 committed. Yeah.
Did we commit 4 or 5 things for this Prominence Burn? Yeah, beautiful.
All right,
awesome. All right, I told you guys Professor Levi was done, but he had 1 more duty to fulfill, because this was very relevant off of the back, like right immediately, because that fastest flame coming down makes a whole world of difference.
absolutely.
I think if we were gonna go for this play, I would have used my Aoyama enhance for this one. Well, no, we couldn't have, right? Because the learning the standards was gonna mess us up, because it's the next card we play. We would have given -5 difficulty to our Kirishima's assistants. Oh man. Yeah. Unfortunately, there wasn't really a positive way for us to play around that. We kind of just had to YOLO the Prominence Burn here. And if we would have checked well, we would have gotten to leave the tight-lipped and the fastest flame both up, and that would have just been curtains, I think.
Yeah, absolutely.
Now we're going to get very minimal value out of this Prominence Burn. Holy cow.
Unless we just do that.
This is
Yeah,
on
unless we
5?
just do that. Okay.
Oh my god. So it's got -5
Wow.
difficulty. So it was on a 4. So we had to just barely check that bad boy. And yeah, this thing is huge. We get to clear the other prominence burn you for 3. This is gonna
Yep.
bring Ochako down to 5. This is now a lethal prominence burn.
Yep, it
And
is
that's
in the
6.
lethal range. That is
6
game.
speed.
Wow.
Holy cannoli, Kyle. That 6 speed, one more remove off the top is going to bring it to an 8 speed. It is the most unblockable thing in the world. That was insane, but I cannot blame Aoyama for taking that line there at all. We just had to not check rolling 3s. 1-3 and we were golden.
Yeah.
Oh man, what an insane pursuit of aggro there.
Absolutely crazy. Aoyama coming in, kicking butt, and taking names.
Stat beast, man. Stat beast. That was so crazy. Ross was absolutely sick with it that round. Let's see how Gabe responds going into game 2 and hopefully for Gabe, game 3 as well. You know, these guys have a little bit of tech they can bring in. Ochako's got a lot of really nice, you know, kind of death defense. That's such a weird thing to say. Those words didn't feel right coming out of my mouth, Kyle. But we've got some regions.
Those were filthy words. How dare you?
Absolutely vile with it. But we've got some super regions for a little bit of heal. We got a spooky, very, very synergistic with our character. We could bring in like some 14 surrenders. You know, there's like a little tech here and there, but honestly, even the spooky plays are going to be rough going into Aoyama. It's like we buff both stats all day. We're buffing both stats all day.
I could see maybe the plus ultra coming in just so that you have an auto just like deal with their naval laser beam.
Oh, we're 100% bringing in the plus ultras against stat beast Aoyama. Oh yes, we need plus ultra all day. Get those showdowns out of our main deck and bring in the plus ultras. +3 high is never working against stat beast here.
And I'd have to imagine Fate Shields coming in against the Ochako on the Aoyama side. Maybe learning the standards.
Faith Shields could be big. Maybe not learning the standards. If anything, I'd probably be bringing in the Faith Shields over learning the standards because, like, I don't want to let this character hit me.
Yeah, absolutely.
But I mean, it does kind of mess with her check buff, right? So I can see the argument either way. Faith Shield, though, certainly going to be pivotal just as far as making sure you're never giving Ochako that half block, you know, making sure that you never let that response go off, because Ochako 2 is one of those characters that the second she hits me, man, the first time of the game, I feel like I've lost. I feel like I've just lost.
Yeah, absolutely. I would agree with that feeling.
It's decimating, man. It's decimating when you let that when that vile season slams you and you're like, yeah, I'll take 7 and I'll just take 7 again while we're at it. She's 100% one of those kick you while you're down characters. The second that she's got you, oh man, it's rough. Now if you can stave her off of that though, that's where the deck really starts to falter, and it's really off the back of impeccable defense. That's how you deal with this character, and that was the place that we found ourselves in game 1, right? As Ross, that double hardened uppercut block. Gabe is gonna have nightmares about that tonight, regardless of the.
I'm gonna have nightmares about that tonight.
Yeah, that was soul crushing and earth shattering block. So right away with Ochako's build here, we're going to get a lovely 3. Once again, getting that Let's Fight Bad Guys on board. I think that card is so huge for Ochako to slam down on turn 1, just because putting 4 speed on something on turn 2, that's almost never blockable that early in the game. Unless you built just
protection for any of your pieces.
It's just a matter of like, yeah, dude, that first one is hitting. I am getting my character's text on turn 1. I promise you, I'm getting it. You know, unless you just build like mega speed reduction, which Aoyama's on the Earth symbol. We're not building mega speed reduction. I don't think we're going to see him throw down like a couple I'll protect yous or something. Oh my god, this build is exciting. Double press conference is scary.
This build hurts.
Man, press conference feels so good in this character. I'll flip, show you how cool my next one will be. And by the way, 1/1 while I'm at it.
Yeah. Super powerful here.
Repeatable 1/1s, man. Just such a scary set of words. And I think it's really when Aoyama shines is when you get to just say like, I have all of these things that do very good things and happen to flip as a cost, and then I just get that extra text out of them. When you are using other things to flip your foundations for like not much benefit, just to try and get that Aoyama response off, that's when the character doesn't feel great. But when you're like, yeah, I'm flipping for 2 speed, I'm doing that no matter what. I'm flipping for -1 diff to the one I show you, I'm doing that no matter what. Then you happen to also be getting those 1/1s out. That's where Aoyama feels really good. When you can stick your deck just full of cards that are so beneficial as you're just flipping your stuff for these already really good effects nonstop.
Yeah, absolutely. Totally agree. Aoyama can just like bring out the gas with all of these random like utility effects and stuff, or even just with these aggressive effects and boost a ton of stats while also getting benefits that other characters are paying the exact same price for.
What are the odds of him having a hardened uppercut block right here?
Based on that last game, it's gonna happen. 100% it has to happen.
He does it because this is 6 speed. The only thing that saves us would have been a hardened uppercut block and checking a 5. But we opt to take the turn to dust on the chin. That does not feel great because it's almost certainly going to slam down and deal us another 5 damage. Definitely not thrilled about Ochako 2 having text on this turn, especially without having to use that let's fight bad guys. Even more punishing.
It is going to be very unfortunate for Aoyama that Ochako managed to get this damage through.
It's a real good string here. I'm almost surprised. I'm almost a little surprised, Kyle, that we didn't see Gabe use Let's Fight Bad Guys just to make sure that a hardened uppercut couldn't block us.
Yeah.
Because it could have happened. The miracle math was there for it. But maybe we just weren't traumatized enough. We were prepared to say, if you have it, you have it.
Hey, sometimes that's just how you got to be, though.
That is completely true, Kyle. So getting very good damage on the board, bringing Ross all the way down to 13. That's a pretty devastating number. Same time, though, we paid a lot of health to do it. We paid 7 health in total, 3 on our lunge, 2 on a turn to dust, So in reality, things are a little more even than they would be otherwise. Let's see how Aoyama responds. Ooh, rapid punches.
That is certainly a good one to start with.
I love this attack in this deck. First thing is Fastest Flame. It's +2 speed, +1/+1. We get to use its own enhance for +1 speed. It's just a casual 8 low. Ooh, okay, so we're gonna get the League of Nations coming in. This is great, honestly. This is really great. I want Ochako to use these League Invitations right now. I want them to be afraid of what I'm going to do with the foundations in my stage. Please use those resources. Because if you're just going to commit those pieces, permanently commit those pieces just to stave off my aggro this turn, I'm super okay with this just being a poke turn. Get my rapid punches in there, get my little draw, and then chill. Ooh.
Absolutely. That is exactly where you want to be as Aoyama.
Oh, but this is
no.
not a poke turn. This is not a poke turn. We are unveiling the prominence burn.
Aoyama straight going for the throat right here.
This is insane. Oh, this is ludicrous.
Man, as Ochako, I would start flipping that 3 diff so quickly.
Oh my goodness. So we're now going to commit for -2 to our next one. So we've got -3 difficulty on this prominence burn. This is going to be on a 4.
It is going through for sure.
Gonna have to
check a 3.
Gonna have to commit one of those bad boys for it. And we still have our press conference up too. We have been allowed another press conference here. However, with us having used our Aoyama, I have to imagine this is the last attack of the turn.
Yeah, possibly.
I mean, there could be like a cheeky like rapid punches follow-up or something here as well. It's certainly not impossible. We do still have 2 foundations up. Okay, we got through 2 league invitations this turn. No matter what else happened, this turn was a success for Ross.
And now that that press conference is out, I'd have to imagine for sure there's not another attack coming in.
Yeah, unless he's really, really trying to YOLO this I don't know that there's a world where we go that route. I think it's time to get some nice foundations on this board. Maybe get this chunk of damage in. Who knows? We've certainly put a lot of resources into it. But after that Ochako speed reduction comes in, it's just going to be a 3 high. So as long as we got the right zone, this is going to be not a very, breaker 1 on the Vile Seizing block is also very, very nice. But you know what? Yep. Hey, we got through 2 league invitations and got a Vile Seizing out the hand. Still a great turn. And the Prominence Burn burned for 3. It still did things.
Yeah, it was a fairly successful turn for this Ayama. Now they just need to get a 2 build off.
Only putting 1 foundation on the board is a little unfortunate. We also only have 3 in hand. I think that we forgot to draw off of our rapid punches, Kyle.
Yeah, I would imagine.
I think we should have 7 cards. That meant, and if we would have drawn the hardened uppercut that we checked. Oh, I'm in shambles.
Oh, that would have been brutal.
I'm in shambles.
No.
And now with
with
2 momentum here, only 2 ready foundations, I'm pretty sure we're dead. But we have the Almighty. Wow. On a 7, and we find the 5 that we need. Hardened uppercut is just forever with us.
It is forever. Second one coming in for sure. No doubt in our head, for sure 2 of them coming down.
Another Vile Season coming down.
We've been here before.
We are dead? Question mark? Yeah, we're dead. Wait, hang on. This is a 3-speed move right now.
Yep.
If we let's fight bad guys this, we might be able to block. Well, no, because the next one's not going to come in with the -2 speed. So we can make sure that both of these are 5 speed. I do think Ayama is dead here.
Yep. It is. It is pretty oh no!
Oh God, we're so dead.
All of this poor Ayama.
We're so dead.
Poor Ayama.
We couldn't be more dead. This is War of the 6 diffs. This is literally. Oh my God! Look at that hand. Look at that orange.
Man,
we had a cyclone. We had a cyclone and
so
another prominence burn. Holy cow! What an orange hand. Ayama's deck wanted him to be so aggressive. We just didn't have the foundations for it. We didn't have the foundations last turn to make sure that we could play that crazy string of moves. Can you imagine if we would have been able to prominence burn into prominence burn?
Oh, that would have been crazy.
Oh my God.
That would have been absolutely nuts.
The potential, the ceiling on this Ayama deck is crazy, Kyle. And
Ayama is no joke. I know Ayama for such a long time has been a pseudo irrelevant character, but he was never bad. There were just other characters that kind of did what he did better. And now we are seeing here today that Ayama truly is a character that you can't sleep on.
No, I mean, he, in a lot of ways, kind of just embodies what you want to do in the game right now, right? The format, slowly but surely, has just been always about repeatable +1s. Repeatable +1 speeds and repeatable +1 damages. Slowly but surely, we found that just piling decks with tons and tons of those is the optimal way to run most mid-range and aggro characters. And even your defensive decks need to be packing tons of those so they can put the pressure on when need be. And the My Hero format offers such a wide array of them that it's always easy to find those cards to be in your decks no matter what you classify them as. Ayama is that incarnate. He's just +1/+1 on his face non-stop. And then play a card for free. Ignore progressive difficulty, right? He's
so true.
He's really what the game is all about in a lot of ways right now. And we're finally seeing so many more things that he can really take advantage of. I think that Hulking Grimace was definitely a start, right? Him playing big Hulking Grimaces is okay, you're starting to escape meme territory, but you're still kind of in it. But the prominence burns, I think the prominence burns are legit.
Yeah, the prominence burns. This is truly a real deck now.
So as we get ready to go into this game 3 here, things are very exciting. Everything is on the line here. These are winning in players. These guys are fighting to get their slot in the top cuts right here right now. Ayama being on the play is going to be massive, especially being a six-hander. Going to be able to get very, very ahead in resources, hopefully like we did in game one, and establish a little bit of defense, because that's just the thing that we weren't allowed to play last game, is any kind of defensive capability whatsoever.
Opening a one with nature, always solid.
Couldn't have said it better myself, Kyle. You're so obviously going to be another really, really big one here. Being able to play around with the speed of Ochako's attacks is going to be massive, 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 because that's just really where Ochako 2 as a character starts to get you. That +2 speed after +2 speed nonstop, it's just so strong. And so we slammed these two successively.
Coming in going to be huge. Although
No
a
way.
2
That's
build
it?
is so sad.
Oh no, he gives the little thumbs up to the camera. He knows.
Oh,
He knows it's not great.
Ochako.
Oh, I'm in shambles. This is not the start to game 3 that Gabe wanted to see here.
Oh man, if I were Ayama, I would be trying to capitalize on this as much as possible.
If I were Aoyama, I would want to just like build 4 here and just get so ahead. Oh, I don't know how I feel about this. Do we just have double howitzer in hand?
Maybe.
I mean, I guess if we fastest flame it, it's like definitely hitting question mark. It's gonna bring it to what, a 6-speed move? We can Ochako it though, right? You know, if we have the block, we have the block.
Maybe they're going for just a prominence burn play.
I mean, since we checked well on the Cyclone, that is a real play that we can do, right? But entering this chain with that in mind, very ambitious.
Yeah.
I mean, if we have the stat pumps, we have the stat pumps. This is a 9 damage move right now. Not unblockable by any means, but it will tax us out. A prominence burn after this could be huge.
Well, Ayama coming in.
I think we're going to see that prominence burn play now. With the -2 difficulty, it's suddenly a lot less ambitious. It does account for checking a 3 now on the Cyclone, now that all of these things have occurred.
Absolutely.
It's definitely not a bad endeavor to enter here, you know, especially just to try and start evening up those life totals. Ochako 2 just starting at 33 is very demoralizing.
Oof, yeah, for sure.
4 high for 9 coming in. Again, definitely not unblockable, but we've got to have a nice one.
Yeah, you got to have a good one.
Fairly nice one, but the check.
And we checked bad. Oh no.
Yeah, no, we had the block on a 6, but unfortunately that 3 check disagreed. 9 damage to the face now. The prominence burn following up could easily represent another essentially 10 damage.
10 damage. Yeah.
Even more, want to go hard on one with nature and tight-lipped, we could even continue after this.
We really could.
Like, we checked perfectly on this. We're going to clear the card pool. Can you imagine if we went into like a second prominence burn?
Oh, that would hurt so bad.
This is devastating.
This is so just devastating. Thinking about it.
This is a real rough spot for Ochako to be in. I'm not sure. I'm not sure if Gabe is gonna be able to pull back around from this one. This is just a huge lead that Ross is gonna find no matter what happens from here on out by the end of this turn. So the burn here is going to bring us down to 21. If this 7 damage slams in, that's going to bring us down to 13. Another prominence burn only represents 10, but a couple one with natures and then a tight-lipped activation. Another prominence burn equals lethal if we do all of those things.
Absolutely.
We just latent skilled?
Just digging for blocks, I guess.
I mean, I guess if we find, yeah, I don't know. I guess we're digging for a plus ultra maybe? Or I mean, it's a 6 speed. If we dig for a +1 high block, it's blockable. I don't know what +1 high blocks are in a Vile Season, right? That's like it?
Yeah, I guess.
That does make this potentially blockable, but not anymore. One with Nature is going to come in and say, I really, really don't want you blocking this. If we
Yep.
play another
Bad.
Prominence Burn and check a 5, we can count to lethal here.
Yep. Like we might see the spooky come in just to lower the damage a little
Ooh,
bit.
Yeah,
That's
yeah,
about
yeah,
it.
yeah. We do got to think about that spooky. That spooky is super massive here. I mean, right now, this is coming in as a 6 high. It is blockable. There are ideal scenarios here, but they're unlikely, and they're even more unlikely because we need to rip them off of the top. Otherwise, there's no way we're latent skilling there unless we're digging for that miracle block scenario, trying to find that one thing in the deck that can help us out right now, trying to find that vile season. But no matter what we found, we acknowledge that, right? We acknowledge as Ross that you're digging for some optimal block. So we're going to go ahead and cash it on the one with Nature and make sure that even if you found that miracle scenario, it's not going to come to fruition. There's no miracle for you here. Show me the second Prominence Burn.
Come on, here it comes. You know you want to.
Oh
There it
my
is.
God.
Oh, man. Andy
And
checks
we
the
checked-
5.
We
Oh,
had to check the 5 there.
no.
We had to check the 5 there because we need tight-lipped and one with Nature to make this lethal. However, the spooky. We got to think about the spooky. This is going to be able to reach 8 speed. If we tight-lipped, it could reach 9 speed. I don't think we can play around spooky here. I don't think it's confined lethal.
Yeah, spooky is what's going to goof this up, but at the same time, if this Ayama just has a 4 diff and checks a 5, or
That's
like,
also possible because
Yeah,
so here's
or-
what can happen. It's coming in as a 6 speed because of the +2 to the next. We can remove to make it an 8 speed. We can tight-lipped, flipping for 1/1, bringing it to a 9 speed because of Aoyama. Yeah, we can't get it to where its speed is lethal on a spooky. I think it would leave them at 1 no matter what. But yeah, like you said, if we have a 4 diff, it can't fail. But it also might be blockable. Who knows?
it is possible depending on the 4 diff.
Yeah, but then if we bink the check, we get to 1 with Nature. So it's like,
Looks like we
Right.
flip flop the stats.
yes, we immediately flip flop the stats, which does make sense
Mm-hmm.
because that brings it down to a 6 damage move. Even a tight-lipped 1 with Nature play could only bring it up to 9. Oh, okay. Tight-lipping itself for 1 speed and 2 damage as a whole, bringing it to an 8 damage move. Yeah, we could 1 with Nature and bring it up to a 9, but that's as far as we can get this Prominence Burn to go here.
I have to imagine another attacks coming in, and that's what's going on.
I mean, I feel like we wouldn't be like thinking so hard about it, but it's possible. It's possible. Does he have another? If he has another attack, he's oh my god!
Oh, there it is.
And
there it is.
The issue was it's a failable attack, but this Aoyama player, Mr. Ross Aubrey, has never checked a 3 in his entire life. We are slamming
There
hard.
it is.
hard,
Oh.
slamming this howitzer down, binking that 5, 1 with Nature it up. It's effectively a 7 speed move after 1 with Nature, after the Prominence Burn +2 the next. Holy cow, what a man. Talk about a deck just firing on all cylinders.
Absolutely. And then getting and now the Ayama is in there. The Ayama has made it into tops. It's so cool getting to see such an underrated character go in and take the well-deserved win that it should have had a long time ago.
That was absolute insanity. The lines he took in honestly all 3 of those games were so crazy and so chaotic and had me on the absolute edge of my seat. What a freaking nail biter to end our final round of the night on, Kyle.
Yes, it certainly it certainly caught me off guard at every second of the match. Constant huge plays being made and unorthodox moves happening in order to achieve game, and it's always fun to watch games like that.
100%. What a thrill ride. What a joy ride. We love to see it. That is some premium universes right there, guys. Fantastic round for both of those players, and like I said, a fantastic way to end the night. However, our night is not quite over yet. We do have some more stuff in store for you guys. Of course, we do have to announce our top 16. So Kyle and I are going to take a little back seat here, let the rest of these lovely players finish out this lovely last round, and then come back to you guys with the announcement of your top cut list of players for day 2 tomorrow. Do not go anywhere, heroes. All right, welcome back, heroes. The curtains are finally closing on this fantastic day of My Hero Academia collectible card game. What an amazing day it was. We saw 8 fantastic rounds. We saw top cuts play out, and an amazing winner was crowned. I got to show you guys all of these super cool chrome rares, and oh man.
Levi, I think you're reading the script for tomorrow, buddy.
Oh.
It's okay, guys. He hasn't shown any of us either.
That's right, guys. Tomorrow, you guys are going to be getting the first look at these fantastic chrome rares, and don't feel too bad because my co-casters here have also not gotten to get their eyes in on the action. I know. Look at that malding grandpa. Oh, that's true mauled right there. I hope you guys are super excited. It's going to be a fantastic reveal, and tomorrow's going to be a fantastic top cuts. But speaking of tomorrow, speaking of top cuts, we should probably tell all the lovely viewers at home who and what characters and what players they have to look forward to seeing. Guys, I'm going to kick this off from the very bottom. In 16th place, we've got Andrew New making his top cut return, once again playing True Form All Might on the All symbol.
In 15th place, we have Addison Wilmon on Earth Nomu.
Ooh.
In 14th place, we have Garrett Kurtz on Good Toru 2.
Ooh, coming in on 13th, Mr. James Hicks running Death Ochako 2.
In 12th place, we have Andrew McNeely on Earth, Fourth Kind.
Oh, Earth, Fourth Kind, you say?
In 11th place, we have Joe Zimmerman on Good All Might 3.
Interesting. Right on top of that, we got John Williams himself taking a break from composing to come take a top cut with Earth Nomu once again. Seeing doubles.
In 9th place, we have Dan Buchanan on Chaos Uwabami 1.
Why did it have to be snakes?
Yep.
In 8th place, we have Ross Aubrey on Earth Oyama 1.
Coming in 7th, we've got Colby Garcia on I've got another double for you guys, Death Ochako 2.
In 6th place, we have AJ Steele or Anthony Steele on Death Shigaraki 3.
Oh, there it is.
In 5th place, we have Ben Lambright on Good Midoriya 3.
After that, in 4th, James Lueders is rocking Order Fourth Kind. The king is coming back to take his crown again.
In 3rd place, we have Gavin Kurtz with All Eraserhead 2.
Holy cow.
In 2nd place, we have Cole Heckathorn on Order Fourth Kind.
Wow, 3 fourth kinds. How am I going to top that? Well, it's probably by telling you guys that in 1st place, your Swiss champion, history repeats itself, Mr. Jose Norono of Unfun Stuff fame, playing, of course, Life Himiko Toga 1. The gamer has come back out to play. Holy cow, what a top cuts, guys. What do y'all think is winning tomorrow?
Man, I'm not going to lie. I gotta root for that Uwabami deck. I gotta root for that deck. It has to be my favorite deck in that lineup. As much as I love Toru 2, it has to be my favorite deck in this lineup. That deck is so cool.
So gnarly. Jesse, thoughts? Who's taking home the gold, man?
Okay, so looking at, I mean, Jose, if I was to put the money, if I had to drop money on this line with a gun to my head, it's going to be Jose. I'm on that play. But let me tell you, I want to see that Uwabami do some work tomorrow. I want to see that Uwabami get deep. And then people are like, this is a deck?
I am so excited, man. I have no idea who to root for. I've been watching Ben Lambright play this Midoriya 3 deck for what feels like ages now, and it's an absolute joy to watch. Eraserhead 2 is such a cool rogue one to be in there. You said it already, Uwabami and Aoyama, both of those guys, absolutely cracked levels of rogue throughout this top cuts. I'm excited to see if they can usurp the monsters of the fourth kinds and the Nomus and the Ochako 2s, the 5-hand size monsters creeping in. I can't wait to see. I think there's going to be some huge blowouts. I'm just going to be some total grinders. It's going to be an awesome, awesome day 2. And of course, you guys are going to get to see those lovely, lovely chrome rares at some point along the way. Man, oh man, cannot wait for day 2, guys. I think we should all take our butts to bed right now, get a good night's sleep, because that means the day comes all the more faster. Thoughts, gentlemen?
I have to agree with that. I am exhausted. What a long day, but a great day.
I mean, I'm on the East Coast. It's after midnight. I'm ready to call it a day. We got to be back here bright and early for a 12 p.m. Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific start time for Top Cuts. I can't wait to see this play out tomorrow.
Yep, you can probably expect us to go live maybe a little bit before that, and we'll maybe talk about the bracket a little bit, chit chat with you guys, have a nice little hangout with all of the lovely heroes at home. But until then, guys, I've been Levi Lalonde. Jesse, Kyle, thank you so much for joining me today, and I cannot wait to attack and sink my teeth into Top Cuts tomorrow with you guys for one last ride. Thank you to everyone at home for watching with us today. We will see you tomorrow, heroes.
Good night.